Welcome, chat. It is a crucial day at the Tata Steel Chess Championship 2026 and क्या ही दिन होने वाला है because आज है गुकेश versus the 14-year-old prodigy जिस गेम का इंतजार हम पॉपकॉर्न के साथ कर रहे हैं. वेलकम साज भाई आज आएगा मजा. हम करेंगे शुरुआत इस क्रेजी गेम की. भाई आज कितना कुछ दाव पे है बस आज भाई, मतलब सब कुछ.
भाई मतलब आपकी इंट्रो भी ऐसी थी कि मतलब इट फेल्ट वेरी डिफरेंट। तो आज लग रहा है कि
हाँ
बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट दिन आपको पर्सनली बहुत फील हो रहा है। इज दैट ट्रू?
बिल्कुल भाई. आई थिंक दिस इज द इंट्रोडक्शन टू द फ्यूचर. या इट्स लाइक पहले वी वर लुकिंग एट द राइवलरी ऑफ लेट्स से somebody like Magnus versus Gukesh and so on, but this time it is more about the next generation. In fact, Vincent Keymer ने बोला it feels like we are not only challenging the previous generation, I am already defending myself against the next one. So it feels like जो match है third board पे Yagiz Erdogmus versus Gukesh Dommaraju is going to be a crucial match, not just for this event but for the many years to come. अगर गुकेश ये वाला वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप में जीतते भी हैं तो अगले वाले में one of the strong contenders will be this little kid. And उसके साथ of course let's not forget it's Aravindh versus Van Nguyen, such an important game for Aravindh. We have Hans against Prag भाई साहब and Vincent Keymer against Arjun. आज तो कुछ हार्ड कोर क्लैशेस है साहब भाई.
Yeah, no Indians playing against each other, and I think Arvind ke liye it's like a very good opportunity to win the match and sort of make a comeback. I think he's on 2.5 out of 9. He's one of the he's at the bottom of the leaderboard, and he's playing the lowest ranked player on paper with the white pieces. So good opportunity to make a comeback.
And yeah, white pieces, as you mentioned, super important, right? I mean, it's like the odds couldn't have been better for Dogmas. He's in form. He's in second place. Winning would likely get him the lead at Tata Steel. So would grab, global headlines. And of course, he's playing the world champion who's not in form, has won out of the last four games, has the black pieces, and must be feeling the pressure already from the in the starting of the game. And I think बहुत crazy clash matchup है. Forget Tata Steel, forget everything, forget the world championship. This is the potential future of chess, Sahaj bhai, for the
Correct.
many years to come.
Correct, bhai, correct. I think if I was, I was in the audience and कोई मुझे बोलता है कि you can choose one day to visit the hall and watch the action live, I would choose today as that day, simply
हाँ.
because of the tournament situation, simply because of the two players sitting in front of you, Gukesh and Erdogmus. I think this could be life changing, especially for the 14-year-old.
Absolutely. And of course, यहाँ पे a Dogmas will be focused. We saw how excited he gets in the final moments. He's half dancing, Saj Bhai. And I think the nerves is something he will have to have a control over. Let's not forget, he defeated Arjun, India number one. He was completely winning against Prague as well and just lost the plot in the end. And Prague barely escaped with the draw. So there he was winning. And now he's playing the third Indian. So Dogmas seems to be on a hunt for the Indian players, and of course he's. I think he had a draw against Aravindh as well. So pretty good result overall against Indians. And now is the final clash, the match against the world champion. I can assure you, chat. Welcome to the stream. अगर आज Dogmas जीत जाते हैं, this is gonna be headlines across the world.
Oh, for sure. I mean, 100% sure that's going to happen. And also, he's going to be the tournament leader, as he's only half a point behind the rest of the field. By the way, I think we have a grandmaster in the audience. I think I see Safarli El Taj just amongst the players. Do you see him, Saiba? He's in the middle with the
Ooh,
jacket.
yeah, I think I see him and handshakes and instantly pawn to e4, e5 played by Gukesh instantly. So very quick start to the opening. Knight f3 on the board by Dogmas. Sahaj, by which opening are we thinking? Italian or Spanish?
I think Scotch by. Let's go with D4. Todo
No,
by. Knight चाहिए
no.
Italian or Spanish. Oh, four knights. That
Oh!
would be my like third choice, yeah?
But four
Okay.
knights does have a drawing tendency. So I don't think a Dogmas is playing for a draw here, Chad. I'm pretty sure he's gonna go for the win. So there's something he has prepared in this particular line. By looking at Gukesh's old games, by understanding the opening better, there is something he has in his mind. Look at the pause he takes at this crucial juncture after drinking water. Did not need to do so. Gukesh has not surprised him so far at all. So he knows what to do, but he's still taking that pause, as if something big is about to come.
Oh yeah, but I think also अगर आपको गुकेश के साथ जीतने के लिए खेलना है, then you also go for something like 4 knights as well, because Gukesh is going to overpush as well. So you can use that against him. But he doesn't go for d4, he plays bishop b5. So that's 4 knights Spanish
Mm.
in front of us. And now black has multiple choices. There's bishop b4, which is best by test, the most a common one. Then knight d4 is the engine's preference. This is one of the engines like top moves in this position, and this is one of the biggest problems. But bishop b4 is what you play when you want to keep things like you want to keep your chances alive as well. Like knight d4 में एक fault ये होता है कि you can take the knight, you can play e5, and that's a very drawish type of a position.
Yeah, agreed. And meanwhile, Gukesh also having a slight pause, adjusting his shoulder. क्या ही edits बनाए हमने shoulder adjust से सहज भाई in 2024. जब भी adjust करते थे तो एक win आती थी हमारे अंदर, ऐसे मारियो की तरह +1 +1. But meanwhile, he is struggling in this event. सहज भाई, yesterday night, क्या discussion हुआ होगा? Gukesh talking to his team. What must the conversation look like yesterday night after that loss? Oh, that's a big statement, Sahaj भाई. बिल्कुल silence थी उस conversation में लगता है मतलब. Sahaj भाई, Sahaj भाई method actor है भाई, giving us the real check there. So clearly कल कुछ खास discussion हुआ नहीं है गुकेश और उसकी टीम में. Sahaj भाई disconnect हो गए. Meanwhile, yeah, and Bishop B4 played after a long thing. So this is the more old way to play it. Very very natural. Everybody knows what's happening here. Castles, Black will also castle, and usually White hope kar raha hai ki at some point Black will take on C3 and maybe he gets the bishop here. But no, hello. So this is where he changes the pattern, chat, and Gukesh will know what's happening, but this is not commonly played. Yahan pe D3 is the main move. Then bishop c6 is the second main move, and knight d5 is the third main move. And after this move, instantly, Erdogmus gets up. So this was the surprise planned by Erdogmus here. And let's see what the record for White is. White seems to be doing okay here. Black has multiple choices, but knight takes d5, simply capture, is the best one. That
Yeah,
is the
just
best
one
one.
second.
साले
Okay.
मैंने ऐसे पूछा कि कल गुकेश और उसकी टीम में क्या डिस्कशन होगा, क्या रहा होगा, और आप बिल्कुल गायब
भाई ये
हो गए.
सुनते ही
तो
मेरा
क्लियरली,
इंटरनेट चला गया भाई.
हाँ वही तो. आई थिंक यू आंसर्ड इट वेल, लाइक नो डिस्कशन. या
I mean, what can you really say after something like this? Yeah, you can just say, okay, keep doing what you're doing. It was a bad day, and you just keep moving forward. I mean, there are good days, there are bad days, and that's understandable. But, bhai, what is this knight d5 business?
भाई इज द थर्ड मोस्ट पॉपुलर मूव, नॉट प्लेड एज ऑफन. एंड यहाँ पे ब्लैक के पास दो ही मेन ट्राइज हैं. वन इज नाइट टेक्स d5 and one is bishop back to c5. Both logical. We will see one of those moves. But bishop c5 pe apparently there is some crazy d4 idea, and it gives
भाई
white
पता है
like a slight edge.
who there is only one game played in 2026 in this knight d5 line,
Hmm.
and that is actually an Indian player who we briefly discussed yesterday, who has recently made his way into the top 100. Chat, question for you. Who is
Oh,
that Indian player who played this move in 2026? By the way, the only game in 2026 played so far in Knight D5 is just that game of that Indian player. कौन है वो Indian player? What do you think?
भाई आई थिंक उसका नाम पी से चालू होता है.
Correct, भाई. I think P से start होता तो then I think you have two guesses, yeah? Oh, I think chat has already got it, bhai.
Chad has
Chat is
guessed both
yes.
names, by the way.
Yeah, they gave both names. But it is Pranesh indeed, and he won that match as well. I believe it was an online game, but regardless, it's a very very interesting try. Let's see what the world champion has in store. He is thinking right now because some interesting moves here. Yeah, you can go knight takes d5, pawn takes d5, and then ultimately you have to push e4 in this position, and then things become really really dynamic.
Oh wow. And from Mukesh's perspective, you want to avoid this, yeah? Because I think White seems well prepared. E4, you have to now play knight to E1, apparently, which is already very unorthodox, yeah? You don't ever see this. And after knight E7, C3, the game just goes on and looks very, very weird. So, Gukesh, if he knows what's happening in this position, he should go for this. Otherwise, he should find a way to avoid this stuff. But is there a way to avoid this, though?
I don't think there is. I mean, you can go bishop c5 or bishop d6, but like you said, there is these d4 ideas there, which seem a bit weird. And one important point is that this idea of takes e4 is not completely new for the world champion. That is because after knight c3, knight f6, bishop b5, when black plays knight d4, so this is like a reverse idea. White ने knight d5 खेला था, black ने knight d4 खेला. And this is very well known. Here you are supposed to go takes, and e5. So it's
Hmm.
basically like a same position from a different color. So knight d5 के बाद अगर black knight d5 e4 खेलता है, तो you are getting into a same position. But the question then becomes, what has Erdogmus and his team figured out? What is different about these two
Hmm.
sort of situations? That remains to be seen.
या फॉर श्योर एंड आई मिस दोस डेज डायमंड मेंबरशिप देते थे हम देंगे मेंबरशिप भाई 500 लाइक पे डायमंड मेंबरशिप मिलेगी 500 लाइक हो नहीं रहे हैं चैट वाचिंग तो आ रही है लोगों की बट वी स्टिल नॉट गेटिंग द लाइक्स तो लाइक करो भाई एंड एक बंदे को मेंबरशिप जरूर देंगे भाई 500 लाइक्स पे and Saj bhai, Erdogmus of course is gonna put pressure on Gukesh, and Gukesh is thinking, let's have a quick look at the other three Indian games and then jump right back into this important clash. First of all, let's go to the game of Aravindh against Thai Dai Van. What do you make of this? Maybe high drawish tendency.
So in Erwin's game, we have a Petrov system, and he goes d4. So one of the most famous lines here, knight takes e5 is another one. He takes the pawn, bishop d3, d5, knight e5. Very well known so far. Black has knight d7 in this position, which he plays. And now he takes, and plays short castle. Generally, you can also go knight c3 in these variations, which is also pretty critical. But he takes, and plays short castle. Black plays bishop e7. This is a slight surprise for me. Generally, bishop d6 is what black goes for, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah,
Hmm.
bishop d6 is the most popular variation here. So bishop e7 could be Van's preparation. He goes rook e1, and now I guess you can go short castle and just sack the knight.
Hmm. I think that would be very logical. I think very, very harmonious with how Petrov works. Or you could try to save it as well, Saj bhai. Don't see any big reason to sack the pawn as well. What if I play knight f6 back? Like, is that so bad for black?
I just don't like knight f6 because I feel like ये आपने बहुत time waste कर दिया, and bishop e4 doesn't feel that dangerous because मेरा bishop बहुत strong हो जाएगा यहाँ पे. That's just my feeling. But after knight f6, I mean, this feels very solid as well. I'll go bishop g5, I guess. Knight c3 in the next move. Maybe knight
Yeah.
d2, knight f3. And okay,
साथ में
like it's a
इतना
symmetrical
इतना
position,
टाइम तो
very
वेस्ट
solid.
करते हैं
But I
डेली
have some
रील्स
tempos.
इतना रील स्क्रॉल करने में डेली टाइम वेस्ट करते हैं हम लोग इतना टाइम वेस्ट चलता है भाई हल्का फुल्का आगे पीछे सो अरविंद पोजीशन लुकिंग लाइक इट्स मे बी slightly better. Hopefully he can push here. He needs that point. Let's jump to the game of Hans against Prague because it seems like Prague has found something new and थोड़ा slightly worse लग रहे हैं objectively.
So he goes for the French. I like that Prague is playing French at the top level so often. It's one of my favorite
Hmm.
openings. You take, and knight d7. So this is known as Rubinstein variation, named after, of course, the legend Akiba Rubinstein. You go knight f3, knight f6, takes, and bishop e3. So far, very much in mainstream territory. But I guess here, knight d5. Okay, knight d5 is actually pretty well known. If I remember correctly, there used to be a book from Vityugov Nikita who recommended this variation for black many, many years ago. This knight
Hmm.
d5 and c5. And white gives a check here. And now bishop d7 the forced here. You can see from the blue arrow, it's the only move in the position. Otherwise, your castling is ruptured. And Prague is better prepared, I guess, but Hans still knows his lines pretty well.
या एंड हैंस यहाँ पे अगेन द बार सजेस्ट कि वाइट थोड़ा बेटर है बट अगर प्रग अच्छे से प्रिपेयर्ड है I don't think it's going to be a big issue at all. And Prag coming off that first win yesterday, yeah, against Arvind, he will have some momentum on his side. So if he wins this one, suddenly, he's back in the world top 10. Suddenly he's gaining momentum right before the candidates. This game is super crucial for somebody like Prag. So we're going to track this game heavily. Let's jump to the game of Arjun here, Sahaj Bhai, who's playing Vincent Keymer and another Spanish on the board.
भाई मेरे को ये नहीं समझ आ रहा. First of all, let's go through the openings. So knight f3, knight c6, normal Spanish. Bishop e7 is the main line here. D3, the closed Spanish, generally you go c3 and d4, but d3 is also pretty normal. It's called Martinez variation. Is that true? I'm assuming it's named after Jaws Pem, but I don't think that's true because there's I mean a lot of other players have played it as well, but I see on chess.com it says Martinez variation.
Could be
Anyway, so
why.
b5, bishop b3, d6 happens. He goes c3, castle, h3, bishop b7, and rook e1. So very typical. White wants to go knight d2, knight f1, knight g3. Black wants to perhaps go knight a5, c5 in the spirit of Chigorin. And okay, we have lots of pieces on the board. The one like weird thing for me here is कि अर्जुन का time कम है भाई उसके opponent से. Usually we are not used to seeing that.
But it's normal, Saj bhai. In weird openings, he has more time. In normal opening, he's bored. He's like, अरे यार क्या लगा दिया यार मतलब इसे लूडो खेल लेता मैं भाई. So that's why he's taking more time. Yeah, he's thinking about Ludo fantasies. So maybe that's why he's taking more time. But overall, I think he's trying to find those typical ideas, those second best ideas in the opening. जहाँ पे he's taking on some risk, but maybe he has chances to win. And of course, knight a5 will be one of those ideas just to attack the bishop. Bishop को हटाओ इस बढ़िया diagonal से, and then maybe c5 he'll play. Try to counter d4. So, काफी interesting. Vincent Keymer coming off a horrific loss against, I think it was, who
Jordan.
was it? I think, yeah, it was crazy. Bhai. Kya hi game thi? Apparently, the crowd started clapping for Jordan
Bhai, that was
yesterday after
of
that
course
game.
bhai. I would be clapping there as well. I mean Jordan. I mean I think it's maybe one of the best games that he's played so
Yeah,
far. I mean at least
yeah,
top five, yeah, for sure. I mean beating
yeah. I mean,
Vincent Keimer, world number 4 in that fashion in classical chess. I mean come on, that's no joke. So
it
huge
felt
props
like a
to him. I
tal
think
game.
he's
Yeah,
doing really well.
it felt like a tal game to be honest. So amazing
हाँ
game by
भाई
Jordan. है
of
ना?
course and Jordan का style ऐसा नहीं है Jordan बहुत slow solid खेलता है
Hmm.
I've played him myself as well and I remember I prepped for some like I'm not even joking some 6-7 hours minimum I prepped before my game I couldn't sleep the night before because I was looking at all of his games and to me he felt like a solid like ऐसा squeeze करता है आपको player तो for him it was I think very different to what I'm used to. And of course,
Hmm.
beating the world number 4 in that fashion is never a joke. So love to see it. By the way, question for the chat. So हम knight a5 c5 का idea बता रहे हैं. Chat, what is this idea called? We have repeated this multiple times, and this is named after a very famous Soviet chess player. उसका first name Mikhail है. Second name आप बताओ. थोड़ा आपको confuse किया chat यहाँ पे मैंने. Not the Mikhail you're
Okay,
thinking of.
I think I have a guess. So can I take a guess before
But okay,
chat?
but you should know this. Come on.
I don't know. So maybe I could know, maybe I'm wrong, but I think the
पहला नाम
name
पहला
might
लेटर
be
बता दो बस.
Mikhail Gupta. Saj भाई left. भाई साज भाई लेफ्ट. भाई क्या हो गया भाई? मिखाइल गुप्ता का चेस पसंद नहीं आपको साज भाई? व्हाट इज दिस? हमें गुप्ता जी के अगेंस्ट, गुप्ता जी के अगेंस्ट भाई वो बायस चल रहा है यार. व्हाट इज दिस साज भाई यार? आई एम डिसअपॉइंटेड यार.
भाई
गुप्ता
आई
जी
एम
क्या
नॉट इवन
गुप्ता
श्योर
की?
व्हाट्स हैपनिंग विद माय इंटरनेट. अभी तो मैंने एकदम डेटा पे स्विच कर दिया बट इट इज क्रेजी. बट या व्हाट्स द नेम.
भाई मिखाइल
व्हाट डू यू
गुप्ता
थिंक.
बोला तो.
मिखाइल गुप्ता.
भाई है
एग्जैक्टली
पड़ोस
भाई.
में खेल भाई, खतरनाक बंदा है यार मिखाइल
यू
गुप्ता,
गॉट इट
लेजेंड ऑफ द
भाई.
गेम.
यू गॉट इट भाई. इट इज चिगोरिन. एग्जैक्टली चिगोरिन.
या सो
इज चिगोर एंड
चिगोरिन जी.
चैट व्हाट इज नाइट
हाँ
बी8. पूछ ही रहते तो ये भी
भाई
बता
बोर्ड
दो.
दिख नहीं रहा है भाई.
अच्छा ना बोर्ड नहीं दिख रहा अभी. एक सेकंड अभी आ जाएगा. मैं रिफ्रेश
साथ में
करूँ
अगर
क्या.
इतना इतना खर्चा कर ही दिया है तो लूडो ही चला देते हैं.
नाइट बी8. What is this known as?
प्रायर.
Ah, exactly.
Yeah,
Exactly.
yeah, yeah. Uno reverse.
Acha,
Yes.
question for you. What is this known as then? This is difficult, but it's a more famous name. It's named after one of the world champions. ऐसे मत करो साहिल भाई मुझे लगेगा मेरा इंटरनेट फिर से चला गया. I can see you blinking. साहिल भाई मजे ले रहे हैं.
Oh, sorry. इंटर हो गया था यार. Sorry, sorry.
हाँ हाँ
My
हाँ
bad.
sure 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 sure. So tell
Yeah,
me,
yeah.
what is this known as 97? You don't know this? It is Smesolov, actually, named after Vasily Smesolov. Usually the idea is you go bishop f6 and g6 करके bishop g7. These are very, very typical
Yeah.
variations.
Oh, sorry. Net disconnected again.
हाँ,
Smyslov,
sure,
Sajbhai.
sure, sure.
Smyslov tha. Is it correct?
हाँ, correct था भाई,
Oh,
बिल्कुल, बिल्कुल.
nice. Thanks, yeah. Thanks.
Huge if
I
true.
knew it. Meanwhile, so as we look at this crazy board, I mean opening setup, so let's go to the game of Gukesh. एक बार नजर मारते हैं भाई क्या चल रहा है यहाँ पे. Because भाई ने अब तक खेला ही नहीं है यार. भाई ने अब तक नहीं खेला 95 के बाद यार. And he's not as aware about the opening as we hoped. Yeah. साज भाई पीछे कोई चल के गया अब यार लिटरली. पीछे कोई चल के गया यार. भूत होगा बट चल के जरूर गया.
Okay. Next, Arjun Kapoor is साहिल भाई बोल रहे हैं चैट में भाई, crazy.
नहीं यार मैं आई कांट बी अर्जुन कपूर बिकॉज उसके लिए टंग 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 करना पड़ेगा एंड कॉपीराइट लग जाएगा भाई. सो दैट्स डिफिकल्ट एक्चुअली.
So yeah, I think this is a pretty interesting choice, I would say, from Erdogmus. And usually Erdogmus is the one who gets in time pressure. And अभी एकदम उल्टा लग रहा है. गुकेश के बोर्ड पे, अर्जुन के बोर्ड पे, both of them having less time on the clock, which is not normal. Great भाई. मेरा इंटरनेट ना सच में चला जाएगा और अब यही करते रह जाओगे. मैं बता रहा हूँ आपको, थोड़ा डेंजरस टेरिटरी है भाई. अभी अभी मैं डेटा पे काम कर रहा हूँ.
दोनों की एक्टिंग बेकार है. द जोक इज ऑन यू भाई. मेरा चेस भी बेकार है बट एनीवेज नाइट d5 के बाद आई थिंक यहाँ पे नाइट टेक्स d5 इज द मूव गुकेश हैज टू प्ले इफ ही वांट्स इक्वालिटी. बट फिलहाल के लिए आई एम नॉट श्योर इफ ही इज कन्विंस्ड. अपेरेंटली दिस बिशप d6 एज वेल बट दैट लुक्स सो वियर्ड. आई मीन अगर व्हाइट कोऑपरेटिव होके c6 पे मार दे तो श्योर. बट बिशप d6 अदरवाइज आई एम नॉट अ बिग फैन ऑफ. तो गुकेश को यहाँ सोचना पड़ेगा कि क्या करना है. जीरो से मेक सेंस. Hilarious. Nice.
कौन सी लाइन देख रहा है गुकेश भाई? आई थिंक ही इज ओनली राइट नाउ. आई वुड बी सरप्राइज इफ ही इज कैलकुलेटिंग एनीथिंग या बिसाइड्स नाइट
Oh,
टेक्स d5
he
and now
takes.
e4. I would be surprised if he plays anything else. Like knight d4 is possible, but I don't know. Like knight d4 के बाद takes and then completely symmetrical position. But आपके जीतने के chances यहाँ पे एकदम zero हो गए, right? White can play queen f3, queen g4 apparently is very good as well. But I would much rather play queen f3. And white is just super fine here. I think Gukesh goes for e4.
I agree, but also like Dogbus has a couple of personality traits which we are noticing. Yeah, पहली चीज है कि वो बहुत पैनिक करता हुआ दिखता है. Like he's very fidgety in the final moments of the game. Now it feels like nerves are still an issue for a Dogmas. So final moments में if you are actually in a complicated game, even though you might be worse, you might get some chances. And number two, yesterday मुझे याद है Queen B4, like he just kind of went like this. Oh my God, I blundered. But I don't. I think that was partial acting, Saj. But I think he might have seen Queen before beforehand. What do you think?
Acting, nahi bhai, absolutely not. I completely disagree. I think like okay, let's
So,
not forget कि वो 14 साल का है, you know. Like I think 14 years में
right,
you don't know acting. You don't. I mean, you're just very emotional. You're very expressive of your thoughts, and I think this is something he will work on as he grows older.
hmm,
But yeah, he definitely needs to work on it. But I don't think he's doing it on purpose.
got it. So you think again that means कि भाई again there could be opportunities in the final moments again for his opponent. I think he's not calmed his nerves there. So Gukesh has to play a long game, has to stay ahead on the clock ताकि opponent pressure में आए. Gukesh नहीं, because Gukesh खुद गलती कर चुके हैं pressure में. So I think there are good signs for Gukesh in this game, but फिलहाल के लिए momentum of course Dogmas के पास है.
भाई अभी ना चैट में किसी ने एक सवाल पूछा, हेलो सहज भाई, आई वांट टू आस्क एनी क्वेश्चन, डज गुकेश विन एनी वन टूर्नामेंट आफ्टर हिज वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप? एंड आई थिंक ही हैज won European teams. I don't think he's won anything else. He finished second last time. He lost in the tiebreaks to Pragg in the Tata Steel Masters, so that also kind of counts, classical way at least. But it actually made me think that maybe, to get some of his confidence back, maybe Gukesh can play some tournaments in like some open events in Europe. I don't know. Like he's probably going to
By
cruise
what
through
if he
everyone
doesn't
9 out of
perform well
9.
there? Then that's gonna be like they're gonna soul crushing. Yeah, so it's a debatable
I mean,
decision
but
actually.
like Pragg also played that London Classic. I mean, he scored 7.5 out of 9, which I think is amazing. And you play those tournaments and okay, you play some 25, 2600 players. You have an easier game. You can relax. You can test out new things. And I don't know. I think it can work for your confidence. It can work for your, um, I don't know, your preparation.
इट्स नॉट दैट डीप भाई, वो तो फिर आपकी प्रॉब्लम है ना भाई, सॉल्व कर लेना। नहीं, बट आई पर्सनली फील कि आई एग्री विद यू, आई थिंक दैट वुड गिव हिम कॉन्फिडेंस, बट दैट्स ऑल्सो लाइक अ लास्ट रिजॉर्ट समटाइम्स, लाइक मतलब अरे यार आई एम जस्ट इन सो बैड फॉर्म, आई हैव टू डू समथिंग, so that's what you might do then. But as of now, maybe Gukesh still has, like he's not won anything, but he's not played badly. Like it's not been like a miserable 2025 for Gukesh. Like he's had some signs where he's played good chess. So I wouldn't say he would go back to that, but yeah, that's definitely something you could try. कई बार होता है ना, like imagine like if you wanna feel good about yourself, you can something you're really good at, do it against a beginner. Yeah, you will suddenly realize कि भाई कितना अच्छा हूँ मैं उस स्किल पे. तो yeah, but
Hmm.
okay, let's see what happens.
भाई पता है मैं एक नोट पैड में वो नोट कर रहा हूँ ऑल द टाइम्स यू आर मेकिंग योर एनालॉजीज so I can make a compilation of them, so I just made a note right now.
अच्छा अच्छा अच्छा. अरे भाई बढ़िया भाई, नोट बना लो या
बट ये
कैंसिल
वाली
करने की.
एनालॉजी वो नॉर्मल वाली एनालॉजी ऐसी नहीं थी, ये वाली मतलब एकदम
हाँ हाँ.
क्लीन थी यार, थोड़ा कुछ
बाय द
क्रेजी
वे,
करो आज.
Mandra Karen not bragging perennial could defeated Plug. Exactly why. See, Plug has seen his downsides in life. So, things only get better. Uh,
Hmm.
Saj and Sajay, what is the next tournament after this? I think next is, I think it's Speed Chess Championship Finals. वहाँ पे कोई Indians नहीं है, but it's a big one because Magnus, Hikaru and all these guys will be playing. That's 7th and 8th of Feb. उसके बाद Freestyle World Championship. By the way, I just figured कि Grenke Open has been announced and जो उसका winner है directly gets a free entry into the Freestyle World Championship of 2027. So clearly, this is an event that's there to stay. So, बहुत important value है. It's another World Championship title that Arjun can win. So, 13th to 15th is that. Then we of course have Prague Masters, which is I think end of Feb to first week of March, and जहाँ पे गुकेश खेल रहे हैं फिर से along with Arvind. And then we also have of course the candidates, which is gonna be a crazy event. So packed है भाई even till March and April.
भाई मजा आएगा उसमें तो. I think it's completely packed until candidates more or less. It's going to be a lot of fun. E4
Let's go by the way.
played by the world champion. Let's go. 91. By Erdogmus is bringing something absolutely new to the equation. And it's interesting. Also, he's breaking the pattern of how he's usually playing, which is very interesting. I'm now inclined to believe कि यहाँ पे गुकेश का chances ज़्यादा हैं because he's breaking the pattern. Erdogmus.
Yeah, I think Erdogmus, although has been well prepared, we saw in one game at least, jahan pe he was way ahead on the clock. So maybe it's not as crazy, but I agree with you. I think he's been the one low on the clock, but that might still happen, Saj, but you never know. At some point, his prep might run out, and maybe that's where Gukesh will have better understanding of the position. Right now, of course, Knight attacked hai. Why would you not play to E5, Saj? Feels like a more central square. No, हमें कहते हैं center में खेलो pieces.
हम्म. बहुत ही बढ़िया चाल बोली आपने. ये वो एनएम नहीं है जिसने कल मैग्नस कार्लसन को हराया था, वो ऐसे चले नहीं चलेगा. बट या, ओ यू मेंट फॉर ब्लैक नाइट ई5 क्या?
ऑफ
आई
कोर्स
थॉट यू मेंट.
भाई.
अच्छा, आई
भाई
थॉट यू
क्या
यू
यार
मेंट
सहान
फॉर
भाई.
व्हाइट नाइट ई5.
भाई
ओके.
ब्लैक की चाल है यार.
नाइट ई5
दैट्स
इज
द
अ गुड मूव,
डिफॉल्ट
बट आई थिंक
एक्सपेक्टेशन
देयर इज
फ्रॉम एनएम्स
b4
बाय द वे.
इनकमिंग.
यही
क्या
यही
कह रहे हो?
सोच के मैग्नस ने भी क्वींस का कला का गेम हार ली भाई. नाइट
हाँ
e5
भाई,
फ्रॉम ब्लैक भाई.
I saw the videos afterwards. Why it was crazy. Oh, and by the
हाँ.
way, per chat and Sahil by your suggestion, I did watch that Guess the Elo by Magnus Carlsen.
ओ कैसा था? आई डिडंट सी इट.
Why
कैसा था?
it's
टाइम ही नहीं
good.
मिला.
Like, okay, but he struggled to guess the correct Elo for a lot of players. And okay, he was asking one question, which is like, who is the highest rated player you've beaten? And I think वो question
हाँ
ban होना चाहिए because उससे बहुत easy
हाँ,
हो जाता
दैट्स
है
ट्रू.
guess करना. If you
दैट्स
ask
ट्रू.
someone by, like, if I ask you who's the highest rated player at the time that you've beaten and you say okay मैंने 2200 2300 के player को हराया, then I know आपकी
हाँ
range क्या है, right?
हाँ, राइट.
Then it becomes
दैट्स
easy.
दैट्स
But
दैट्स
overall,
अ
I think
हैक.
मजा आया. He was asking like very interesting. Okay, can you mate with a bishop and a knight? Can you tell me the first five moves of the Sicilian knight off? Like, is it,
हाँ
interesting
हाँ.
questions. It was quite, kind of fun.
Yeah, who's your favorite streamer, who do you follow Gotham Chess? I subscribe to Gotham Chess. You already can figure out कि भाई क्या rating होगी for example. तो but yeah.
Huh. Also, but like he was also asking some like, technical question like कौन सा color black है, कौन सा color white है, ऐसे ऐसे करके question. It was kind of fun actually. I really like to see this side of chess. like this side of chess content from the goat himself. I think it was kind of fun.
Nice.
But he was
Meanwhile,
like, also chat is
हाँ,
asking, he was very close. Like that's true also. Like sometimes he was saying कि आपकी rating है 1500 और उनकी rating होगी 1650, like that. So he was very
that's
close
fair.
most of the times.
Fair. ये तो पूछा ही नहीं मैग्नस ने फेवरेट यूट्यूबर, तो पूछेगा अगली बार पूछेगा भाई, बिकॉज कई लोग तो मैग्नस ही ना बोलते, बिकॉज ही इज टेक्निकली ऑल्सो यूट्यूबर या विद मोर देन 1 million subs, तो या. मीनवाइल नाइट E1 इज द मूव, सो स्टिल गुकेश सोच में डूबे हुए हैं. साज भाई क्या चलेंगे, वो क्या लगता
So Sahil bhai, would you rather have 1 million subs या फिर let's say 2700 की rating?
है? आई थिंक 2700 की रेटिंग में भी. आई एम गोना चेंज माय आंसर. If
2650
I
या
was
फिर 1 million?
if I was living in the US और RPM US का होता, then I would say 1 million subs. If I'm in India, I'm going to say 2700 rating. Same for 2750.
But 2700 की rating in India also, like you're not making the Olympiad team. It's not a guarantee.
नहीं, ओलंपिक टीम के ना ठीक है, I'll manage. But if I'm living in the US and US का CPM RPM है, then I will choose 1 million subs. What will you choose, Raj bhai?
Interesting. I'll choose 2700 bhai, for sure.
फेवरेट यूट्यूबर पूछते ही तो ऑब्वियस, अरे भाई वो चैनल तो आपका बंद भी हो गया भाई. बट वो रेफरेंस अनीश ने दिया था अभी रिसेंटली, आएगा एक वीडियो में, देखना.
By the way, Knight B4 he plays. Yeah, I am not sure I like this so much for Yagiz. I have a feeling this is gonna go really badly for him.
तो अच्छी बात है ना भाई, मतलब हमारे लिए.
I mean, it's like I firstly I don't like this knight sitting on E1, and right now I see A4 being the only move for Yagiz. If he doesn't play A4, he's worse. And A4 ke baad, if black takes, and suddenly you have F5 incoming, Queen F6. I don't know. This feels uncomfortable to play as white. Knight on E1 is so ugly. He plays A4 by
साज
the way
भाई,
instantly.
साज भाई, आई मीन ऐसे लाइक, डोंट जज अ बुक बाय इट्स कवर, नो, लाइक आई मीन नाइट ऑन इवन अगली है तो क्या हुआ, दिल से अच्छा है यार.
Hmm. C3
हम्म.
fork not possible. नहीं भाई, B5 का bishop मर रहा है तो first now C3 is possible. Actually, still I can go knight B5. It's not really a big deal. So yeah.
चैट बाय द वे, लग द स्ट्रीम, लेट्स गेट टू 500 लाइक्स. क्या लग रहा है यार, आज क्या होगा? इतना इंपॉर्टेंट क्लैश है बिटवीन दीज टू गाइस, और डॉगमस तो पूरा ऐसे वो सीईओ की तरह बैठा हुआ है यार कुर्सी पे, मतलब ही इज वेरी सीरियस अबाउट दिस पर्टिकुलर गेम. गुकेश लुक्स अ बिट अनकंफर्टेबल, जैसे कुर्सी कंफर्टेबल ना हो, आई डोंट नो.
करेक्ट भाई. एंड चैट मतलब लाइक्स तो करने चाहिए आपको, बिकॉज आई थिंक अगर हम वर्ल्ड रैपिड एंड ब्लिट्स से कंपेयर करें इस इवेंट को, World Rapid and Blitz, I think, was a great event for Indian fans and for Indian players as well. Of course, not just talking about Arjun, it was great. For example, Gautam Krishna, who made this his insane debut with B3 and B6, and he was taking down, top elite chess players by playing B3 and B6. And एक difference उस tournament में और इस tournament में ये कि वहां पे हर दिन 500 लाइक हो रहे थे. इस टूर्नामेंट में एक भी दिन 500 लाइक नहीं हुए, तो एक वो कम्युनिटी एफर्ट करते हैं यहाँ पे. सो लेट्स हिट द लाइक बटन सो वी कैन डू अ मेंबरशिप क्वेश्चन. भाई बहुत टाइम भी हो गया एक मेंबरशिप क्वेश्चन करे हुए.
एक्सपायर हो गया भाई क्वेश्चन, लिटरली कहे तो, लिटरली व्हिच आर नॉट इवन वैलिड एनीमोर.
हाँ भाई, एग्जैक्टली exactly. कल मैं
कि
सोच के आया
मतलब
था एक बढ़िया सा क्वेश्चन. मैंने चैट में पढ़ा था किसी का एक स्टेटमेंट आता है, इस स्टेटमेंट पे एक बढ़िया क्वेश्चन बन सकता है. एंड आई वाज वेटिंग फॉर
एग्जैक्टली, ऐसे सवाल थे यार. हु विल विन बिटवीन Erdogmus and Arjun, how many points will Arvind score, when will Sahaj bhai get married? We have answers to all these questions already now, like it's like these questions became irrelevant. Yeah, effort पानी में गया. Come on chat, 500 likes.
Agreed, bhai. Agreed. So now Gukesh once again taking a long think here. He's thinking knight b5 यहाँ पे मारना चाहिए कि नहीं, and this is the best move. And as far as this knight on e1 goes, right now it's not looking the best, but at some point you can throw d3. Black will take and white can capture back with the knight and it can find its activity there.
Very important and interesting. मैं चेक कर रहा हूँ कई चीज. प्लीज कंटिन्यू, मैं एक चीज चेक चेक कर रहा हूँ.
मैं भी एक चीज चेक कर रहा हूँ जो अभी चैट ने कुछ लिखा है.
क्या चेक कर रहे हो भाई? क्या चेक कर रहे हो भाई आप? बता दो.
किसी
बता
ने
दो
भी
साज
कुछ
भाई.
लिखा भाई जो आई थिंक चेक करने लायक है. आई थिंक यू नो व्हाट आई मीन.
हाँ भाई, सही है भाई, एक्चुअली.
क्या बात कर रहे हो
It's
भाई?
true.
चैट यूनिटी ये होती है भाई। नहीं नहीं, भाई लिंक भेजो ना यार।
Why it is true. It is
चेस 24 है क्या?
absolutely true. हाँ भाई, it's like the Yagiz versus Magnus of Turkey, no? Like it makes sense.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Oh yes, it is. It is true. Hi. Crazy. That is
Bhai,
huge.
it's a big match, yeah. So
Bhai,
chat,
that is
let's do one thing.
crazy.
Come on, chat, यार. We can't. I mean, इतना पीछे watching में. Come on, chat. अब stream like करना पड़ेगा भाई.
भाई
At
इंडिया से
1.20K.
हम है
Come
यार.
on.
What is this?
Come on, chat, यार. Decimals का difference नहीं हो सकता यार. Come on, 1000 तो पहुंचना पड़ेगा कम से कम. Let's go.
भाई this is crazy actually.
नहीं इतनी watching नहीं चलेगी भाई. अब तो बढ़ानी पड़ेगी chat. Come on, chat. Like
अब
करो
तो
भाई. हमें
भाई
support
क्रेजी
कम.
करो कुछ चैट.
You are telling me कि 1.5 billion people and Turkey has more support for Yagiz than we have for the world champion. I mean, come on, man. Let's go, bhai. This has to go up. Let's go, chat. And
I
भाई अब तो
completely agree with that भाई. I
है ना?
completely like this is ये तो acceptable ही नहीं है भाई.
By the way, knight takes b5 played by Gukesh and chat. Sahaj भाई का point बिल्कुल सही है. व्हाइट ने यहां ओपनिंग थ्योरी तो खेल दी, बट कैन ही प्ले दिस पोजीशन बेटर देन गुकेश? आई डोंट थिंक सो. ब्लैक का प्लान सिंपल है. याद है कि गुकेश हारा कैसे था? इसी एफ पॉन की वजह से. वही अभी आगे आ सकता है F5 पे, एंड यू कैन स्टार्ट बिल्डिंग दैट स्ट्रॉन्ग सेंटर. या और ये पॉन्स दो पॉन डबल्ड है. श्योर, रुक ओपन फाइल एंड सो ऑन, मोर स्पेस. बट कितना ही स्पेस पे भाई? इलॉन मस्क ने सारा वैसे भी ले लिया भाई. दीज डबल पॉन्स कैन बी अटैक्ड in the end game also. So I think potential दोनों के पास है. It's a double edged position. एंड अब तो जीतना ही पड़ेगा साज भाई.
ओ यस भाई, अब कहीं ना कहीं तो हराना पड़ेगा भाई. वॉचिंग में तो नहीं हार रहे हैं, वॉचिंग में तो बुरी तरह हार रहे हैं भाई वहां पे.
भाई तीन स्ट्रीम नहीं, शॉर्ट वाली स्ट्रीम does not interact with the long form, and chess.com India, chess.com India have completely different audiences, so it doesn't really distribute audiences. Don't worry. And come on भाई, Indians के लिए support भाई. वर्ल्ड चैंपियन को हमें ना आदत हो गई है साज भाई. We have first world problems in chess.
हाँ
आहो,
भाई.
वर्ल्ड चैंपियन है हमारे पास, लेकिन हम लोग जीत नहीं पा रहे हैं हर गेम.
क्रेजी भाई. आई एम
है ना?
जस्ट लुकिंग एट द नंबर्स भाई. दिस इज क्रेजी. हाँ भाई, और ऑन योर फैन भाई, हर जगह सर्च करो भाई. अपने कजन्स वगैरह को भी बुलाओ यहाँ पे. दैट्स इट. What did I
भाई जो
search? Bhai, I searched the numbers for the current watching for the Chess 24 Turkey, and bhai, it is crazy. It's actually more than the official one. It's like
that's
11K.
insane. That's insane. So let's go chat. Come on, let's
नॉर्वे चेस
push.
वाले numbers हो गए भाई.
सही में भाई, एंड दिस इज द स्टार्ट. इमेजिन द एंड इफ ही स्टार्ट्स टू विन भाई. ये तो 50 के जाएगा भाई. कम ऑन चैट यार, ऐसे भी.
अगर उसने हरा दिया तो it will be crazy actually
50
वहां
के
पे.
50 के इजी.
हाँ, easily भाई, easily. Especially when it comes to a crunch moment ना, जहाँ पे आगे से कुछ interesting ढूंढना है, then also it can grow
हाँ.
a lot.
सो मीनवाइल चैट यहाँ पे अब गुकेश की गेम पे अगर हम टिके रहे टाइम वाइज, ही इज 30 मिनट्स बिहाइंड. प्लेस C6. By the way, second best move in the position, best was F5. But I like this move, Sahaj, more than F5 because it kind of first of all clarifies the situation कि भाई करना क्या है आपने इन दोनों पॉन्स का. क्या ये दोनों पॉन जय वीरू बन के यहाँ बैठे रहेंगे या फिर कुछ करेंगे भी? एंड ऑल्सो F5 के बाद D3 के बाद ना, आई फील लाइक कि हमने कमिटमेंट बहुत जल्दी कर दी अगर F5 खेला होता. मे बी वी आर नॉट परफेक्टली रेडी. तो C6 आई लाइक मोर देन F5 एक्चुअली.
Yeah, I think that's good. Also, another, just to add on to your point, I think in some variations, I'm seeing the possibility of white going rook a4 and rook takes e4. And I'm actually happy with that because generally, whenever your opponent tries to out prepare you, it is a good idea to sacrifice material and take initiative. तो ये थोड़ा रुक आउट ऑफ प्लेस हो जाएगा यहाँ पे. CD5 के बाद यू हैव टू अगेन डिफेंड द रुक समवेयर. ब्लैक गेन सम मोमेंटम. एंड एक और यहाँ पे बेनिफिट ये है कि आई डोंट थिंक दिस मूव इज इन यागिज़'s प्रिपरेशन. You can see he is thinking pretty hard here, and I think he's going to take some time. And the fact that it's maybe not the best move according to the engine, but the fact that it is making Erdogmus think is a good sign for the world champion.
I'm changing the title to Gukesh versus the next Magnus Carlsen कर दूं. इतना मन है ना मेरा करने का
भाई
भाई.
गुकेश वर्सेस वो एर्दोगमस ही करो, बट उसके नाम में वो जो एक्सेंट्स है ना, वो भी डाल दो.
कि टर्की
इसके
वाले
नाम में
यहाँ
एक्सेंट
के भाई
डालो.
हमें ही गाली देते भाई सारे, गए तू हारेगा तू हारेगा।
Crazy.
भाई क्रेजी।
Turkey channel have their own Sahil bhai, Sahaj bhai. Exactly, bhai. I think his name is Sabri. He's also Chesscom. He's also working with Chesscom, na?
Yeah, working Chesscom, both work Chesscom, and also like Sabri
Acha,
is
okay.
also he's like a short form expert and also is a content creator on his own. So
Oh, I know him from his content. Yeah, I've seen some of his
yeah,
stuff. Yeah.
uh, can you close poll? भाई पोल क्यों क्लोज करे यार, जीतना है भाई। Come on, by the way, Gukesh not at the seat. ये जो पिक्चर है of Gukesh not at the, I hope ऐसा ही रहे पूरे गेम में, because that would mean कि Gukesh is confident right now. Let's see what happens. Look at their poll. अच्छा, I'm curious now. What does their poll say? Like कितना? Okay, chat question. Chess 24 Turkey का कितना percentage poll होगा like of him winning? What do you think? क्या होगा distribution? I'm gonna check. उनका हैवी
I
पोल
don't
की
think
हमारे
they've
पोल की
posted a
बात
poll
कहाँ?
like that. Yeah.
तो हमारे वाले पोल की बेइज्जती कर रहा है क्या?
I
नहीं,
think
वो तो
so.
दिखा रहा है सपोर्ट फॉर यगीज, तो उनका पोल होगा ना आई थिंक।
भाई 12 हो गए.
नहीं, वो अच्छी बात है भाई, दैट्स ग्रेट। भाई दे डू हैव अ
World
पोल।
champion effect, I think.
भाई इट्स 76% फॉर यागीज विनिंग, 18% ड्रॉ एंड 5% गुकेश विन। भाई अपना पोल भी इतना आगे नहीं है। They are beating us on the poll also भाई।
Crazy, भाई.
ये तुक्का ही खत्म नहीं होता है, कमांड
यार
चैट
यहाँ
यार।
पर हम हार रहे हैं यार. यहाँ पर हम हार रहे हैं. हमें हारना नहीं चाहिए यहाँ पे. Come on.
कमॉन चैट, कमॉन कमॉन, पोल पे तो नहीं हार सकते यार, पोल पे तो नहीं हार सकते, पोल पे तो जीतना है यार, वॉचिंग छोड़ो।
Hmm.
But anyways, chat. Meanwhile, आई थिंक यहाँ पे 8x b5 c6, कम ऑन चैट, यहाँ पे आई थिंक व्हाइट को खेलना है c3, ठीक है, एंड यू अटैक द बिशप। मेरे हिसाब से आई थिंक द स्ट्रक्चर फॉर व्हाइट लुक्स अ बिट ऑकवर्ड। आई एम नॉट श्योर इफ आई वांट टू पुट द बिशप ऑन c5 or do we go to d6, because now I also like d6, Sahaj, because there's a pawn on e4, bishop d6, queen h4 ideas kind of become more tempting from black's perspective.
बट बिशप d6 पे रखा तो बिशप ये बंद हो जाएगा. आई मीन आई विल ओनली प्ले बिशप d6 इफ यू ट्रेड दीज ऑफ, लाइक इफ आई कैन
पर वो
कैप्चर
मारना तो
बैक
पड़ेगा
विद
ना भाई
माय
उसको
डीप.
at some point.
बट क्यों? Like he can also leave it, no? Like there's rook a4, which I see is quite interesting. Then there is another variation, which is c3. Bishop goes somewhere to, let's say, c5 or d. Let's say d6. I'm not really sure kahan pe jayega bishop. Let's say c5, and now just something like queen b3 is what I was thinking. Just if you take, I take
Hmm.
back with my queen. That looks interesting.
Hmm. Very interesting, actually. And right now, a dogma's thinking. Do you think his preparation has ended, or do you think he's trying to still remember everything?
I think it's ended completely. I think it. I think he's out of his prep with his last move. That's why I like it so much for Gukesh, because at least prep se to nikala usko immediately.
Come on, chat. Come on. Let's go. Naya poll. भाई, नहीं, I changed it because उसमें गलती से dogma की spelling गलत थी actually. D
Ah,
के बदले
okay.
G लगाया हुआ था. So that's why I changed it. एक तीर से दो निशाने होंगे तो अच्छी बात है, but that was the main reason. Meanwhile,
भाई यहाँ पे पोल पे भी लिखना चाहिए था Erdogmus win के आगे ब्रैकेट में not gonna happen.
नहीं 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 नहीं, actually I think I do believe in Erdogmus potential, but chat, objectively Gukesh is the stronger player right now. It's more about him believing in himself. We
You know,
really want to
like
win this one.
I'll tell you that, going into the broadcast today, I was also feeling that Erdogmus has really good chances against Gukesh today,
Hmm.
especially considering Gukesh's form and, Yagiz's form. I mean, he's playing fantastic. He's finishing second right now, which is amazing for a
Hmm.
14-year-old. And but I just feel like the way that the opening has gone and the way that Erdogmus has broken the pattern, like jahan par,
Hmm.
generally he's not winning in openings. He
Hmm.
usually ऐसा होता है कि Erdogmus is the one sort of think taking more time in the opening, and his opponent, has that monster prep. But at the end, what happens is कि middle game में he gets into this time pressure situation and then he does something crazy. वो pattern अब नहीं आ रहा. That's why I think this is now pure chess, and I feel because he broke the pattern, I think Gukesh has very good chances. I'm actually gonna vote for a Gukesh win now.
बिल्कुल गुकेश विन के लिए पूरी उम्मीद है एंड चैट साजिद मे बी यू शुड लुक एट सम वेरिएशंस नाउ बिकॉज़ मुझे लग रहा है लेट्स गो डीपर सो यहाँ पे व्हाइट रुक ए4 योर आइडिया साज आई एम वेरी टेम्प्टेड बाय दैट आइडिया नाउ बिकॉज़ नाउ बिशप इज अटैक्ड if you move the bishop and then I pick up the e4 pawn I'm very happy as white so what is the best move
C3,
black
right?
no
Or
rook
Rook
a4
A4?
rook a4 for example I'm very curious about
Okay,
that
Rook
move I
A4.
like that move what does black
Rook
play now
A4
does
में
rook a4 के बाद हाँ
there is the bishop is attacked, like you mentioned. There is bishop e7 and queen e7, two possible moves.
hmm.
I'm guessing bishop e7 is simpler because if you take on e4, I take on d5, attacking your rook, and now the rook has an awkward place to go to. Like either it goes to d4 where it targets d5. I'm sure that's not a good move because the rook is going to be super out of place. Other move is rook a4, which I think makes sense
वापस
क्योंकि आप रुक को एक कोने में रख दिया आपने और a7 पे पॉन पे थोड़ा प्रेशर है. एटलीस्ट कोई
hmm.
पीस अटैक नहीं करेगा रुक को यहाँ पे टेम्पो के साथ.
Hmm.
And just d6 with the idea of bishop d7 and taking the pawn on b5. Now the only problem is knight f3. This knight on d4 looks very nice because it can also defend the pawn on b5. Bishop d7, knight d4, and okay, this is maybe a6 here. And now black has these maybe not ideal double pawns. But okay, you have double bishops as well. And white ka bishop abhi bhi c1 pe banda hua hai. This is one continuation that is likely. If you go for rook a4. And the second move is you can go queen e7, which also makes sense because you're defending the bishop, you're defending the pawn. And if white plays c3 now to kick the bishop away, the bishop goes to c5, white goes d3, and you can play even f5 in this position. Like you take, I take, and suddenly I have pressure on the f2 pawn. And ये knight e1 का अभी भी यहीं पे ही बंधा हुआ है. So
Very
that's what
interesting
happens if
chat.
white goes rook a4.
Agreed. And that means ki white has multiple options to move here. And that means both players will have a deep think. I'm still kind of very excited about this game. He takes off his, वो जो key card होता है, pass, and now he's gonna think even deeper. So be the right moment to have a look at what's happening in one of the other games, Sajay. Maybe Arjun's game. You have a look.
Oh yes, let's take a look at Arjun. So basically, we were talking about this position, जहाँ पे Chigorin's idea, and guess what? Arjun actually played Chigorin, knight f5 and c5. Knight d2 के बाद he goes queen c7, knight f1 पे rook e8. So, and he just played knight d3 by the way after almost 20 minutes of thought. I think we are still in sort of mainstream territory. White ने सिर्फ d4 नहीं खेला, उसकी जगह d3 पे pawn रखा हुआ है. And knight e3, the idea is you want to keep an eye on both d5 and f5 squares. Maybe you also want to go knight g4 if the position allows. Maybe you are also keeping the options of g4 alive as well. And एक भी piece trade नहीं हुआ position में, एक pawn भी trade नहीं हुआ position में, and it's just a fight now from the both sides.
Yep, d5, f5 squares looking very tempting for Vincent Keymer, and black, of course, will try to counter with his own squares. So let's keep moving, Saj, by one look at the game of maybe Pragg now against Hans. कि क्या चल रहा है?
So Pragg and Hans. So we left it somewhere around bishop b5 check. जहाँ पे he goes bishop d7, only move, takes, plays c4, kicking the knight away. Knight goes to b6. White plays rook c1, still I think theory for Hans. Plays f6, only move in the position to defend against knight e5 ideas. White takes, black takes, and now there is an imbalance on the board. 3 versus 2 on one side and 4 versus 3 on the other. And white के लिए थोड़ा b4 c5 खेल के you can create a majority on the queen side. He goes b4, bishop e7 के बाद castle and queen b3. And now he's basically targeting queen also, enters the queen side. He's planning for maybe some c5 ideas, some a4 a5 ideas to annoy the bishop, annoy the knight on b6. Maybe some bishop e3 rook d1 ideas. And also another thing I see here is some h4 h5, which can be interesting for white as well. I think Hans is like slightly better out of the opening. Pragg को थोड़ा बचाना पड़ेगा यहाँ पे.
Agreed. And Hans Niemann will make this extremely difficult. Oh, e6 pawn Saj, that's the weak point. Maybe if he manages e5, but then the bishop on e7 is not so happy. So देखना पड़ेगा how do you tackle this problem for Pragg now. Time बिल्कुल बराबर. Let's have a brief look at Arvind Saj by complete the circle and then rush to Gukesh. What do you make of Arvind's chances here?
Arvind, I think in a very rock solid position. I mean, I don't know if it's good to call it two results, but I feel like it's pawns ekdam same jagah pe d4 d5 and everything else is the same. White ke lekin bishops on d3 and c1 feel a lot stronger because you're
Hmm.
targeting the king side. Black's bishop is on e7 right now. It should be on d6. And it feels like same position hai, but white ke paas do teen chale zyada hai. Like, white has played bishop d3, white has played c3, connected these pawns. He's played h3, tak koi back rank ki problems now. Whereas it feels like black is a few moves behind. So it's a very
Hmm.
solid, stable advantage. And I think it's not reaching to call it a two result position. I think Arvind right now looking the most comfortable.
Hmm. Have to agree with you that. And Arvind ki kafi logical. Typical London system structure, yeah. C3, D4. You're usually happy. Pawn on D5 can be isolated. So things looking great. We have a couple
ये
of moves,
पॉन
Sajbhai,
अगर
I
यहाँ
think,
होता तो
further.
लंदन होती भाई अगर ये पॉन e6 पे होता तो.
हाँ, we do have a couple of more moves, Sajbhai, I think. आगे आ चुके थोड़ा सा. I think there's bishop G5 on the board, I think. C5 and bishop
I'm
G5.
refreshing. Okay, there we go. C5 and bishop G5. Just
Yeah.
played.
Yeah. So very interesting chat. Looks good for Arvind. So rushing back to the Gukesh game. That is the game, which is super important, by the way. The youngster, the 14-year-old talent, still wondering about what to play. Start by first question. I don't know chess. मुझे दिख रहा है बस basic rules पता है. Pawn चला है. Why should I just not take with one of the pawns on C6?
Because if you take bc6 or let's say dc6 and then black can go dc6 and suddenly this bishop becomes open. You can take here as
Hmm.
well. I can capture back. I don't. Although I shouldn't capture back actually. I should play a5, which is crazy. That's actually way more complicated. But bc6 also feels very good for black because आपके double bishops अब activate हो जाएंगे easily. And you get f5, I
Hmm.
don't know, bishop d6, queen h4. Like, you can create an attack on the queen side much easier. And कभी अगर white ने h3 वगैरह कुछ किया तो bishop takes h3 can also be a threat. So you should never, ever, ever take this pawn on c6. And I think Yagiz knows this. But I think his
Hmm.
his team or he, like, when they were preparing, they did not consider this move whatsoever. And this feels like a very critical move to cover.
Yeah, that's a surprise. But I think overall, फिलहाल के लिए Gukesh is still not at the seat. And okay, you can't take on C6. Rook A4 we have covered. We've also covered, I think, C3, right? Anything else he might consider? Why not D3, for example? लग रहा है कि भाई पॉन आगे चलो एक कदम नाइट को गेम में लाओ मतलब बेचारा नाइट ऑन E1 इट्स इज लुकिंग अ बिट ऑकवर्ड हमने ऑलरेडी कहा है कि ही नीड्स मोर स्क्वायर सो व्हाई नॉट D3 साज
I take the free pawn on d5. You take here, I take here. I think the knight on e1 still remains on e1. I mean, you can still capture the d5 pawn at some point, like c3, bishop d6, queen b3. I see a way you can capture on d5. Maybe not bishop d6 though. Let's put the bishop somewhere else, like c5, for example. And white goes queen b3, and you take this. So you can play like this, but not ideal. The best move here for white is to play c3, from what I can see. Is it the same for you?
Yeah, C3 is the best move indeed. And C3 is not easy, of course, because आपका कुछ squares जा रहे हैं and also like bishop. It feels like the bishop is also worse placed on B4 somehow. Like rook A4 is a free tempo. Whenever I play D3 takes knight D3, that's a free tempo. So I might be kind of giving black a move for free to improve the square of his bishop also. So C3, I'm not sure it comes to your mind as the best choice unless you've seen this with the help of the engine.
Yeah, correct. C3 will be very difficult to play. And then knight c2 करके आपको खेलना है. It feels very illogical actually. d3 is what maybe a lot. Maybe rook a4 is also pretty logical here as well. Yeah,
By the
d3
way,
and rook a4 is what my guess is.
साज भाई एक सवाल है is Erdogmus of Magnus's level. I mean, he said the once players start to notice you, they start figuring you out and becomes harder. Has Erdogmus passed that phase already? For sure, he's at least at that phase. Not sure if he's been figured out. But एक चीज है, if he crosses 2700, I think the youngest 2700 until now in the history of chess was at the age of 15 years and a few months. तो 15.5 साल भी अगर मान ले he has a lot of time to break that record which he likely might just do in this event if he continues like this. So he might be the youngest 2700 in history ever. Youngest GM is one metric, but it also sometimes cannot really correlate to top level chess, yeah, because somebody might be 2500 but might not reach 2800. But 2700 is an even stronger metric to measure in terms of professional level, right? Because 2700 is you're already there.
True. I think he will definitely be the youngest 2700 in the world. But I think, Chad, when you think about, first of all, I think again, I don't feel it's fair for the player to compare them to the goat of chess at such a young age. It puts a lot of pressure on the player, and I just feel like you should be your own player. You should not compare yourself to anyone. But since we are on the subject, हमें ये Erdogmus को हमें Ali Reza से compare करना चाहिए, because Ali Reza at one point, I think he's to this date the youngest 2800 that the world has ever seen, right? But still वो मैग्नस के लेवल का नहीं है, क्योंकि वो लेवल आई थिंक आपको एक टाइम के बाद समझ आएगा कि whether he is able to dominate at the top level like Magnus did, um or not. But in terms of style, I don't know, I feel like Magnus is different so far. From what I've seen from Yagiz, Magnus feels different to me. Like also when Magnus was younger, he felt different. So you don't know. But he could be someone, his style could be something that is even superior to Magnus. It's possible, but you know, we have to really be careful when we discuss anyone with Magnus.
Yeah. So just fixing some stuff, Saj bhai. Continue, please.
Yeah. Which Indian players still have chances of winning the tournament? Bhai, I don't think Indian players have a chance to win. Maybe Gukesh has the closest chance, but it's not a real chance because 4 rounds बचे हैं, and generally जो tournament winner होता है उनके 8.5 point होते हैं. That's usually the metric. And Gukesh के 4 point हैं. That means even if he wins 4 out of 4, he's going to be on 8. So that's probably not going to be enough to win. Remember that जो Indian players हैं, Gukesh and Arjun, they both have 4 points. I think they are the only two. Yeah, Prag also has 4 points. Sorry. So Gukesh, Arjun, and Prag have 4
points. Can we have the
standings?
I think it'll be easier to kind of show.
Nodirbek is on 6.
Just a brief second. Yeah,
Nodirbek is on 6, as you can see. By 2 point ka difference is too much when there is only 4 rounds remaining. So I don't feel that एक Indian का जीतना यहाँ पे is feasible anymore.
Yeah, I think the only scenario I can imagine is the hypothetical scenario is if one of the Indians on 4 wins, then Nodirbek loses, and then none of the 5.5 guys win. But it does look difficult कि ऐसे, I mean ये तो RCB level से भी आगे calculation हम पहुंच चुके हैं. So it's possible hypothetically, but today we'll have to see like some insane results go our way. So I think that's focused on playing good chess, and if किस्मत अच्छी हुई तो भाई there might still be a chance. Yeah. So meanwhile,
भाई also Sindarov का उससे match है Jordan से. So the two tournament leaders basically who are on 5.5 are playing against each other.
So draw, yeah. Draw is the only way then.
If we look at the game, if we can actually take a very quick look at Sindarov versus Jordan, this is actually looking very scary, because look at this prep by Sindarov. It's apparently it's not very good. He just played d5 in this position, which was a bad move, and takes ke baad, according to the bar, he's fine, but look at this knight c7 check incoming. Knight d6 check incoming. This looks scary.
Yeah, maybe is rook c8 working here? Just my first instinct.
Bhai, rook c8 nahi. Actually, it's working. Yeah, bishop e2 is the move, and then we just continue short castle.
Thank God. Then he's fine. If my first instinct works, then I think probably Jordan is going to be fine after his game yesterday. So not going to be too worried. Meanwhile, chat, I think I'm really wondering kya hone wala hai. But one look at the game of Bluebaum, who's now worse against Anish Giri. He was clearly better, but S3 unhone ek chaal kheli, and after Queen e7, I think Anish Giri is already better.
Yeah, h3 was the mistake, and Queen e7 ke baad clear better actually. Bhai, and Anish, bhai, what a comeback he has had, bhai. Have to give it to him, yeah. Gukesh, Nodirbek, and then Fedoseev said draw, and then he scored 2.5 out of 3 basically in the last 3 rounds.
Have to agree, and I think ऐसा ही comeback चाहिए Indian players को. It's possible, bhai. And Arjun नहीं हार रहा, bhai. Arjun is slightly worse. I think he played h6. If we jump to his game just now, you will notice कि white का plan है knight f5 square पे लाने का. So f5 पे आने के बाद automatically to kick it away at some point you have to go g6, and g6 के chances बहुत कम हो गए after you play h6 because the h6 pawn will hang. So Sadeh, why did he play h6 then?
I'm a bit perplexed actually with this h6 move. Thoda confusing hai mere liye, because generally speaking, in this position, black wants to play bishop f8, then you know थोड़ा आप develop करते हो whatever knight c6 वापस rook d8 whatever and maybe you try for a5 but ये bishop f8 पे जो बैठता है ना इसका आइडिया होता है कि black wants to go g6 and bishop g7 at some point. तो h6 completely goes against it because h6 के बाद g6 खेलना is harder because this h6 pawn is always going to be you know kind of hanging. And yeah, you're
Exactly.
right.
Yeah.
Knight f5 is very dangerous. Knight h4, knight f5 is very dangerous in this position. And sometimes even g4, g5 could be dangerous. So could this be
Wow.
Arjun, you know, trying to do something like funky on purpose?
Yeah, I think it is funky. I just hope he gets lucky because otherwise we're gonna be donkey and we're gonna be crying Saj bhai. Because
भाई
मुझे लग
याद
रहा
है
है
उसने
कि
विंसेंट को 3 बार हराया था भाई 3-0 हराया था उसने जीसीएल में सेम डे
that's true. That's
सेम
true.
डे भाई वो हराया
I
जा
know,
रहा
I know,
था
I know.
भाई
I know, but I also feel like kahin na kahin pe, this is classical and also Vincent. Yeah, that F5 square, yeah, it's so tempting. I mean, Kasparov ka quote yaad aa raha hai, bhai, give me F5, I'll give you the game, something like that. So, bit worried, but okay, हमें पता है कि अर्जुन ऐसे ही खेलता है. He will give you some slight edge and try to find a way to complicate matters. So, hard to judge him for the position now. Meanwhile, Prague seems to have equalized Sahaj. And I think, unless I'm mistaken, he does look slightly more comfortable than he was earlier.
He has equalized zeros, I can see, but black has to go queen b3, a b3, and I don't know, Sahil bhai. I don't like this setup for Prague because I can always, first of all, this pawn defends b3, which is great, and mera pawn b4 pe is active, which is also great. Secondly, rook a1 karke I can attack the a7 pawn at any point. I don't know.
नहीं
Look,
नहीं
I'm
कर
starting
लेगा.
to like this actually for Hans, like practically.
नहीं नहीं नहीं. I think he'll play a6, he'll play e5, these two moves, and I think he should be okay. Why? I'm just gonna be a
f5.
bit more unrealistic and positive.
Hmm.
But yeah, I agree with you. I think a file is a bit problematic, but okay, it still looks better than what it was. Meanwhile, has Gukesh's opponent played? No, still no
Yeah,
moves
so
by Yagiz.
what 23 minutes of thinking. अब लग रहा है एकदम यागिज वाला मैच है यूजुअली ऐसा ही होता है इसके मैच में like he's thinking a lot and then you know usually for the last 10 moves or so there's a bit of time pressure that this now feels more normal.
True, true. And यहाँ पे अभी दिख रहा है हमें कुर्सी फिर से द कुर्सी हैज स्टार्टेड टिल्टिंग साज भाई जैसे ही वो कुर्सी का एंगल चेंज होता है वी स्टार्ट सीइंग नर्व्स फ्रॉम यागिस who's just 14 years old. I mean, there's a reason why. I mean, मैं chess 24 Turkey की stream देख रहा था बीच में like I just checked the channel like the numbers for this event are so high like reminds me of us yeah जब like we started winning the candidates and so on. So I think वो momentum है. The entire nation is rallying behind him right now and he would feel it yeah in his daily interactions his family would feel it the entire community would feel it in Turkey so momentum is with Yagiz but of course it's still going to be a tough challenge.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. The next few moves are very critical, but let's see what happens. By the way, Vincent has just played a move after h6. He played knight to h2. I think now it starts to look a bit scary for Arjun because queen f3 आ रहा है, knight f5 आ रहा है, ये knight g4 पे आ रहा है, and suddenly it starts to look very very scary. भाई ये तो मतलब बहुत जल्दी मेट हो सकती है यहाँ पे.
I agree actually because the bishop on b7 is like he's like Shah Rukh Khan but he's not in the movie. I mean he's a star but he should be in the movie for us to take advantage of it right Saj bhai like वो b7 पे
Hmm.
हीरो लग रहा है but वो कर क्या रहा है b7 पे he needs to be on
Making a
e6.
note. Making a note right here.
Why he needs to be on e6?
हाँ
What is he
हाँ
doing
of
on
course
b7?
of course of course. नहीं बिल्कुल सही कह रहे बिल्कुल सही कह रहे. Compilation is incoming chat.
Crazy भाई. So meanwhile chat अपने पोल पे 68% लोग कह रहे हैं गुकेश विंस 13% कह रहे हैं ड्रॉ एंड 19% कह रहे हैं Erdogmus wins. So clearly we are a bit more balanced. Let's just put it that way.
Hmm.
Meanwhile c6 खेला तो okay I'm still stuck with that game sorry my bad.
Yeah, he's still thinking. एक
Still
नजर
thinking.
अरविंद के गेम पे मारते हैं because from what I
हाँ.
can see he has a substantial advantage now
Wait what?
in the game. +1 advantage भाई ये क्या हो गया उसने इसकी लास्ट मूव बहुत खराब थी actually c4 he played which was a huge inaccuracy apparently and now bishop c2 And Erwin on the verge of scoring a win by Rook E5 is a very, very powerful move in this position.
But doesn't c4 feel like a strategic like blunder? Because why would you release the tension on d4 now? 95, all these moves kind of look very easy for white, right? Like typical London setup which has gone bad.
Yeah, yeah, true. And I think generally you're supposed to go pawn takes d4 in this position. And but the thing is that after knight takes d4, it looks very uncomfortable to play this as black. Because not only you have an IQP, which is this pawn on d5, isolated queen pawn. The problem is कि मेरा knight d4 पे बैठा हुआ है. Generally जिसके पास भी IQP रहता है उसको उसके सामने वाला स्क्वायर मतलब कवर करना होता है. And since white is already covering that, he wasn't comfortable playing this. And that's why he played c4 and that's a mistake. भाई ये बहुत जल्दी भी खत्म हो सकता है मैच. Like there can be a very deadly attack incoming on the queen side, like some knight e5, queen f3, I don't know.
And we know
This could be very risky.
how much Arvind needs this, yeah? He needs this more than anything. So hoping he converts this one. He has had a couple of wins, but सारा miss कर दिया Arvind ने यार. मतलब बहुत ऐसा ना ऐसे मेरे को इरिटेशन सी हो रही है ऑलमोस्ट यार. आई वांट हिम टू डू सो वेल बट वो लास्ट में जाकर कुछ ना कुछ मिस कर देता है. सो रियली होपिंग ही कन्वर्ट्स दिस वन. दिस विल गिव हिम अ लॉट ऑफ कॉन्फिडेंस. सो पूरी उम्मीद के साथ हम लोग ये गेम फॉलो करने वाले हैं. एंड अर्जुन ऑफ कोर्स अंडर स्लाइट प्रेशर. अरविंद पुटिंग ऑन द प्रेशर. प्रग की गेम पे हमने देखा वो क्वीन ट्रेड इज एन इंपॉर्टेंट डिसीजन, but he's gone rook f d8 Sahaj, so he doesn't take on b3 for now. Prag.
Yeah, but I think he's saving it for the next one. Otherwise, why would he play queen f4 in the first place, right? Doesn't make sense. You want to take on b3 at some point. So white can go bishop e3 to defend this knight, or bishop c3, depending. Actually, bishop e3 mein pawn mar raha hai, perhaps. But your pawn on e6 is also hanging. So some calculation needed here. And yeah, one step towards equality.
Yeah, one step towards equality for Prag. Meanwhile, Sahaj bhai, no moves in many of the games and no moves in the Gukesh game.
Let's go to
कैसा लग रहा है साज भाई? पहली बार वॉचिंग हमारे साथ नहीं है भाई. थोड़ा सा अजीब लग रहा है भाई.
नहीं भाई, understandable भाई. टर्की के लिए like they are playing against, I mean they have a 14-year-old prodigy. They're playing against the
Wow.
world champion. Of course, like it's a completely different feeling. So I'm
I
sure
think
a lot of the chess fans are glued to their screens and watching this match very, very closely.
reminds me of वो जो जो रोगन का वो था like ऐसे लाइक पहले मैं इतना मेहनत करता था कि बड़ा घर ले पाऊं, फिर बड़ा घर लिया, बोर हो गया मैं 10 दिन से उससे. आई वाज लाइक लाइक सडनली इट हैड लेस वैल्यू. तो लाइक इट मेक्स अस रियलाइज कि भाई वर्ल्ड चैंपियन जिसके लिए लोग फाइट कर रहे हैं, इट्स सच अ लग्जरी टू हैव इन आवर ओन कंट्री. लाइक ऐसी
Hmm.
चीज है ना, नहीं समझ भाई?
Right, right, right. I think that makes sense.
या Yagiz and Sahaj look almost the same. Wow. Oh, इसी कमेंट का रह गया था मैं इंतजार. सहाज भाई,
हाँ भाई,
ये क्या सुन
मतलब
रहा हूं मैं?
यही 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 सुनना रह गया था भाई. क्रेजी भाई. काश अगर हमारी रेटिंग भी अगर सिमिलर होती तो मजा आ जाता. ये बोर्ड को क्या हुआ?
बोर्ड भी गायब हो गया भाई.
हाँ, ये सुनते ही बोर्ड गायब हो गया भाई.
कोई कहता कि वहां पे टर्की वाली स्ट्रीम में कुछ लोग ऐसे लाइक गुकेश कह रहे हैं कि हार जाएगा वो सब. क्रेजी पार्टी हमारी चैट भी वही कह रही है. ये क्या है चैट भाई? एटलीस्ट हम तो सपोर्ट करें मुकेश को. कम ऑन भाई, मुकेश
हाँ
जीतेगा भाई, बिल्कुल जीतेगा.
भाई 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 भाई. साहिल भाई, जस्ट बी राइट बैक इन अ मिनट. या
हाँ. Meanwhile,
ये गेम पे
Nodirbek
छोड़ रहा
in
हूँ.
the background checking out the game. Gukesh and Yagiz. Nodirbek, by the way, leading the event. क्या ही खेल रहा है यार बंदा. मतलब Nodirbek का भी समझ नहीं आ रहा. Sometimes he'll play fabulous chess, sometimes he'll struggle. So he also needs that balance in life. कि भाई सारे events consistency missing है I think. And actually that's an interesting point. जितने भी top players हैं chat, let's exclude Magnus and Fabi from this. Maybe Hikaru because he doesn't play as often. अगर उन तीनों को हटा दें, आई थिंक बाकी सारे प्लेयर्स में जो एक चीज मिसिंग है वो है कंसिस्टेंसी. टॉप 10 में ना पिछले एक साल में so many players have been like Vincent, Nodirbek, Arjun, Fiducia, Anish, Vei, Wesley, Prag, Gukesh, Vishy, Duda, Rapport, Dominguez. Like, इतने सारे लोग रह चुके हैं. I'm sure there were others. Even Arvind was like in top 10 at one point. So I think consistency is the main problem, I think, for everybody outside of the top three. So जिस दिन वो solve कर देंगे ना, I think they will automatically jump to like 20 plus rating. 12K watching तो नहीं हो रही chess based नहीं. I think that's the point. I think sometimes when you want something, it is a lot of more interest than when you actually have something. So जिसके लिए लोग fight कर रहे हैं वो already हमारे पास है, so it doesn't feel like a big deal. But it's always a big deal. Why? We have a world champion with us. That's crazy. Like everybody else would, there are people who would kill for it, and that's crazy. None except I think Fabi is also pretty consistent. I will have to bat for him there. I think he is very consistent. Been there for like a decade plus there. So Fabi काफी consistent है यार. Consistent. Arjun also relatively consistent, but still like he's been up and down. Like rating ऊपर नीचे गई है. इतना consistent नहीं जितना Fabi है या Magnus है. Erdogmus has some X factor makes him want to watch his games. I think it's just how young he is enough, no? Like I'm sure there are other factors, but 14 years old, like knowing there's somebody 14 and is playing against the world champion and could technically beat him is an insane fact. He has more points than Gukesh right now. Isn't that crazy? Yeah, Sanjay, bilkul. Why is Fabi not good at rapid blitz? I think he's gotten better. He was really bad at it earlier. Like relatively to his classical, पहले वो बहुत बेकार खेलता था. Like he's really gotten better. So relative है सब कुछ भाई. Sahil bhai is most consistent. बिल्कुल भाई. Always negative yellow. Like इतनी consistency भी नहीं होनी चाहिए तो.
भाई consistency से याद आया भाई 32 minutes. That's a long time to think.
भाई ब्लंडर कर देंगे तो crazy हो जाएगा ना.
Yeah, this is actually quite I think, a difficult situation for Erdogmus, have to say. Even though he got his prep on the board.
Come on, come on, come
Arvind,
on.
by the way, 40-minute advantage and a clear, like, better position, so he's doing really well.
ठीक है. No, I think आज के लिए साज भाई, to be honest, this game looks very exciting. And I'm checking, and Prague game looks like a draw to me. Arjun game also looks like exciting, but it's worse for us. So I'm not as tempted to check that one out. So I think Prague का तो draw होगा, मुझे ऐसा लग रहा है. Arvind hopefully wins, and I think rest of course it's Gukesh as well as Arjun fighting it out.
Well, let's see,
सारे
भाई.
भाई अर्जुन को नॉर्वे चेस जीसीडी का रेगुलर दोनों का इनविटेशन नहीं मिला. हाउ अनफेयर. वी डोंट नो अबाउट नॉर्वे बाय द वे. हमें पता नहीं है. क्या पता मुकेश ने मना कर दिया हो एंड ही गॉट एन इनवाइट. वी डोंट नो फॉर नॉर्वे येट. अभी दो ही प्लेयर रिवील्ड हैं. दे आर प्लग एंड मैग्नस. जीसीटी वेल आई मीन उसको लास्ट टाइम इनवाइट नहीं किया. आई डोंट नो व्हाट वाज द रीजन. वी डोंट नो द इंटरनल डिस्कशंस. क्या पता इस बार उसने खुद ही कह दिया मैं नहीं खेलूंगा बिकॉज लास्ट टाइम इनवाइट ना किया हो. मे बी दिस टाइम he got an invite, he was busy. Like it's very hard to contemplate, right? Of course he should be there ideally because he's the one player who's consistently good at all the formats.
Correct, actually. Faster formats में, I mean, Arjun को ना लेना is, yeah, it feels wrong, but
Asha, Vincent has been revealed. Oh, Vincent is playing Norway this time. Oh, that's been announced. That's okay. I missed that one. आज ही हुआ क्या announce? Because कल तक तो मैंने नहीं देखा था. So Vincent is also playing. So
भाई
Magnus,
चैट
Prag
आप
and Vincent.
आपको मतलब इतना जल्दी कैसे पता लग जाता है? What's your source?
जो बरखत का सोर्स था ना भाई, वही सोर्स था चैट का भी.
भाई Vedant Panesar also is in almost a dead loss position, yeah?
Yeah, saw that one. Starting से ही था वो. Yesterday
Hmm.
आया क्या? Oh, okay. Chat faster. Wow. Insta. Gukesh also playing. Wait, what? Gukesh is playing? How do we know this? No, Gukesh is not playing. Bye. There's no confirmation for that. Source, trust me, bro. Nice. Bro, trust me, bhai. Gukesh जीतेगा आज. Same source.
Yeah, bhai, but right now, oh, by the way, we see Prag in the background.
भाई 150 करोड़ है किसी को पता होगा ही. ये
हाँ,
क्या लॉजिक है?
good point.
तो
Good
तो
point.
तो 150 करोड़ है किसी को स्ट्रिंग थ्योरी का भी सोल्यूशन पता होगा. बता दो यार. वो नील डिग्रास टाइसन को बेचारा सर पीट रहा है वहां यूएस में बैठे बैठे. बता दो उसको कोई. Gukesh won't play Norway. But why would he not play Norway? Like it would be so crucial, right? That rivalry. Like it would be so
I think
interesting
the
to see
most
that again.
important thing for him is to defend the title. I'm not so sure ke like उससे पहले, I mean it's too close to the World Championship match for me.
नहीं नहीं यार, वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप मैच तो आते रहेंगे भाई, राइवलरी इज मोर इंपॉर्टेंट, यू हैव टू, लाइक गुकेश हैज टू आल्सो लुक फॉरवर्ड, आई फील लाइक मतलब मैग्नस से खेलने का मौका कितने मिलेंगे गुकेश को, लाइक देयर बी लाइक handful of opportunities to play Magnus classical, like he has to grab them all, I feel like it's like almost missing out on a training session, yeah, with Magnus, like you have to take those opportunities because goal is not just to hold the title, also to become stronger, no?
Hmm. Correct. But okay, like if you're playing world championship matches also, that's also very good training to be a good chess player.
हाँ, दोनों ले लो ना, सब ले लो, लाइक एप्पल भी खाने, ऑरेंजेस भी खाने, लाइक जस्ट बिकॉज एन एप्पल एक ही डॉक्टर है डजंट मीन ऑरेंज नहीं खा सकते साथ भाई, दोनों खाते ना.
भाई मेरे हिसाब से I think I'm still gonna stick to that कि like he should play some open event and then like उसके बाद play some like you know a focus on the world championship and Olympiad भी है भाई, let's not forget. तो वहां पर भी आपकी प्रिपरेशन रिवील होगी थोड़ी सी. ओलंपियाड तो मना नहीं कर सकते ना आप.
ये ओलंपियाड तो
ओलंपियाड
है
इज
ही,
वेरी
and of course he
इंपॉर्टेंट.
would want to play that one, I think that's for sure. So it's a fan made, no भाई, it's a Magnus made rivalry not a fan made rivalry. जब
हम्म.
मैग्नस ने टेबल तोड़े थे तब तब से वो चालू हो चुका है. एंड भाई अर्जुन को नॉर्वे चेस, अच्छा ये तो हमने डिस्कस कर लिया, बट या देखते हैं, यू नेवर नो यार. Okay, meanwhile, Erdogmus has been thinking for almost 40 minutes now. इतने में तो अंग्रेजी पिक्चर खत्म हो जाती है. So still not sure इतना क्या डीप है इसमें.
भाई आई थिंक पोजीशन तो डिफिकल्ट है ना भाई. प्लेइंग C3 इन दिस पोजीशन एंड ऑल द वेरिएशंस दैट वी सॉ, they are not natural. क्योंकि natural moves are BC6 and DC6 and we know that's not good for him because the bishop gets activated and then he would be on the defensive for the entirety of the game. तो थोड़ा केयरफुल तो रहना पड़ेगा यहाँ पे. बट 40 मिनट इज अ लॉट.
So what's your favorite FIDE event? I think for me it's the Olympiad. I know World Championship is the maximum viewed, but as a nation, I think okay, World Championship maybe first. I maybe have to not be so SFO, but I think Olympiad comes a close second. I think Olympiad मेरे लिए बहुत special है because team की तरह देखने को मिलता है. It's unique. And जो मैंने वो scenes देखे थे भाई of Gukesh with that walk and everybody being so happy, like I would, like if India is winning the Olympiad, I would fly on my own like money and go and experience it once, like just to feel it because बहुत ही सही feeling लगती है. Sajay, what do you feel like? What is the most important FIDE event?
Important or the one that I enjoy the most?
Enjoy, let's say.
World Rapid and Blitz for sure. World Rapid and Blitz is fun, bhai. There's like so much drama, so much exciting chess, so many players, and it's fast chess, which is always fun.
Hmm.
Um, by last year also like that Gautam Krishna was, I think, I mean, he was just absolutely on fire by 4 out of 5 he scored by just playing B3 and B6,
Yeah,
which
true.
is beyond impressive.
Yeah. 40 minutes. Maybe classical chess is the reason chess viewership is low. I mean, Chess 24 Turkey has 12,000, 13,000 viewers. So maybe that's not the only reason. I agree. I think its format is one of the reasons. I think it's also what we are fighting for. Stakes are important. And unfortunately, the form of Indian players has not been the best in this event. I think that's one of the reasons as well. But I think what changed sakta hai, bhai. I think that can always change at some point.
Correct. And I think 40 minutes, taking 40 minutes to think in a classical game is not like unnecessary. I would say that ये बहुत लोग करते हैं ऐसा because there is sometimes a lot to think about in a position. A lot of different things, go through your mind. Yeah, it can be long and sometimes boring also for the viewer, but I think classical chess में the amount of stuff that you can see is just very, very fascinating sometimes. And I think that this is one of those positions.
EWC definitely agrees. Amazing. एक बंदा कहता मैं चेस 24 टर्की पे गुकेश विंस करके आया. ये मत करो भाई. Because that, I mean, you have to prove it on the board, not with your words. Meanwhile, let's go to the game of Arjun because chat कह रही है कि he's under pressure and has made a slight error.
Okay, let's take a look. He played C, knight h2 पे छोड़ा था हमने, and he has now played C4. So another like slight inaccuracy. And after knight hg4, which seems to be the best move for Vincent, he is having a very, very big advantage in the game. Arjun had an
Hmm.
amazing start to Tata Steel, defeating Prague, and then uske baad, every game he was sort of showing that he's better prepared and he was feeling like himself. But I feel like second half of this event has not gone Arjun's way. In fact, like first win के बाद Arjun has not won a single game in 8 matches.
Wow. Wow. But ये event ही ऐसा है actually. I feel like this event has been rather slow for us. Let's just put it that way.
Yeah, that's an understatement, भाई.
Yeah.
तो लेफ्ट तो हम स्टैंडिंग्स देखते हैं तो लेफ्ट साइड पे आने के लिए अभी हम वही चाहिए बस अभी.
और चार
फर्स्ट तो
प्लेयर है
छोड़ो
भाई
भाई, लेफ्ट
हमारे.
साइड पे आना है बस.
चार प्लेयर है हमारे यार. That's crazy, no?
The most players, yeah, the most players from any country basically.
भाई दो ही है मैक्स किसी और कंट्री से, वो भी एक ही कंट्री से, जर्मनी या दो
और
कंट्री से बस.
नेदरलैंड्स तो होम कंट्री है, उनके भी 2 ही है भाई. उनके भी 2 है, हमारे 4 है भाई. बट स्टिल वी आर स्टिल वांटिंग टू गो ऑन द लेफ्ट साइड के भाई टॉप 8 में तो आए कम से कम.
भाई
बट या
दिस इज ऐसे कमेंटेटर कभी नहीं देखे होंगे चैट तुमने, बिल्कुल ऑनेस्ट.
हाँ भाई. No, of
Oh
course
man.
we also want them to do well. I think this is I think in 2 years of commentary that we've done, Sahil bhai, I think for the first time I'm seeing के Indian players, usually एक player ऐसा होता है who's doing really well, and okay कुछ players के लिए it's not going as well. This is the first time I'm seeing के all across the tournament is not going well for us. Like in the Masters and the challenges, overall it's just not going well for the Indian players.
I agree. I think usually एक player तो shine करता है. That's why we never feel this.
Yeah, like for
This time I
example,
think
World
it's
Rapid and Blitz wasn't the best for like अब Arjun को छोड़ो, Gautam Krishna को छोड़ो, Ronak for example did really well as well. But it didn't go well for a lot of Indian players, right? But एक player था who was keeping it. Like Nihal was also playing fantastic in the World Rapid and Blitz as well. But yeah, अभी नाइट एट G4 के बाद भाई problems लग रही हैं मुझे. Huge problem. Actually, let's do some some analysis. ऑलरेडी +1 दिखा रहा है भाई मेरे को नाइट नाइट जी. आई डोंट नो आपका सुपर कंप्यूटर क्या कह रहा है यहाँ पे, बट इफ ब्लैक गोज नाइट टेक्स G4, queen takes G4, and suddenly knight F5 happens, and there is a checkmate in one, checkmate on the board, and you have some serious attacking possibilities here. And the problem is white is threatening knight F5, right? So basically you have to go this bishop C8 and kick the queen away, but the moment you go bishop C8, then knight D5 becomes a problem.
भाई बहुत डर लग रहा है actually. And you know what? I thought, let's say after knight at G4, I take on D3 with the bishop. You take with the pawn. You take with the bishop. And now, by E4 pawn hanging है ना. Like I was like, let's just take that pawn. क्या issue है भाई? But suddenly knight takes H6 check.
अरे बाप रे.
G takes H6, Queen G4 check, King H8, Bishop E4, and भाई यहाँ पे I think वो resign button ढूंढने का डांस चालू करना पड़ेगा. So this is very scary.
True. And if you play knight G5 to defend all of this, firstly H4 से knight तो मर ही रहा है. Secondly, I can just go knight F5, take the H6 pawn and then take on G5. This is just resigns.
भाई साहब.
So
Okay,
something
so
has gone wrong in prep for Arjun for sure. I have to say.
basically जितना अरविंद बेटर है उतना अर्जुन वर्स है. So and Prag is equal. So let's again go to Gukesh. His has still not played. भाई 45 मिनट.
Interesting. 30 चालें चलनी है, 1 घंटा 13 मिनट मतलब पड़े हैं उसके पास. It's crazy that he's thinking so much. Could this be the world champ pressure, you think? That he's thinking so much? Or do you think the position is this complicated?
I'm not sure because I think it's a bit of both. Yeah, I mean it's probably a new opening he's playing, so he doesn't understand it. Already it's very awkward. Yeah, 91. If you go wrong in this position, you could just be lost. So the position itself is a contributor, but also like playing the world champ, as you mentioned. Like he knows ki if I beat Gukesh, that's national headlines in Turkey. The sponsorship comes in. You could get a call from the president कि भाई आपने Gukesh को world champion को हरा दिया. You get so many fans. Of course the game means a lot to you. Like that is your end goal, right? To become world champion. So nothing better than beating him in a game. So I think बहुत pressure तो होगा. So far in
Also,
the
let's
event,
not forget that he defeated Arjun as well. So beating India #1 and the world champion is huge in one single event for any 14-year-old. I mean, 14-year-old तो छोड़ ही दो आप, मतलब किसी भी player के लिए, established or otherwise, it's a great event.
Yeah, but I can tell you this will be national news in Turkey. अगर यहाँ पे he defeats Gukesh 100%, because ऐसा हमने देखा, खुद देखा टर्की कितनी वॉचिंग है. दैट टेल्स यू कि थोड़ा वो नेशनल प्राइड की तरह देखते हैं इसको, आई अज्यूम, एज वी डू एज वेल. सो आई थिंक बहुत ज्यादा हेडलाइंस है, बहुत ज्यादा प्रेशर है ऑन अ 14-year-old. कैन ही स्टैंड अप अंडर प्रेशर? या मतलब, आई डोंट नो इफ यू सीन क्रिकेट साज भाई, बट जब इंडिया पाकिस्तान का मैच होता है ना, पाकिस्तान की टीम बहुत कैश ड्रॉप करती है because they feel the pressure. Like fielding is one of their weak spots. So I think कहीं ना कहीं पे same चीज है. Can Yagiz, handle the pressure? Like the fact that he's thinking of 47 minutes is a red flag somehow. Like he needs to play quickly.
But I think for me, this is something that he's been doing consistently. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised last ki 10 chale, will be played in some seconds. Uh,
He's
so
about to
yeah,
play. By the way, can we go full screen? I think he's about to play.
but let's see.
Crucial moment. Gukesh तो थोड़ा बोर हो गया होगा यार, एक्चुअली नहीं, लाइक 45
भाई वो
मिनट ही चल
बोर्ड से
रहा.
हट ही नहीं रहा है. बोर्ड, लाइक उसकी नजर बोर्ड से हट ही नहीं रही. सो फोकस्ड. एंड दिस इज आल्सो अनदर थिंग, लाइक इफ Yagiz is thinking for what 47 minutes and you think that is too long, why is Gukesh also looking at the board? Why is he also focusing on the moves? Because he also sees something.
I agree. And also, I think if you go back to candidates and world championship, this was a common pattern. Like Gukesh not getting up was pretty normal for the candidates when he won, and the world champion and the Olympiad when he won. So maybe
Hmm.
he's going back to that. Yeah, okay, things are not going out. Let me go back to the routine I was following when I here.
Yeah.
It's a conscious choice.
अच्छा अच्छा, मैं नहीं था क्या? मुझे लगा मैं था.
ओह
ओके.
भाई, मैं भी लैग होने लग गया क्या? ये क्या है भाई साज भाई, ये वायरस फैला रहे हो
भाई
आप?
भाई वो इतना सोच रहा है कि हम सब लैग हो रहे हैं भाई.
कैमरा भी लैग हो रहा है
Is it me now?
भाई, इससे क्या मजाक कर रहे हो? सो फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल इट वाज मी, देन इट वाज द कैमरा, देन इट वाज सहज भाई, एंड नाउ हु? सहज भाई अगेन, ऑसम. A camera?
भाई
Do we have the
क्रेजी.
camera? Oh wow.
Yeah, I should be back now.
भाई एक एक करके सब कुछ कैसे लैग हो गया यार? That's a first.
क्रेजी ना.
Insane.
और मेरे लिए भी थोड़ा
Bro is
weird है.
catching.
Like it never usually happens for me. Like it never happens this often. I don't know what's going on. Why bans? भाई आपको किसने बैन किया? जी हम मैग्नस, मैंने तो नहीं किया आपको बैन.
सहज भाई मैग्नस को बैन करने लगे आप?
क्रेजी भाई.
Yeah, camera has gone by the way Turkish stream पे भी. So there is some issue there. We'll have it pretty soon. Chat, don't worry.
वो सोच
Left with the
उतना
board,
सोच
सहज
रहा है
भाई
वो
though.
कैमरा ही बैन, मतलब कैमरा ही बैन कर दिया उन्होंने.
हाँ, बोर्ड तो लिया सहज भाई. हाँ.
बोर्ड अभी चेंज किया मैंने. भाई चेंज कर रहा हूँ तो आ रहा है. हाँ,
नहीं
एक
आ
बार
रहा अभी.
वापस शेयर करूँ क्या? ये भी आ जाएगा अपने आप. व्हाट डू यू थिंक? फुल फुल स्क्रीन कर दो या तो आप तब तक के लिए. या देयर इट इज. Yeah, let's take a look at
चलो.
Arvind versus Van, because I think there we're doing relatively quite well. Arvind, of course, having this very nice kingside attack, which is very, very likely. And now Black has just played knight d7 to offer the trade of bishops. If you capture, I think you should capture, and then put the queen on e2, put the rook on e1, play h4, and suddenly White just starts to dominate in this position.
Yeah. I think basically white के moves are very comfortable and it's not a clear edge. Like ऐसा नहीं है कि you know how you're winning, but you do know कि you are better, and कहीं ना कहीं पे कुछ ना कुछ तो attack में भी h pawn push कर सकते हो at the right moment, all the way to h6 if possible. Try to create weaknesses, more space in the center. Hopefully Arvind can convert this one. I really want to. Saja, I'll be genuinely disappointed अगर यहाँ पे Arvind जीतते नहीं है, because there are very few games. He needs to catch some rating back, potentially try for the Olympiad spot, get his form back. He can, I mean, 2750 he was, yeah. Like, that's
Yeah,
insane.
2749 was his peak, by crazy. And from that, I think he's lost like what, almost 75 points, more or less, 65 points,
Oh my God.
something like that,
That,
which is crazy.
Zada, bhai, Zada, yeah.
Hmm.
In fact, his live was 2758, if I'm not mistaken. I might be
By the
wrong here,
way,
though.
Yagiz has made his move. I'm not sure if we have the camera still or not, but he has played c3 after nearly 50, no, not nearly, 50 minutes of thought. So best move was played, but 50 minute के बाद भाई.
So जितना यागी से सोचा है इस पोजीशन के बारे में, probably Gukesh hasn't. So Gukesh has to be a bit careful with his next choices. So if he can find a move which is, Saj, tell me, okay, I had a question for you. Option A or option B में तुम्हें choose करना है, ठीक है? Saj भाई, same for you. Option A, thinking for, let's say, okay, let's say thinking time same है, but you play the best move here. जो भी है, the best move यहाँ Bishop E7 दिखा रहा है, for example. You play the best, most challenging move. Option B, you play something which is, let's say, plus 0.3, plus 0.4 for white, but वो यागेश ने देखा नहीं है यहाँ पे अभी. Like 45 मिनट 50 मिनट सोचने के बाद भी उतना ध्यान से देखा नहीं. Which one would you choose if you knew?
I think option B doesn't exist in this position because after 50 minutes of thought, there is no chance there is something in the position you haven't seen. Not the next move at least. He's considered bishop c5, bishop d6, bishop e7, all of it. बिशप अटैक्ड है तो कहीं तो बिशप को आपको रखना पड़ेगा, तो ऑप्शन भी अभी एग्जिस्ट नहीं करती है. लाइक ही विल नो ऑल ऑफ दीज. That's my. He would have spent, maybe it's possible he spent a lot of time on bishop c5 because that to me is the most logical move because the bishop is still active. It hits the f2 pawn. Bishop d6 also is very logical because you're hitting the h2 pawn. But इससे आपका bishop c8 का थोड़ा block हो जाता है. तो maybe not as much. But bishop c5 I think he spent the most time on. But yeah, if hypothetically speaking, अगर मुझे आंसर करना होता तो I would choose option B. Something that Yagiz has not seen because I would get him in time pressure because I think so far in his play, one clear sort of weakness we've seen is that he gets into time pressure a lot. And that's something, it's kind of a ticking time bomb. या कभी ना कभी जाके आपको वो hurt करेगा. Even if it's not happening right now. Like, okay, yesterday also we saw him play, 10 moves in 2 minutes. I mean, yes, it worked out well for him, but ये कब तक काम करेगा? That's the question.
That's a good point. And meanwhile, hoping it doesn't work today, Sahaj bhai. That's the hope. How much time do you think Gukesh takes in this move now? Because he must be thinking while Yagiz is thinking, na? But like 50 minutes is a lot of time. So what do you expect? Like he would have seen the move c3 himself. So could you expect like a very quick reply from Gukesh, like in 5 minutes, or do you think he's going to take like 15, 20 minutes?
I would say 15, 20 minutes, something like this is my guess. डिफरेंस बिटवीन जीएम एंड एनएम. भाई आपको याद रखना चाहिए कि वो एनएम था जिसने मैग्नस को हराया था कल. जीएम ने नहीं हराया किसी मैग्नस को कल, वो भी क्वीन सैक करके. भाई पुट सम रिस्पेक्ट ऑन दैट टाइटल.
Yes, put some respect, bhai. Come on. Respect एनएम in the chat, bhai. Let's go. Meanwhile, respect से याद आया साज भाई, इतनी respect यागिस को मिल रही है. What must be the atmosphere at his home? Like his parents, like, क्या vibe चल रही होगी उसे घर पे अभी? What do you think?
Why, I've been to Turkey many times and I've played many tournaments there, like since I was a kid, and I can tell you they have a huge chess culture. Like unke matlab, it's like it's not even a sport. I think it's more like a cultural thing there. Everyone plays it, and it's a very like close knit community. I really like it in that sense. And I think having a player like Erdogmus is first of all very big shoes to fill for him. And I think he would be just like treated like he's already like one of the world, like he's a world champion, as he should, of course, because एक वो treatment उसको मिल रहा होगा यहाँ पे. I'm sure he would be treated like a king.
Like a king indeed, and likely he's gonna be board one of the Turkish Olympiad team. Can you imagine a 14 or 15-year-old being on board one? Oh my God, that's gonna be crazy.
Likely, I think no other chance ke he is not on board one. There is no chance.
Yeah. Wow. His mom always hugs him. It's yeah, she's always there. She might still be there, yeah, watching the game. I think parents ज़्यादा कोई support नहीं करता है, and they would be very proud. I remember Saj bhai, we talked about this कि 8.5 घंटा defend किया था game उन्होंने against Nodirbek, and his mom was still waiting for 8.5 hours. So फिलहाल के लिए chat, Dogmas has found the best move. All that thinking, all that 50 minutes, but let's not forget कि time difference उतना नहीं है. Gukesh already बहुत time ले चुके थे पहले कुछ चालों के लिए. So time difference is actually just what, 15 minutes? It's not much.
Not much whatsoever, yeah. So I think Gukesh thinks maybe 10-15 minutes and goes for some bishop c5, bishop b7. इन तीनों में से एक move choose करेगा वो. My guess is bishop c5. That makes the most sense to me. बट भाई
Hmm.
एक वेरी क्विक लुक एट ब्लूबॉम वर्सेस अनीश, बिकॉज कुछ टाइम पहले हम कह रहे थे कि ब्लूबॉम इज लुकिंग अ बिट वर्स, बट
Hmm.
लुक एट अनीश's लास्ट मूव h5, which was apparently an inaccuracy, and now I mean he's launching an attack, but it's a big inaccuracy actually. He could
But
be on the verge of a loss. Like, is that queen getting trapped?
no, bhai. But look at the moves. I don't think Bluebam finds this. Look at this variation. Knight G2 only move. Now Queen takes H3. Rook F3 only move. Queen takes G4. And now you calmly, after giving up two pawns in front of your king, you play Bishop E2 now. Bhai,
Why
that's
bishop
not
e2?
gonna happen.
I'm telling you, the queen is trapped. No, that's the point.
No, it is.
Why?
But I don't think he'll find it, Saj. I don't think he'll find all of this.
Why ek Maggie Bluebomb finds this?
And you want to check something? Look at this. Now, black can just castle queenside.
Mm-hmm.
And if you play rook e3 to attack the queen, there is queen g5 and I escape. So you
Mm.
can't really remove the rook anywhere. So white plays bishop f4 with the idea of now kind of, next playing rook somewhere.
Why queen d6 ka
G5.
plan? Queen d6 and it's checkmate.
No, but g5. I don't allow you to do so, no?
Okay.
Like attack the bishop. Now bishop h2. And now apparently knight d4.
Okay, but
भाई
that's. But your
भाई ये
queen is
क्या चल
trapped,
रहा है
yeah?
भाई?
But your queen is trapped
It is.
basically. Like bishop h2 ki jagah, for example, I could play rook f2, I guess, and your queen is gone.
Hmm.
So it's like I think he finds h5. I think he finds knight j2 because और कोई option नहीं है ना आपके पास, और खेलोगे क्या आप इधर?
Okay, but let's look at rook f2. That's very interesting actually. Rook f2 के बाद, if you can
Yeah.
go, rook f2, g takes f4, bishop takes g4, h takes g4. And apparently this is like plus 0.9 for white.
Somehow feels more comfortable for black, yeah.
Why ऐसे कैसे
Knight,
इतना?
I don't know, knight on
Like
e5
queen
looks.
g4 is lost. Queen g4 is lost for white, for example.
क्यों भाई? Knight e5, knight h5,
Look
okay.
at the bar. Look at the bar.
Crazy भाई.
So insane game, yeah. I don't think Blonde will find all of this though. Like it will be very hard, I think.
Hmm. But I think he will find knight g2 though. I think he finds the sequence. And my question is, knight g2 के बाद can I not go like queen d8? Queen d8 तो bad ही होगा ना. Queen e7 में
हाँ,
I have f6. Queen
हाँ.
d8 must be bad because you cannot castle anymore.
Yeah, and
I mean,
then
I think if he
you
sees
don't.
this, he finds it.
I still doubt it. By that will be like a great sign of strength. Yeah, अगर उसने निकाल दिया यहाँ पे, then he's a. I think his calculation is just on another level. So
Yeah,
let's see
I
what
mean,
Bluam
two
does.
candidates. I mean, basically, जो Grand Chess में second आया था और जो Grand Chess में first आया था, they're playing against each other. I mean, and they're gonna be facing each other in the candidates again. So very important match for them as well. I mean, if you think about it, Blue Bomb has defeated Gukesh just now. Anish also defeated Gukesh just now. तो इन दोनों का मैच ऑल्सो इट्स लाइक एक वो राइवलरी यहाँ पर भी बन रही है, राइट? बिकॉज इन अप्रैल दे आर गोना बी प्लेइंग अगेंस्ट ईच अदर.
भाई आई हैव डिफीटेड गुकेश क्लब कब से बनने लगा भाई एक ही टूर्नामेंट में? यार ये क्या चल रहा है साज भाई?
अरे भाई, होता है. अभी तो मैंने आपको और भी क्रेजी स्टार्ट नहीं बताया, दोनों ब्लैक से जीते एक्चुअली.
रोते हुए देख रहा है मुझे, रोते हुए देख रहा है भाई, रो देता हूँ मैं ऐसी बात मैं बताऊँ साज भाई.
No, but I think just a bad. Oh, by the way, has he played night? No, he hasn't. He hasn't. He's still thinking here. Gukesh also, by the way, still thinking. It's been around 7 minutes. Let's switch to that board and see what is he calculating. What is the world champion thinking about here? C5,
साज
D6,
में एक मिनट
E7.
में आया, हाँ एक मिनट में आया.
Sure. Chat, what do you think is the most optically, अगर मैं आपसे बात करूं, without any calculation, where are you putting this bishop? C5, D6 or E7? Like for me, this feels the most logical, and actually that is the best. But इसमें problem पता है क्या है कि white can go D4 and ये tempo से आप kick कर रहे हो. ED3 मारना तो हमेशा खराब होगा यहाँ पे, because knight D3 के बाद मेरा knight थोड़ा active हो जाता है, and then bishop D6 के बाद, like I don't know, it's just a very awkward, weird position somehow. For me also C5 looks the most logical. So a lot of people in the chat saying D6. Bishop A5 में क्या हो रहा है? Good question actually, but A5 just I wouldn't even consider that क्योंकि बिल्कुल कोने में, it's not getting active here. Oh, apparently D6 and you're like almost losing because ये bishop develop ही नहीं होगा यहाँ पे. तो ये diagonal पे नजर रखना जरूरी है. D6 is crazy actually in this position. और अर्जुन गेम क्या हो गया भाई अर्जुन की गेम में? In vertical stream people are saying C5 and The Chess 24 stream, people are saying D6. So I think these two possible moves, basically, C5 and D6. E7 is also good, but yeah, let's see what the world champion decides. I think he will take more time here. Meanwhile, people are asking what's happening in Arjun's board. By Arjun ke board pe Queen F3 खेला उसने, and he hasn't responded yet. And let's remind everyone that after C4, Knight HG4 was coming up to be the sort of the most critical line for Arjun, but he's gone for the second best option. Still, I think not a very big difference because you get Knight G4 anyways in the next move, and Knight F5 भी आ ही रहा है next move में, and ये H6 की चाल मतलब it feels like it's working for White. I feel like this can be a huge pressure point for Vincent, because Knight F5, for example, if I play this, Bishop H6 is an immediate threat. So this is something he has to keep a very close eye on, and I think he could be in trouble. And by the way, the best move here is Bishop C8 to sort of keep an eye on the F5 square. ताकि Knight F5 तो maybe I even take it. And suddenly now Knight D5 becomes very powerful, yeah, because you take and I will of course trade off this bishop, and उसके साथ साथ ये पूरा diagonal दोनों खुल रहे हैं यहाँ पे. Knight G4 भी आ रहा है, and Arjun could be in deep trouble here. I don't like this for Arjun whatsoever. I feel like something has gone horribly wrong for the India number one. I think everyone against Bluebaum trying to overpress or underestimate him. What do you think? I think like candidates may ये possible है, but I think just जितना वो strong खेल रहा है, जितना वो solid खेल रहा है, I don't think it's gonna be like that anymore in the candidates. But yeah, I think अगर आपकी 2700 रेटिंग नहीं है और आप कैंडिडेट जैसे स्ट्रॉन्ग इवेंट में आप मतलब you're one of the candidates, then of course you're a target for all of the players. सबको लगता है कि भाई यहाँ अगर कोई कहीं पे like आप 14 players है, right? 8 players है, whatever. You look at all of the other players and you say कि ठीक है भाई मेरा point कहाँ से आ रहा है? Then people will look at Bluebaum and say, okay, इसकी रेटिंग 2700 नहीं है, he hasn't played candidates before, यहाँ से मेरा point आ रहा है. So that's where the target is coming from. ये तो खराब लग रहा है बहुत. ये क्या सुंदर बिशप्स. हाँ भाई, एग्जैक्टली ये सुंदर बिशप्स, एग्जैक्टली. नाइट क्वीन एफ थ्री बहुत ही बढ़िया चाल, एंड आई हैव अ फीलिंग दैट दिस कुड turn out very, I mean, Arjun could be lost also, right, in a few moves. Hello Sajja, please give your prediction as GM who could possibly win amongst Gukesh or Yagiz. So bhai, let's take a look there. Let's go back as Arjun thinks. So C3 हुआ था. I feel यहाँ पे position is not clear enough right now, but my feel is that Gukesh has a good chance. Like I just based on how the opening has went, based on the fact that Yagiz has made he's gone against sort of his normal way of playing. वो कुछ नया try कर रहा है यहाँ पे, and somehow I feel Gukesh has a good chance. But position wise, it's very early to say. I mean, C3 was a great move, but he spent what 50 minutes, thinking about it. And now we're only 11 moves in. Basically, आपको 29 moves और खेलनी है. दोनों के पास around 1 घंटा पड़ा हुआ है. तो some time pressure issues could also be possible. And Yagiz के game में हर match में time pressure आ रहा है. And I feel at some point he is going to break there. Erdogmus is next good. Anyone agree, Chad? Bhai, I think we have to wait and see. Like there were other players like Erdogmus as well in the past. जैसे Wei हो गया, Ali Reza हो गया, who were sort of dubbed as the next GOAT because they were young and they were making their mark, becoming 2700 very very quickly. So I mean, you have to see how he performs against the strongest players. And so far, I think Erdogmus has been doing spectacular. I mean, he's playing some amazing chess. Have to give it to him. He has +2. He has won 3 games, lost 1, and the rest were draws. And his wins were against Sindarov. His loss was against Sindarov. Then his win was against Van Foreest, who's, by the way, finishing second right now. He's tied second on 5.5 points. Defeated Arjun, India number 1, and then he defeated Van as well yesterday. So I think he's playing some incredible chess. And his next 4 rounds, I mean, he's playing Gukesh right now. Uske baad Anish se he plays, then Fedoseev and Bluebaum. So I mean, there is a good chance he could actually, even win the event, yeah, which is huge. But Yagiz is good in time pressure, but Gukesh blunders. Actually, not true, because remember that match of Gukesh and Magnus. I mean, both of them were in time pressure there. And Gukesh did get the better of Magnus in time pressure situation. And I think Gukesh's fast chess has been improving quite a lot. So I wouldn't say that he's worse in that sense whatsoever against Yagish. But let's see. Do you know how many times Magnus has won Tata Steel Classical? 8 times. Yes, I know, actually. I know. It's crazy, no? It is absolutely incredible to think about. And he has just made a move. He's gone bishop to c5. थोड़ा लेट हो गया. Didn't update, but yeah, bishop c5 and Gukesh एकदम board से उठ गया इसके बाद. This was the best move in the position. And by the way, here d4 is what we were considering before. The idea being that you want to kick the bishop away and invite black to do en passant with ed3, which is, by the way, a very bad decision. You should not do this. But after d4, black can simply just go bishop d6. And now white has to go f3 basically to challenge this e4 pawn. This is the strength in black's position. And after f3, black has to play e3 while. Just sack the pawn, just like that. ef3 marte ho, so this can become very bad for Gukesh because ef3, knight f3, I'm guessing. And suddenly white की सारी जो opening की problems थी वो बिल्कुल solve हो गई. Queen d3 incoming, knight, bishop g5 incoming. Everything is just moving very smoothly here. So after, bishop c5, d4, bishop d6, अगर f3 हुआ, e3 is the best move. Supposedly you shouldn't take this pawn. You can take it though. I'm not sure why not. But knight c2 is apparently very good. जिसके बाद, just according to the bar at least, Gukesh के पास सिर्फ एक option है यहाँ पे to keep things equal, and that is queen h4. Basically, you invite g3, bishop takes g3, h3, queen g3, and that's a repetition. So chat, do you think this is possible? Do you think that if this continuation happens, Gukesh goes for a repetition here, or do you think that he will find some way to carry the game forward? I know my answer. I think you also know my answer, but what is yours? Shahzbhai, do you think we are underestimating the fact that Indians are also good and young? Um, no, bhai, nobody's underestimating. India is a powerhouse of chess, so nobody's underestimating that. Bhai, it is for me. I think Gukesh will see this, but I don't think he goes for it. I mean, there are some ways जहाँ पे थोड़ी सी वर्स आ रही है गुकेश की, and the game will continue, and I think he will not go for it. 50-50 दिख रहा है भाई चैट में मुझे. But yeah. So this is the follow-up here. Bishop d6 के बाद f3. But just so you guys know that f3 is the only move here. And more or less d4 also is an only move here. Maybe d3 is possible as well, just to challenge this even further and invite black to take on d3. That's also possible. But d4 or d3 में से एक move होने वाली है. But the question is, how much time is he going to take before he plays this move? Magnus has lost two times against Gukesh in Classical. Possible. I think could be, yeah, twice, yeah. Could be, yeah. एक तो Norway chess वाला है, तो is the biggest, I think, match there. But yeah, let's see. But 15 minutes, I think he took for bishop c5, so not really that crazy here. And yeah, this is the follow-up. भाई उसने खेल लिया bishop d6 after 15 minutes of thought.
Yeah. And it's crazy because I think bishop c5, I like that move. Let's challenge him head on. ठीक है, मतलब I don't like best move है, best move खेलते हैं. Let's see his idea now. भाई वही होता है ना, like मतलब let's call his bluff. Let's see if he actually has something in this position or not. So मेरे हिसाब से honestly, I think Gukesh is going for the kill. He's not backing down. That's a good sign. I'm playing a passive move like bishop e7 here would signal, okay, he's trying to defend. He's like, nahi bhai, bishop active is here, let's play it there. So I love that move, Saj bhai.
Yeah, me too. I think it's very good. But yeah, we were looking at some lines with d4 जहाँ पे एक force repetition आ रहा है board पे for Gukesh, but I don't think he goes for it. But I think right now it's up to Yagiz whether he goes for d4 or not.
Yeah. Can we go full
By
screen,
the way,
I think, on this? Huh.
Sorry to cut you off, but look at this, Sahil bhai, match between Bluebaum and Anish Giri. Look at his move.
भाई
आप
ब्लूबाम
Yagiz
भाई
हार
को
जाते भाई.
प्रधानमंत्री ब्लूबाम को कैंडिडेट्स लेके जाओ योजना में फंड डालने चाहिए भाई. क्या कैसे निकाल दिया भाई उसने यार.
भाई मैं आपको बोल रहा था कि वो निकालेगा 100%, क्योंकि इट्स अ डू और डाई सिचुएशन या फॉर व्हाइट. अगर आप नहीं निकालते तो आपकी पोजीशन एकदम खराब है. And I'm sure Anish missed, like maybe he saw this, but he missed the follow up for sure.
Wow. I think Bluebaum has played a move which is going to surprise Anish. You can see Anish is locked in. He's like, "Bhai, इसने S3 pawn क्यों दे दिया?" This is not even something you consider sometimes, and he's found it. The only thing is, can he convert? As we know, Bluebaum often messes it up. Look at Anish. He's not happy. Look at Anish. He's not
Yeah,
happy at all.
he missed knight g2. I'm telling you. And by the way, just one move ago, if he didn't play h5, Anish was equal, like kind of better as well if he goes long castle here. So huge miss by Anish there. And Bluebaum
Hmm.
could defeat by Gukesh and Anish like back to back. He's on track for that.
Hmm. Wow. So I think chat मेरे हिसाब से Anish Giri is under huge pressure. You can see he's noticed the threat now. Queen h3, rook f3, bishop e2 idea. And he is wondering now, does he go queen d8, accept that he's just clearly worse? Or does he battle it out in that position, hoping that there's an escape for his queen? So Anish, not happy at all. The momentum was shifting, but has he spoiled it all in this one game against Blue? I'm not just to point out in the last, I think what last few games, draw, win, draw for Anish. After a horrible start in the first 3 rounds, had half a point. In the last few rounds, he's basically never lost and won against Gukesh and Nodirbek. So he's in great form. I wouldn't discount him just now, Saj, but I think he still will fight in this game a lot.
Why? But best continuation में आपको queen sack करना पड़ रहा था. So that's not ideal, yeah. Maybe
हाँ, but
that's
I
too
think
late. It could just be
but
lost for him, yeah.
but Bruma भी है ना साज भाई, like he will give you a chance as we know. So I think अगर
भाई
queen
but
sack
लेकिन
करना
कब
भी
तक
पड़ जाए,
बोलेंगे हम कि blue है कब तक बोलेंगे
नहीं
because I think
नहीं
okay he's doing so well
really, what I mean
like
is like the position is not easy. As we saw, like queen g4, knight h5 is a winning for black. So it's not a typical queen up position, right? There is potential for black. So plus one, if you're only plus one when you're a queen up or whatever material you have, I think there is some masala for the opponent also, right?
करेक्ट मसाला तो है गेम में बट आई थिंक जस्ट अनीश की बॉडी लैंग्वेज से लग रहा है कि ही कंप्लीटली ओवरलुक दिस मूव यू कैन सी ही इज नॉट हैप्पी व्हाटसोएवर एंड आई थिंक दिस इज ट्रबल
Wow. Wow. So chat,
या
this is
एक्चुअली
very
5 आउट ऑफ
interesting.
9 में भी है भाई वो थर्ड आ रहा है वो
Wow.
सो लेट्स सी नाइट जीटी तो आ गया बोर्ड पे फिर
नाइट
से
G2 आ गया, बोर्ड ही चला गया भाई। बढ़िया बढ़िया भाई, बढ़िया,
फिर से
अमेजिंग।
रुको आ जाएगा वेट लाइक 10 नहीं आई डोंट थिंक
मीनवाइल
it's
Sahaj
it's
bhai,
not but yeah
big update. Arvind has made a mistake. Now, it doesn't look like a mistake. Like it looks like a very logical move, but apparently it's not what he should have played. He should have played h4. But he goes for knight g5. I mean, he's pressuring f7, h7, but h7 is already defended. And now after bishop d7, only move for black, black is back.
Black is back, but why, bhai? Queen h5 incoming, attacking this and this. You play
No, I mean,
g6 only move.
no, I mean, like, there is a solution for black at least. That's the problem, right? I mean, it's not completely easy. Like, after queen h6, rook takes e3, rook takes e3, it feels like it's, but objectively, it's not working, yeah?
I mean, you still have a good bishop. Dark squares are weak. I don't know. White is
But
pushing.
plus, but plus point 2, rook e8 के बाद Sahaj bhai versus 1.2, like,
I mean, sure, but I think practically, like, it's still some chances. Yeah, knight f3. I don't know.
yeah,
Knight
maybe,
e5 आ रहा है,
but
f4 आ रहा है. It's easy. Not easy to hold this as black though. That's for sure. Like I don't know. Maybe a move like f6 makes a lot of sense here to block these, and you're already worse. It's like the chances of making a mistake is pretty high. Yeah.
hmm,
But yeah,
very
not the best
interesting.
move though. But okay, still some chance. Also, time भी मत भूलो भाई. 48 minutes only he has. 40-minute difference almost.
Sahaj, मेरे को check करो एक second, ना, please continue. We'll give it a couple
Yeah,
of
yeah,
minutes.
sure. By the way, Anish has taken the pawn on h3 and actually quickly jumped to that game. He has another only move in the position. Rook f3 is that move. He's trying to sort of recalculate, go through his lines again. And the move is rook f3, as you can see from the blue arrow, to attack the queen. Black pawn marega, and then bishop e2 is the final move in that continuation. Bishop e2 ke baad, it's comfortable. He should get the queen. And remember chat ke rook f3, queen g4, bishop e2 ke baad e4 ka pawn nahi mar raha hai, because rook e3 ke baad your queen is getting trapped. It's pinned basically. Let's see if Bluebaum goes for this. Time balanced, but position definitely in the favor of Bluebaum. Nodirbek game. Bhai, Nodirbek is slightly better against Fedoseev. Actually, he has a great position against Fedoseev. Taking a very quick look there as well. He has just pushed the golden pawn with f3. He has nice sort of pawn formation to launch an attack on the king side. अगर ये knight का भी हटाए यहाँ से, तो some knight g6, bishop g6 could also be in the cards. Yeah, overall, I think very comfortable advantage for Nodirbek so far. And if he wins, then he's going to keep his lead. He's on 6 out of 9 right now, so half a point ahead of everybody else. And 5.5 pe there are 3 players. So if Nodirbek wins this, then he is definitely, of course, could have a 1-point lead as well.
Yeah, but I mean, I think if he wins, it's over, yeah? Like with 3 rounds to go, if he has a 1-point lead, I think knowing his strength. And by the way, who does he play in the final 3 rounds is very important, right? So in the final 3 rounds, he plays Jorden. Got it. So he plays Jorden, Bluebaum, and Arjun. While that's a strong field, like it's still like not the toughest. Like he's faced the toughest competition already. So I think unless he loses this, I think his chances of winning the tournament are very, very high.
By Arjun है ना last round में, वो problem है.
But by
Last
then
time
he
भी
probably
Arjun ही
would have
problem
already
था
won, yeah?
Nodirbek के लिए.
But he might have already won by then. So that's the problem. Like he might not face Arjun until it's too late. So meanwhile, Nodirbek putting the pressure, the only way he doesn't win is at least, I mean, either he loses or he draws. But filhal ke liye, he looks in great shape. So to push and put on the pressure.
By speaking of Arjun, let's actually go to this game because chat में किसी ने पूछा भाई अर्जुन क्या कर रहा है, and I don't think they're very far off. He has just pushed h5.
Wow.
Bhai, I don't like this. In fact, Sahil bhai, white can play knight f5, attacking the bishop. Black has
नहीं
to
मुझे
go
नहीं देखना
bishop
साज
d8
भाई मुझे
only
नहीं
move.
देखना है मुझे देखना ही नहीं है
Bhai,
मुझे
white to
दे,
play chat. What do you
मुझे
think is the
देखना ही
best
नहीं है
move here? भाई आ रहा है बोर्ड पे, अभी विंसेंट
अच्छा है
दिखाएगा
कि मैं
ये
सिंगल हूँ
तो.
वैलेंटाइन डे में देखना ही नहीं है भाई मैं जा रहा हूँ भाई मैं मुझे काम है साज भाई कुछ काम आ गया ओ नो बाय बाय ओ
भाई
नो
वो
माय
विंसेंट
इंटरनेट
भी थोड़ा सरप्राइज लग रहा है देख के. डू यू सी द मूव चैट? Yes, exactly. You guessed it correctly. Bhai, bishop h6. I
वाओ
mean, g6 and knight g7. Bhai, oh bhai. This is.
इसलिए कहते हैं अतिथि देवो भव हर किसी को नहीं बोलना चाहिए भाई भाई मतलब लिटरली घर पे आके बैठ गया यार हमारे घर की जगह नहीं है भाई बताओ एंड कई लोग कह रहे हैं भाई 99 एक्स पे कोई कैसे खेल सकता है यू नो हाउ इज ही प्लेइंग विंसेंट एंड ब्लू 99 लेट्स गो टू गुकेश गेम एक बार जस्ट टू शो यू कि कितना आसान है गुकेश इज प्लेइंग विद 100% एक्यूरेसी
Hmm.
So I don't know what to say then, you know, like be very careful in what you say. Meanwhile, bishop c5 played, and that's the best move. So Gukesh is playing perfect chess. Like Stockfish would be proud of Gukesh so far in the 11 moves.
I think he's going for his move. 15 minutes also he's spent here again. By the way, very likely that Erdogmus is going to be in time pressure as we reach 40 moves. Very likely.
Saj bhai, let's go deeper. No, so let's have a look. So let's say White plays
No,
d3
we
here.
did.
He
We
wants.
looked at this d4, bishop
Acha, okay.
d6, f3, e3, knight
अरे
c2,
बाप रे.
queen h4, and यहाँ पे एक repetition है गुकेश के पास. This is what I was asking the chat के, does he go for the repetition or no? Because if you play g3 here, you have to take. And takes के बाद there's a repetition here. But I don't think he goes for it though. I think he will find
I
something else
think
to
he will.
continue the game.
I think he will because from Mukesh's perspective, I think he cannot afford a loss. The consequences of the loss are psychologically very high. And with the black pieces, if you're playing somebody who's even slightly weaker, a draw is a normal result, I think. And position ऐसी है कि look at the black position right now. All black pieces, like once you take on e3, will be developed. Black has no pieces
Hmm.
developed. Bishop on c8, भाई क्या ही है. So I get a feeling कि like it would practically be the right decision if that happens. But okay, does Erdogmus go for it? I don't know. Because draw पे कोई नहीं पूछने वाला भाई. Like draw पे it's pretty normal, but win के लिए लोग जरूर याद रखेंगे आपको.
I don't know, bhai. I feel like he's doing quite well, but yeah, I think for me it's a bit unlikely though that this happens on the board. But let's see. Bluebaum played rook f3 and bishop e2. Bhai, look, this position has already happened on the
Oof.
board, and now another only move, by the way, which is rook e3, and Anish will be a queen down. Rook e3 के बाद भाई, because rook e3 का point ये है कि if you go queen g6, which is the only vacant square, ef5 is a check, and then you lose the queen.
भाई मुझे लगता है ब्लूबा में कैंडिडेट जीत जाएगा.
भाई
Anybody feeling that
चांसेस
now?
तो अच्छे लग रहे हैं भाई उसके.
है ना? मुझे लग रहा है
Hmm.
कि ब्लूबा में कैंडिडेट जीतने वाला है यार. I think there's a good chance now.
I mean, he has been super solid throughout. I mean, only his game against Sindarov was a bit surprising. I mean, Sindarov also has very good chances. He's the only player who's undefeated so far.
अबे एक सेकंड है, मैंने कि फोन रख दिया, मैं चैट नहीं पढ़ पाऊंगा. एक सेकंड है.
Yeah, sure, sure. WCC Blue, bhai, possible to hai, definitely. But I think Sindarov also has good chances because he's completely unbeaten so far. But yeah, okay. But let's not discard Favi bhai and Hikaru, of course. Four great moves by Bluebaum. इतने मेरे blunder होते हैं. हाँ, but ये great moves नहीं. I think they are just. I mean, it was a do or die situation for Bluebaum, and I think he found the best continuation there.
Yeah, and meanwhile chat, यहाँ पे rook e3 is gonna be the killer move. So yeah, let's see what happens.
भाई Vincent also has played knight f5. वो bishop h6 आ रहा है board पे अर्जुन के, and
Let's
I'm not
go.
so sure how comfortable that is. This is the
Let's go.
current
Let's go then.
position.
See it.
First of all, here bishop d8 is the only move for Arjun, which is very ugly. अब bishop f8 पे
Wait, why
जाता है
not bishop
usually,
f8? हाँ, bishop
because
f8
then
करें.
bishop g5, and you're
Knight
losing the
h7.
h5 pawn.
अच्छा
Queen
h5 नहीं
h5.
मर रहा है भाई.
हाँ,
Oh my god.
take a pawn.
भाई this is like lost, I feel.
Yeah, I think this is bad, very bad. You have only two moves basically, bishop f8 or bishop d8. नहीं तो ये bishop मर गया तो bishop g5 के बाद like you are borderline lost.
But I didn't understand Arjun's moves actually. Like he first played h6. Then after knight went back, he then played h5. Uh, I
6
mean,
h5 was weird, bhai.
very weird. Like h6 itself was weird, and h5 just made it weirder. So I'm not sure like what was the plan here. What was he thinking? Because knight f5 is incoming. Like, and bishop s6 is such a common pattern. It's not even like surprising. I'm sure he saw it from a million miles away.
But now either you lose the pawn or you play bishop d8 where you allow bishop h6 by, and that's not an easy move to allow. Let me just put it out there. You feel like you're lost here already. He
By the
plays.
way, he
He
plays
goes G. Wait,
g6.
what?
What? I'm sorry, what?
Is he lost
Wait,
now?
what?
Takes and bishop g5 is very good for on my end. How much does it say? It must be more, yeah, for you.
1.6. Bhai, either it is just holding or it is just lost. There is no in between now, right?
Yeah. भाई ये पिन तो बहुत डेंजरस है. एंड सेकेंडली किंग जी सेवन के बाद लाइक यू हैव मल्टीपल ऑप्शन. यू कैन बी सुपर फ्लेक्सिबल. कोई ओनली मूव्स नहीं खेलनी है वाइट को, क्योंकि ये पिन बहुत डेंजरस है यहाँ पे.
Okay, I'm trying
या
to
दिस इज
figure out.
नॉट
I'm
गुड फॉर
trying to
अर्जुन.
figure out if we can get out of this. Okay, I mean, I think you will get out of the pin, but you're still worse. So, for example, what I saw was, okay, bishop g5, king g7. Now queen g3. The idea was rook e3, rook f3, but black can just play queen e6. So you're kind of late by a move. But the engine says just play rook a d1, normal. Knight h7, bishop e3, and you're just plus 1.6. I mean, does it feel like plus 1.6?
For sure, yeah, of course. Dark squares are very bad. Knight f3, knight f3, knight h4, knight f5, knight f3, knight g5, something like this can be very scary. कभी f4 भी आ सकता है position में, that is also scary.
अरे बाप रे, f4 looks so dangerous. Why bishop on d4? There is no opponent for the bishop on d4. Imagine the bishop sitting on d4 chat. Imagine the bishop d4 पे आ गया तो. अरे बाप रे. That is scary. I would not want to be Arjun right now. I would rather be Anish, to be honest. So Arjun looks like he's struggling, chat. Not a good sign. Meanwhile, let's go to Prag's game, Sahaj bhai. What do you make of the Prag position? Then let's back to Gukesh. So I think Prag's position looks a bit more solid and likely a draw still.
Yeah, but I think Hans pushes here for a long time. जैसे Prag, pushed against Aravindh yesterday in that rook end game. He didn't have a lot of winning chances, but he kept, sort of grinding it out, and finally he got the win. उसी तरह से I think Hans will push, but I think Prag will have to defend for a while. I mean, this pawn structure is very ideal because you can always play rook a1 and put pressure on the a7 pawn, and then you can play king e2, b5. I don't know. This feels very comfortable as white.
Agreed. I'm hoping Prag can create some counterplay here. Wonder if g6 f5 is an option, but he needs to make sure कि यहाँ पे, you don't want to give Hans even a glimmer of hope. Once you give a glimmer, then it's going to be a ray of sunshine pretty soon. So let's hope so Prag can hold a fort comfortably without any pressure whatsoever. Meanwhile, Gukesh की गेम में सहज भाई 11 ही मूव हुए हैं, and now Erdogmus is down to 46 minutes.
So पिछली मूव पे उसने 50 मिनट सोचा, और इस मूव पे ऑलरेडी 21 मिनट, almost 22 minutes he has thought. So that's I mean that's definitely not a good sign.
That's a
He's
good sign,
definitely
right? I
getting
mean,
in time pressure, yeah, for sure.
wow. Can we have the camera for Gukesh, please? Like, would love to see him in action. Um, yeah, he's not at the board right now. Dogmas is again, you can see that, that energy again building up in him. Yeah, like he's very calm at the start. I've not seen itna excitement before in a chess player, Sajbhai, at the top, because they're usually very calm. Like Gukesh ko dekho, like when he won the candidates, we asked him, right? I think like we asked him कि भाई जब आपको सुसु लग गया था पहले भाग गए थे आप गलती से याद है that we asked him कि भाई यार मतलब how are you so calm, like कहता है I do feel emotions, I don't show them, but
Hmm.
Dogmas shows every emotion in the book, yeah, like constantly.
Yeah, that is true. I mean, he's 14, so that's kind of understandable. Come on.
Oh yeah, for sure. But like he's performing at the same level though. Like that's the crazy part for me, because you would expect okay, somebody's not who's a bit more, not as calm, like might make mistakes, but he's not making those mistakes.
Correct, bhai. I think the more worrying thing for me is that he's taking so long. बड़ा जल्दी खेलो बस.
Agnieszka
Bluebaum
proving
finding
there.
only moves one by
Oh
one.
wow.
Crazy.
Bhai,
He played rook
Agnieszka
e3.
position dekho. Rook e3, and he played queen g5, not the best move, and now it's +4.
अरे भाई, ef5 check apparently is the move. He is not gonna take this. Obviously, you can just resign there. Knight e7 only move. ताकि rook e7 पे queen e7 हो. Remember, this bishop is kind of pinning the queen. You take the pawn on d6, and it is GG. By knight f5 के बाद white to play chat.
Chat. Oh, this is pretty. This is really pretty, chat. I've not seen something like this before. Come on, chat. Right to play. What a beautiful tactic, Saj bhai.
Very nice, I think.
Come on, chat. Let's go. This is amazing. This is so beautiful. And Bluebaum looks confused, and he takes on f5.
By the
What
way,
a
he
move.
takes the knight e7 के बाद we might get this. And yes, Suki queen, queen d7. Suki to nahi hai, but you're getting a piece.
Wow.
But queen d7 के बाद king d7 and then rook d3 check, and you win the queen. And this is where Anish resigns. Is it +4 though for you? Is that true?
Yes, it's +4.12 for me.
अरे बाप रे, तो गई पोजीशन मतलब. Queen d6 के बाद then he has to go bishop c6. I'm assuming to not allow queen d7 ideas. And now rook e4 is apparently the move. Why? This is
Oh,
so amazing. Beautiful.
and rookie
You
for का
stop
queen
your
g2
mate
मारना
in one.
है. Queen g2
हाँ,
मारना
queen
है
g2,
भाई.
king g2, bishop e4. Yeah. I think he
कैमरा में
realized
देख
that
रहा है
he's
भाई.
just winning.
Yeah, I think he knows भाई. f6 आ रहा है, bishop g5, bishop f4 आ रहा है. It's just completely over in that final position as well. So I think Anish will go down, and time pressure है नहीं, so I don't think there will be any mistakes from Bluebaum here. So let's go to Gukesh's game, Sahaj bhai. Still no moves. I am genuinely thinking, how does he even complete these moves now? Because 29 moves in 42 minutes with no increment. We are in the opening. White's two
Why
minor pieces
he's
not developed. Black's minor pieces not developed.
This is why I think I'm starting to like Gukesh's chances more and more because I feel like um I don't know, he just looks more comfortable to me. बोर्ड पे ही नहीं है अभी गुकेश तो.
भाई उसकी भी पेशेंस कितनी है. वो भी बेचारा क्या होगा यार. ठीक है, कैंडिडेट से मैं थोड़ा ज्यादा सोच रहा था, बट इतना भी नहीं था यार.
Hmm.
Come on, come on. Sahil and Sajbhai, what struggle you wanted to? I mean, Manas is stronger, no? Sajbhai, like that is a simple answer.
I have no
He's just
idea which
strong.
comment you read. You just कौन
नहीं,
सा
नितेश भाई का
नितेश
recent
वाला.
comment. Hmm.
Jayaj and Salve, why is Magnus able to win so many tournaments when others struggle to win even one or two in a row, despite chess being so tough and unpredictable? Because he's the GOAT, bhai. There's a reason why you're the greatest of all time, not just of this generation. He's considered as the greatest of all time. That's why. When you're the best, you will win.
Skill issue, high skill issue. It's simple. And anybody who's gonna be as successful as Magnus will have to be as good as Magnus at the game. And that essentially means you would have to be as good as the greatest player of all time. So it's a big compliment to, have the same consistency as Magnus. Will not be easy. Meanwhile, आज crowd
Correct.
फिर से packed है. Saj bhai, I can see a lot of people there in the
Yeah, bhai, I
background.
think वो सब Bluebaum और अनीश का गेम देख रहे हैं. हमको भी वहां जाना चाहिए because he has taken the pawn on d6 and I think we might be just a few minutes away from finishing the game.
Wow. Oh, Sindarov has drawn. We have a result actually. A rook endgame, and the first result of the day, that is draw between Sindarov and Jordan. So, Saj bhai, exactly what we hope for. दोनों players 6 पे जा रहे हैं भाई. उम्मीद
Hmm.
बाकी है.
तो मतलब अब बेसिकली सिर्फ एर्दोगमस ही है जो 6.5 पे जा सकता है.
Nodirbek.
Otherwise, Nodirbek, of course, is the player who can kind of run
And
away with it. But let's go
Fedoseev has
back to
equalized.
Bluebaum.
Just an update.
Yeah,
Fedoseev has equalized. So, chat अभी के लिए results हमारे साथ जा रहे हैं कि everything is falling into place for now. So let's just keep praying and hoping for the best. By the Queen D6 played, Saj bhai, how is Bluebaum playing these moves? Like he's just playing some fabulous chess. Like Magnus would be proud of this game.
I think it's more on Anish because he missed a tactic. Yeah, I mean it wasn't that difficult. I think, but he would not be happy with missing this tactic for sure. It's a one like it feels like a one move mistake for Anish, and he had a golden opportunity. He could have taken control, but
Hmm.
yeah. Also, bhai, Anish played d4 g6 today.
अच्छा
Like that's
क्या समय भाई?
important. Like he tried to play for a win.
भाई Arvind is worse.
क्या बात कर रहे हो?
How is that possible? How is that even possible? Can we check out the game?
Yeah, we're here.
Wait, why did he allow rook takes e3, f takes e3?
I mean, why not? Maybe you have e4, yeah, later on.
No, but queen b6 apparently is better for black now.
Yeah, but I think probably it's possible he missed one move. तो जहाँ पे b2 का pawn attack हो रहा है तो let's look at what he could have possibly missed here. b4 apparently it's possible. Black
But
plays
it's the
a5 only move. a3 takes and now queen a6 to play queen a1 check.
But Sahaj bhai, after queen b6, b4 is literally the only move, or you can resign. So it was a serious threat that he missed, no? Like it's a game-ending threat, to be
I
honest,
don't think he
almost.
missed it. I think probably he saw before and thought, okay, okay, I still have some edge in this end game.
Hmm. Oh, this is harsh, yeah. I mean, you were just plus 1.2, and now you have to defend this end game. Wow.
Yeah, agreed.
And Queen H4 is the only move in that position now after Queen A6 in that final end game you showed.
Yes, yes,
Like you
yes.
have to fight.
Because
Oh, that's
after
tough.
this Queen A1 check, you have Queen E1. I mean, takes, and okay, let's be real. Like, is it easy to assess this as better for black? I mean, for me, I'm still shocked that engine evaluates this as better for black. I thought it's better for white for sure. You have
Yeah,
the
I
better
agree with
bishop.
you. I agree with you, kind of, but also like, yeah, maybe I'm not sure about winning chances either, though.
Mm.
It's just sad. I mean, sure, Arvind will push, but like it's just sad. Like he's not able to get that win. Like overall, like I'm just kind of sad for Arvind. I want him to win that game. But yeah,
भाई
meanwhile,
डॉगमस के 36 मिनट हैं अब.
let's go there, bhai. Let's stick there now. I think he has to play, otherwise, bhai, game to over hai.
So he spent
Um,
50 minutes and now 31 minutes already.
he plays D3. Okay, and now, chat question for you. ओ भाई गुकेश एक सेकंड में खेल दिया बेस्ट मूव सी टेक्स अब क्वेश्चंस पूछने का टाइम ही नहीं दिया यार
Yeah, because Gukesh is, I think, challenging him on the clock. I mean, as we have mentioned before, that his biggest problem for Yagiz is his time. I think throughout, very clear that in each match he's having, he's playing on second. You know, he's jumping on the board. He's trying to manage those emotions and everything. But at some point, it's going to hurt him, and Gukesh is targeting that. That's good. If
या
Erdogmus thinks for another 10 minutes, by he's gonna be in pressure for the entirety of the game now.
भाई इज एनीवे गोना बी अंडर प्रेशर भाई 35 मिनट में आपको 28 मूव करने हैं
Hmm.
like it's just like almost impossible honestly full screen let's go full screen by because I think this is the star game for today chat on the right you have the current world champion on the left you have the potential future world champion and this is the first have they played classical before apart from the grand swiss साहब भाई कहीं खेले हैं क्या
I don't think so. No.
so does Erdogmus have a plus score against Gukesh
I can check. One sec.
so I can tell what age everybody is Thai. So I think it must be somewhere between the age of 15 and a half to 20 for everyone. Like किसी का 16, किसी का 17, किसी का 18. But it's somewhere something like that for everyone. Not even 20, I think 18, maybe 15 and a half to 18 ke beach. Yagiz barely escaped. अच्छा का draw हुआ था क्या वहाँ पे? So then who was the one who defeated him in Grand Swiss? एक तो वो था. He lost a couple of games, right?
आप एडिस गुरेल की बात कर रहे हो शायद.
How he lost to one more guy, right? Before
He
Edis, the game
lost three
before
in a
Edis.
row. There was Edis
Huh.
Gurel, then there was Nicolas Theodoru, and then there was one more. Yeah, looks like he hasn't played him a
Mishra,
lot.
yes. Mishra, thank you.
Mishra,
Yes,
yes.
Mishra tha.
Of
Huh,
course,
yeah,
Abhimanyu Mishra.
yeah, yeah, yeah. And he, I think, was worse against Divya also, I remember. Yeah,
Mm.
yeah, yeah. But yeah, okay. I mean, that means it's an equal score. Let's see what happens.
I don't think he's played him before, yeah?
Hmm.
Maybe their first encounter.
Bhai, whoever wins gets the plus score. Let's see. And how much time do you think Yagiz takes now? Chat. Any guesses? He's been thinking for 3 minutes. How much total time do you think he takes for this move? Sahaj and chat. What do you think?
I think he plays it in the next 3 minutes before
Total
the
6
clock goes
minutes.
below 20, 30 minutes. वहाँ पे I think Gukesh भी सोचेगा. The move here is, by the way, Queen B3 only, and it's an only move for Yagiz.
Is it an easy one though?
Let's say so, yeah, because you want to capture the d5 pawn. But the follow-up, I guess, is not so simple. Like black plays d6, you take the pawn on d5, black goes rook e8, you take on e4, black plays bishop. Very, very difficult moves actually from both sides.
Hmm.
But let's see what he goes for. Right now, he's thinking. He might have another 40-minute thing, but he doesn't have the time for that. He only has 32 minutes and no increment. 28 चालू के बाद increment आएगा. Actually, in 4 minutes, he will be in 1 minute per move territory.
Wow. I think 1 minute per move psychologically has an impact on you. Like, it's like if you have played cricket chat or watched cricket, which you already have, it's like crossing the six, net run rate required. Like, it just plays on your mind every single over, every single ball. जैसे ही आपका ये clock situation होता है, you have less than 1 minute per move. It's just very hard to tackle, even though the position might be simple. So I think Erdogmus needs some clarity in the position, some simplification, ताकि he gets that confidence कि भाई I can play like 5 moves quickly in 5 seconds if I need to. He doesn't have that right now because the game is very complicated and Queen B3 does kind of liberate some exchanges, some pawns. So it's a good move for him, but will he find it?
Good question. By the way, in Bluebaum versus Giri, it's a very, very critical moment. So let's take a very quick look there because we were discussing this move and we had shown it very briefly as well. Black is threatening right now mate in 1, but white has this beautiful move, rook e4, that blocks the mate in 1 and takes the queen on the board. How beautiful is this?
But of course he'll find it, no? Like, or heck.
Of course. No, there are other moves here apparently also. Rook g3 is winning as well, for example. And you win rook g7. ऐसे यहाँ पे फ्री पीस मिल रहा है, यहाँ पे क्वीन मिल रही है फॉर रुक एंड अ बिशप.
So I think Anish has closed his eyes. Saj bhai, let's go back now. I know like this is also crucial, but Gukesh का वो मुझे जितना time जा रहा है ना, I'm getting more and more excited somehow about the game.
No, already he is starting to get nervous. You can see.
Why it's 6 minutes now? He's crossed your recommendation of the maximum time he should take because now he has 30 minutes for 28 moves.
हाँ
And he
बोला वो 30
plays.
से 30 से कम
Oh.
होगा तो वो खेल देगा भाई. क्वीन p3 बेस्ट मूव.
He finds the best idea. And now the threat is simple. Queen takes d5, queen takes e4, mop up the pawns, and then win the game.
गुड मूव. अब अभी गुकेश सोचेगा आई थिंक.
You
नाउ इट्स
think
अ
he'll
क्रिटिकल
think
मोमेंट.
because, but he would have thought already, no? Like इतना time तो था.
हाँ but okay, like you're not necessarily thinking about just queen b3. Your head is going through all the different ideas. एक brief idea होता है यहाँ पे ये खेलना है. But now you have to seriously calculate everything. Oh, okay. Erdogmus has just gotten up from the board. I think taking a breather there. Okay, still
Too
playing on
much session
100%
pressure.
accuracy, which is amazing.
Arbiters should take PP of players and allow discipline. Wow, testing waters. Clearly, you are testing waters of some new uncharted territory. Discipline साज भाई देनी चाहिए players को apparently.
क्या बात है भाई.
16K watching. अरे तो क्या हो गया भाई? अपने पास भी 100 accuracy है.
Yeah.
अपने पास कुछ तो है भाई 100 accuracy at least. By the way, Fedoseev is clearly better against Nodirbek now, bhai. Things are going our way, maybe. Maybe today is the day everything changes.
Okay, so move is queen b2 check here for Fedoseev and you win a pawn. Why not that clear though?
No, I'm sure it's
First of
not
all, this is
clear,
a
but
very
at
difficult
least
move to play.
objectively, this is chance, no? Like,
By queen b2 पे for example, oh not queen b3, queen b2 पे like I'm thinking rook e2.
भाई रुक hanging है.
हाँ, but then bishop f6, no?
Bishop
Apparently, queen
f6.
d2 is a very nice move there, which is kind of very interesting actually. But bishop f6, I was thinking, and just go for this. And you have this only move queen c1 that saves you on this diagonal. Because I was thinking queen e3, queen h6.
Hmm. But I'm still kind of happy actually for what's happening because it's like at least Fedoseev has a chance. Even Erdogmus, if he draws, I think he would still likely finish first. So
But
let's see what
taking on b2
happens.
is very hard here. You feel like
True,
you're making a blunder.
true, true. Absolutely true. Meanwhile, no moves from Bluebaum just yet. So
By
let's
the
go
way, in
back to.
Arvind's
Huh.
game, that follow up has happened and he has played queen h4.
Oof.
So we'll go into that end game, and most likely this is going to go into a draw. Most likely.
What if I don't trade queens? It's a queen a2.
Then queen f2 and queen d2, and okay, black is it's fine, no?
Yeah.
Maybe I can throw e4 at the right moment.
Hmm. Yeah, so a draw likely, I think, in this position. And draw also likely in Hans Prague. Arjun, by the way, is still Keymer is still thinking after King G7. He's not been able to come up with the way just yet on how to utilize this pin.
Hmm. We were looking at queen g3, knight f3, knight h4, something like this. Knight f3, knight h4, knight f5. But you don't really have to utilize it. I mean, the dark squares are still super weak. Something like rook d1 is a very natural move. Then knight को आप f1 से भी ला सकते हो. Knight f1, knight d3. That also looks very nice. Arjun, I think, is like in deep trouble here.
Hmm.
By the way, Bluebaum still thinking in that position against Anish, but he's completely winning as well. Bluebaum could be the first one to finish. The first result in the game, that the quickest result. By the way, Fedoseev has played. Oh, he hasn't played Queen B2. Never mind. Still thinking. मुझे लगा Queen B2 मार दिया उसने.
भाई मैं इतना खुश हो गया था ना. By the way, Gukesh has played, भाई. He plays d6, the third best move. Allows white to simply take the pawn on d5.
Mm-hmm. Only move, by the way. And 30-minute mark से आप नीचे आ गए. And Queen D5 के बाद क्या हो रहा है भाई? Bishop
Look
E6
at
though I
this.
don't like because this is hanging and this is hanging.
Apparently, queen e8 is one of the strong moves. You take e4, I will take b5. But I'm not so happy with that trade actually.
This feels like position is okay now for white. Queen
Hmm.
D5 पे थोड़ा weird लग रही है मुझे यहाँ पे. तो I don't want to take the pawn. I want to take initiative. Let's go rook E8 perhaps. I'll give you the pawn. So अभी you're a pawn up. I'll play bishop E6. This is like playing for initiative. Queen B7 नहीं मर रहा because bishop C4 में आपका रुक मर जाएगा.
Queen d3 back, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah, and okay, he's a pawn up, but okay, some compensation for Gukesh. He
No, it's
hasn't
not.
played yet though.
Yeah, it's not clear. And tough choice. Although right now white has only one choice, that is queen d5. He has to, you've said A, now go B. उसके बाद Gukesh will have another choice. And of course, this is खेलते खेलते, he's already thought of his next move, right? He already knows what he's going to play.
Hmm.
Good statement by Gukesh. Ki accuracy is no longer 100%. It's 99.6. Oh no.
Sharma ji ka ladka will be disappointed. But yeah, this is the current position. Yagiz is thinking 28 minutes for him. Like in the
To play
last four moves,
27
right?
moves. Why 27 moves खेलने हैं 28 minutes में? It's already a minute a move.
Yeah. I think today is the day when it stops working for him, this thing. I have to say, like this is a big problem, I think, with this. Time management is very bad. He's also starting to panic now, you can see.
Mukesh, if we can move the board in the center, oh wow. Like, producer भाई मेरी दिल की बात सुन ली है यार. Like, just look at the comparison in body language. On the left, you have the 14-year-old youngster, like super, super talented. You can see the nerves right in how he sits. On the right side, you have the world champion, calm and composed. Not a single muscle moves without, intent. And by the way, it's exactly a minute a move as he grabs the pawn on d5 with his queen, the best move yet again.
Now I
And wait,
think maybe the position is a bit more stable.
why did Ukesh's accuracy go up to 100% again? Wait, what? ये क्या था? Did we just see 96, 99.6?
It is 99.9 for me on my end. Maybe it's just rounding up to 100.
Or maybe like the engine later realized D6 is better, yeah? Like उसको बाद में realize हुआ कि मैं गलत था, गुकेश भाई गलती हो गई हमसे, माफ कर
By the way,
दीगा.
Fedoseev ने मार दिया भाई B2.
Yeah, boy, let's go.
So Fedoseev now much better against Abdusattorov, tournament leader.
Come on. And now, Sahaj, you mentioned rook e8, right? That was your move. Very, very
Mm-hmm.
strong move, logical. Queen e8 we also saw. We want to play bishop e6 directly, but of course b7 is hanging, e4 is hanging. Wait, you can play bishop e6 directly apparently.
I like bishop pieces also, sacrificing the pawn and taking some initiative. B7 मारते तो F5 के बाद black is fine. Queen e4 forced and now queen d7, but okay, white will just go knight f3, give up the pawn, and okay, position is normal again.
Actually,
I
you're
think now
not taking
Gukesh
the
is
pawn here,
searching for
Saj.
something tactical, something कुछ जिसमें और ज़्यादा position complicate हो जाए, and Yagiz doesn't have enough time to calculate all of this. That would be
Saj, you're not.
Gukesh's best choice.
You could get that here. Can we go back to knight f3? I don't think you're grabbing the pawn on b5 actually, because after queen knight f3, queen b5, knight g5 is winning for white. So you actually play something like rook f8, threatening some, discover. Now queen a4 is the best move, defending the pawn, and now bishop f5 or bishop g4, depending on your taste. So maybe this is exactly what you're looking for.
And if knight d4,
94, then up. Wow, h5. What?
oh, h4 h3 I guess, yeah. h3 अगर white खेलता है तो bishop h3 मर जाएगा.
Arre baap re, bhai, there is some venom there. I don't know, but looks interesting.
Yeah, again that principle, yeah, that rectangle that he made. Queen एकदम कोने में. This queen is also in the game. Bishop is in the game. Rook is in the game. h4 h3 incoming.
Please win the
If
board
I
in the
play
middle.
like
Let's do that, Sami bhai.
if I play like bishop e3 or something, what's happening? h4.
Bishop e3.
h4 looks interesting now.
Yeah, for sure.
h3 मैं खेल नहीं सकता ये मर रहा है. And then you'll play h3 also. Yeah, something like this. This keeps things interesting, I think, in the game. But इसमें maybe
I like this
problem ये
quite a
है
bit.
कि white कभी भी b6 खेल के queen trade कर सकता है. And then you are just equal.
Hmm. And also to find h5 is not easy. I think that concept itself is a bit weird, yeah? So,
By
Kesh
the
has
way,
time. Hmm.
Bluebaum has played rook e4, and Anish is perhaps on the verge of a resignation. Maybe even right now. Look at him. He's so unhappy with that blunder.
I can't believe how well Ram played this actually. Like, it's just unbelievable. Unbelievable chess by the candidate. Like proving a point, I think he's severely underrated. Maybe that's the reason his rating is not as high, is because he somehow misses these opportunities, yeah, at the end. So, but his actual strength is very good. Like his actual strength might be close to the 2750 mark, but he fumbles in the time pressure, and that's what kind of kept his rating below 2700. Yeah, and in a tournament like the candidates, जहाँ पे time बहुत है, same here, same Grand Swiss. Yeah, the
And
Grand Swiss was the longest time control,
yeah, and just
right?
uh, an interesting stat: if Bluebaum wins today, he crosses 2700.
Wow.
So he won't be the lowest rated candidate, by the way. It would be Esipenko.
So I think Bluebaum is hitting his sweet spot at the right point. And the time control really favors him. He's playing some amazing chess, and now the confidence will catch up. Then suddenly he'll start playing faster as well. So it's like a perfect loop for Bluebaum.
Yeah.
Wow.
By the way, you can
Anish.
see just अभी Anish also just Anish का जो reaction था Bluebaum ने पूरा check किया. I mean Bluebaum knows he's winning. Anish knows he's lost. Basically, you could just have a resignation right now. But yeah, huge buy. Um, a result against Anish in what 2 hours is very impressive.
Yeah, Anish still is thinking, Saj. Maybe we can have one look at the Prag game and then jump back to Gukesh just to understand कि क्या चल रहा है Prag की game में. Because I see the bar shift just a little bit, like it's plus 0.5. Anything, any signs of worry? Clearly many signs to worry. Sahaj भाई की बोलती बंद हो गई भाई पोजीशन देख के. Sahaj भाई क्या हो गया?
Thinking, my. I mean, it's. I think maybe I'm trying to figure out why is the bar giving him some advantage here. Now I don't understand why, because to me it looks equal, but white does have this d5 square, which is nice. This knight can always jump there, but black can't be d5 square को रोक के बैठा है. So by logic, I would want to play some b5 bishop a5, take this knight, and then put my knight on d5. But somehow that doesn't feel logical. I don't know. If I feel this should be equal, but Hans will push here. Not much has changed here.
You know what the move is, chat? The only move for white. It's so paradoxical. I mean, white could find it, but it's unlikely. It's actually the move rook to f1.
What?
Yeah. And if you were to pass the move, I don't know how you pass the move at 6. Let's say f4 is already plus 1.1 for Hans.
Yeah, but h6 is a bad move. Yeah? Let's play
Ah, well,
f5 or
what do you
something
play?
maybe.
H5, let's say. And okay,
f5 I
h5
said.
is the best move in the position actually.
f5
So,
actually. By f5 I'm saying.
f5. Then f5 ke baad, I think, f5 ke baad is again f3. So it's plus, he's showing plus 0.5. But somehow maybe e5 being weak is a problem.
Rook
But
a1,
okay,
rook
rook
f5
f1.
could be a plan. Yeah.
But rook
Okay, but
f1
rook
is
f1 just feels like a super computer move. Yeah.
hmm, mysterious rook move, but not an easy one to assess why it's better actually.
Yeah. Feels illogical. By the way,
So,
Yagiz, some updates in the Gukesh board. He has played rook e8 and Yagiz is on 26 minutes and he has to make 26 moves.
if Gukesh would play like quickly, I would just not move from this board at all. I just want to see how quickly can Yagiz literally manage this because this looks so difficult. Like
But why
literally
would
a minute
Gukesh
to
play
move.
quickly? No, he has half an hour more.
Like just kind of like theoretically, if that would happen. Um, Also, by the way, look at the points. 5.5 for Erdogmus and 4 for Gukesh. You would expect the exact opposite. But no, this
Mhm.
has been Erdogmus's tournament.
Yeah, and now, by the way, 25-minute mark, pawn takes e4 is logical. He's gonna be a pawn up. We did briefly look at rook e8 before. I think it makes sense, but you just want to avoid making the position super simple, because then time pressure में खेलना भी possible है. Will I think be more or less easier.
Hmm.
And his accuracy back to 100%. Yes, chat. I think we discussed that earlier. कुछ glitch हुआ होगा पहले, but yeah, I think he's basically playing perfect chess so far. An interesting idea though from Erdogmus versus knight d5 business.
Interesting for sure. And he's still
Um,
pumped up, moving back and forth.
Arvind, by the way, back to equality in that endgame.
Okay,
I
that's
wouldn't be
nice.
surprised if we just take a draw here, like in the next couple of moves. I don't see anyone playing for a win here necessarily.
So
He,
feels like chat. Tomorrow, I think, is a rest day. And before the rest day, we've had one draw already. That is Sindarov versus Jordan. another one incoming, that is Arvind against one. So maybe some calm day, although you never know.
या आई मीन दो ड्रॉज तो हो रहे हैं फटाफट. ये भी ड्रॉ की तरफ ही बढ़ रहा है. आई थिंक ही इज ओनली प्लेइंग फास्ट बिकॉज वैन के पास 8 ही मिनट है. And once that is done, they will just take a draw. Okay, he's moving the king. I guess he goes king f7 or something. Then they just agree. I mean, okay, white has a good bishop. He has a bad bishop. I don't know why engine shows it's better for black here. Makes no sense to me. I'm so surprised actually by this.
By the way, another thing to be surprised by is the move Nodirbek played after queen takes b2,
I told you
rook
why.
e2, queen a1. He finds the only move queen to d2. भाई ये
Yeah.
बंदा भी अलग है, बिकॉज रुक ई वन से क्वीन ट्रैप हो रही है भाई.
ये हमने डिस्कस तो किया था पहले. Knight d7, rook e1, takes, and okay. I don't know if Fedoseev is better here, bhai. I
I
feel
have to
like
agree
this
with
is
you. I would
dangerous.
I would even choose white. Yeah, I mean, if I have time on the clock, I might even choose the white pieces. It feels so
एक पॉन दे दो
comfortable.
मेरे को b2 पे, फिर I'll choose white.
d4 पे रख दो ना भाई, फिर अगर एक्स्ट्रा ले रहे हो तो फिर b2 पे क्यों रख रहे हो?
हाँ, गुड पॉइंट, गुड पॉइंट. d4 पे दे दोगे फिर तो 100% white. I'll choose भाई.
So I think okay, this one is going to be tricky. Will last a long while. Meanwhile, by the way, Anish has played. He has given up his queen for a knight and a rook. Okay, queen g2 played, king g2. He stares at Bluebaum.
The point is that if you take on e4, which is forced, white will go king f2, and now the f5 का pawn मर नहीं रहा है. If you play knight f5, then queen e5, I believe, taking will take a piece in the position. And if you play bishop f5, then I'm guessing queen f6. Actually, bishop g5 is simpler, just attacking a mate in one, and that's it. So after king f2, I don't know what you even play here.
Maybe you don't take the rook. Maybe you take the pawn on f5 then with the knight.
आ गया ना वापस. बढ़िया.
वेलकम बैक भाई. साथ में
Thank you.
कहाँ थे, मिले नहीं बहुत टाइम से.
Hmm. But yeah, so basically for Anish, if he takes the rook on e4, then king f2 के बाद it's very hard to come up with a move.
True. And I think from the perspective of Anish, this is going to be a shocker. Like the tournament had turned around, but you have to also admire the move knight g2. Maybe it was Sajwal, like maybe it was easy at the top level, but for me it was magical. Like it was just a beautiful move to see. He h3 दिया, d4 दिया, भाई क्या ही खेला भाई, मजा आ गया. By the way, chat is streaming
Hmm.
hooky game. कुछ हुआ क्या वहां पे? Oh, he plays bishop e6. He's going for it. He finds that move, the one we were looking
Mhm.
at.
Exactly. And that queen b7 पे bishop c4 वाला plan. We did look at this exact position before. Yeah, queen d3 is forced now for him, and 23 minutes for him to play 25 moves. भाई गई है position. ये position
I think
इतनी
he's
गई कि
winning.
साहिल भाई भी चले गए. Crazy.
भाई sorry, actually वो दरवाजा बंद करता, but I think he's winning.
नहीं नहीं
I
भाई,
think
winning.
he's just winning.
एक
नहीं,
मिस्टेक तो होने तो पहले.
what I mean is not like he's winning right now, but I think he's gonna win this game. Because मुझे लग रहा है कि look at the time situation. It's 23 minutes to play 25 moves.
By queen c7, another top move in the game. By I'm telling you, Gukesh is putting pressure on the clock.
Chat,
Very
you have to be
valuable.
careful though with this strategy. You do not want to push too quickly because you have so much time. Gukesh is doing exactly what feels tempting, but you better be sure. Like you see, he's not getting up now. So he's using every second Erdogmus has. Usually this can be risky because if you make a mistake trying to, beat your opponent on time, you just blunder and you lose the game on the spot. Then the time doesn't even matter. I knew certain friends in school who used to do this consciously. जानबूझ के
प्रखर
टाइम कम करते हैं ताकि ओपोनेंट ओवर एक्साइड होकर ब्लंडर कर दे.
प्रखर ऐसा क्यों करता था फिर?
प्रखर नहीं था भाई, वो उसका बेस्ट फ्रेंड था।
मतलब प्रखर ही था।
नहीं नहीं, वो नहीं था भाई, एक और बंदा था। नॉट प्रखर,
अरे अरे
शमक नाम का
अरे।
उसका दोस्त था, फ्रेंड ऑफ
ये
माइन
बहुत,
आल्सो।
ये बड़ी इजी टेक्निक है राइट, जब कोई किसी बंदे को गेस करो तो नहीं, ये नहीं कोई और है, ताकि यू स्टॉप गेसिंग द फर्स्ट पर्सन। आई फील लाइक इट्स स्टिल प्रखर भाई।
नहीं नहीं, प्रखर नहीं, प्रखर तो
स्कूल में
हारता
तो
था भाई,
मतलब
जीतता
वही
नहीं था
होगा
वो।
ना भाई, चेस प्लेयर है तो वही होगा ना भाई।
अरे शमक भी स्कूल में ही था, उसका दोस्त था भाई।
हम्म।
By the way, 21 minutes to play 24 moves. Brother, like you don't have time. Just play bishop e3.
पर प्रखर तो ये जान के करता था ना, आपके हिसाब से तो।
अरे प्रखर नहीं करता था भाई वो। अरे प्रखर कभी चैट पूछना उससे भाई, बताऊंगा। उसका एक अच्छा दोस्त है शमक लांबा करके, मस्त बंदा है। साहिल के स्कूल में इन्फाइनाइट बच्चे थे, ये बात सही है भाई, सारे बंदे मेरे स्कूल में थे। मोदी जी वहीं पढ़े हैं एक्चुअली। By the way, he's still not played. He's moving his hand up, not moving it, moving his hand up. This sort of, this can somehow trigger you psychologically if you're sitting in front, Saj. Have you ever felt the same? Like opponent is hal thake, he's about to play but doesn't play, about to play, doesn't play.
आई मीन आई थिंक एर्दोगमस के अपोनेंट्स ये बहुत बारी से देखते होंगे।
हाँ
बिकॉज
exactly, like it can make you do. By the way, played best move in the position. जितना भी टाइम ले ले, बंदा मूव्स बेस्ट खेल रहा है भाई, ध्यान रखना।
99.3 वर्सेस 100% भाई, गुकेश भी बढ़िया खेल रहा है एक्चुअली। नो मिस्टेक्स सो फार।
हाँ,
नाउ ही हैज टू टेक द बिशप, सीधा ट्रेड करो।
फरीदाबाद में एक ही स्कूल है क्या भाई? डीपीएस तो डीपीएस होता है ना।
आई थिंक आई वुड एक्सपेक्ट गुकेश टू प्ले दिस वेरी क्विकली, whether he goes for bishop e3 or not. I think it's simple. No, by the way, Anish has just resigned his match. If we can quickly switch the camera,
Oh
there we
wow.
see a resignation. Bluebaum has taken out a potential candidate in this match, and that too in what 3 hours with a beautiful sacrifice. What a game! He's on six out
भाई,
of ten now.
he's in tied first place in Tata Steel. 6 points. If Nodirbek were to lose, he would be in tied first place. कौन कहता है वो कैंडिडेट जीत नहीं सकता? मैं तो कभी नहीं बोला।
Correct. By you did say it by the way. Vincent
नहीं, कभी नहीं
Keymer,
भाई।
Gukesh, and Anish he has defeated. Yeah, so far
वाओ,
that is amazing.
दैट्स एन अमेजिंग रिजल्ट। हैट्स ऑफ टू हिम फॉर winning this important game. साज भाई, इसके साथ ही I think let's have a look at the game of Vincent. उसका नाम आ ही गया है तो what's happening in that game against Arjun?
खराब पोजीशन है भाई अर्जुन की। He has gone bishop b1, वो डबल बिशप्स थे यहाँ पे, पिन हो रखा था क्वीन पे। I think his dark squares are super bad, and at some point I believe he has to throw d5. uh, I don't, उसके बाद ये बिशप भी खुल जाएगा, ये बिशप तो ऑलरेडी इज वेरी स्ट्रांग। I don't like this भाई। I feel like Arjun is gonna have a very tough day today.
Yeah. This, by the way, knight h7 के बाद the best move is actually bishop c1, which is
Yeah,
rather cute.
बिकॉज नाइट c4 में b2 मर रहा है क्या, आई गेस बिशप e3 पे
Hmm.
रखते तो नाइट c4 के बाद फिर भी बिशप c1 आना पड़ता आपको। मेरे
Hmm.
एरोस को पता नहीं क्या हो गया, बट या अर्जुन इन ट्रबल फॉर श्योर, बट टाइम इज बैलेंस्ड। They have 18 moves to play, around what, 36 39 minutes, something like that. Arjun just played rook a8 with the threat of d5, I'm guessing. Some एंड गेम पॉसिबल जहाँ पे अर्जुन को थोड़ा डिफेंड करना पड़ेगा।
Sahil, why Dingler is not playing any event? I think he lost his love for the game a bit also. It's my perspective. He played the World Championship. He had health issues also. So it's very hard to know, because I did see some tweets jahan pe some people who knew what he was going through shared that he had some health issues. So he might be recovering from them. He did play the Speed Chess Championship and lost to Hans horribly. So and this happened in the second half of 2025. So clearly, whatever issues he had have not been resolved. So hoping to see him someday. ऐसे comeback करेगा साहज भाई 26 के end में and suddenly beats everybody, and that'll be epic.
Yeah. But yeah, it remains to be seen. I'm not. We don't see him. I think he's playing in China though, but we're not seeing
Yeah,
him.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah, in top events as much.
By the way, साहज भाई, let's go to Gukesh's game. I think chat बहुत demand कर रही है. He's still
भाई उसके
thinking.
बाद तो चला ही नहीं ना उसने बिशप E3 के बाद.
चैट इतनी क्रेजी किया कि गुकेश ब्रिलियंस भाई, ब्रिलियंस ही तो खेली नहीं उसने.
सोच रहा है भाई वो 100% एक्यूरेसी पे उसने मेंटेन करा, वही ब्रिलियंट है.
ये बात तो है भाई.
साहिल भाई, I'll just be right back in a minute. BRB.
भाई अगर डॉगमस की चाल होती तो 1 मिनट would have been too much actually, साज भाई. So Gukesh luckily has a lot of time, and I'm very happy कि he's not rushing with this move here. This is a crucial moment. Chat chess में ना कई चीजें बहुत crucial होती हैं. You can automatically guess. For example, when to castle is a crucial moment. Peace exchanges are crucial moments. For example, यहाँ पे एक peace exchange offer किया है. So automatically it's a moment when you have to pause and think, what is my best response here? Do I want to trade? Do I want to trade on my terms, like allow my opponent to trade? Do I want to avoid the trade? Yeah, avoid तो कर ही नहीं सकते. But you can choose, yeah, you can play something else, or you can capture the bishop yourself. So important decision. Sahil Nubi, thanks bhai. I think not that Nubi surname is worse than Tiku, but I still prefer Tiku bhai. Mukesh just needs the balance in will to win and awareness to take the draw. Once he does that, he'll be unstoppable. Um, I think his chess was not the best in this event. I mean, the last game he lost, there was no moment when he had the draw. He was just worse throughout with the white pieces. So it's not just his ability to grasp the draw. By the way, he plays the best move again. So maintains the 100% accuracy. Bishop takes, queen takes. And now the only move bishop c4 he finds. Very important. Dogma's playing quickly as well. Knight d3. Of course, rook कोने मर रहा था तो knight d3 खेलना ही था. And now Gukesh needs to find simply bishop takes b5. I mean, the most simple move in the position. But it is simplifying, chat. After bishop takes b5, I mean, pawns are 6 each. एक queen, दो rook, एक king, bishop against knight. I think it's pretty much equal. And I think जब भी वो rook unpin करोगे, black might even just take the knight. So it will be two rooks and queen, two rooks and queen. That's pretty simple. So draw still the likely result. टिकू यार तू कमेंट नहीं पढ़ता भाई, सारे कमेंट पढ़ना ही तो मेरा काम है भाई, वो भी नहीं पढ़ूंगा क्या करूंगा फिर. Sahil Tiku, when to resign is a crucial moment. Why? That is actually a crucial moment, especially when your name is Yash Amonkar. Purush simplify. Exactly. Deepa Mishra ji, you hit the nail on the head. The position is simplifying, and that works in a Dogmus's favor because time come hai, you want simple decisions कि भाई pawn h3, rook e1, rook d1, ऐसे simple decision चाहिए होते तब. So this is working in white's favor actually, and black के chances जीतने के बहुत कम हो गए हैं. Come on, Gukesh. Maybe some way to complicate matters. Don't see one right now. He can even offer a queen trade actually. Queen b6 is also possible. ये तो बिल्कुल ही like बोलते ना ड्रॉ की तरफ एक बड़ा कदम होगा. क्वीन b6 a b6 rook d1. ना rook d1 तो खेल नहीं सकते actually. a1 hanging है. Sorry, my bad. rook a
बैक
d1
नाउ.
खेलना पड़ेगा भाई.
ड्रॉ
साज
ही है
भाई,
भाई पोजीशन अब तो.
there's a move here. Let's kind of analyze this. So queen b6 from black. Let's go through deeper. Queen b6 a b6.
Why should I take queen b6?
ताकि आपके डबल ना हो जाए पॉन ना e5 पे.
I'll go rook f1 na. You'll go take, I'll take. I'm not looking at the engine by the way. I'm playing like uh just myself. Queen
Maybe
b5
then I'll
maybe is
take on
logical.
b5 with the queen, no? Like you
Slightly
wish no move.
uncomfortable for white, yeah.
हाँ, थोड़ा आपने मूवी वेस्ट कर दी. Like why play rook f1 like तो
No, I just wanted to capture back and not give you that rook.
थोड़ा uncomfortable तो लग रहा है at first glance. I don't know.
I don't know, but you also have a pawn on d6. I don't know. So, okay, either way. So let's go queen b6. Okay, your move, a b6.
हाँ, हाँ. So how does white
Uh,
play this now?
I'm thinking rook d1 only move.
हाँ, rook d1. Now I take on e4 instead of b5. Don't you think Gukesh
Okay,
has some chances here?
I'll play rook d2 perhaps just to guard the seventh rank.
And if I
Oh, this
take
is
on
fine.
b5,
You take on b5. ठीक है, pawn up हो. I'll play f3. f3 में क्या हो रहा है? f3?
f3, साज भाई अपने प्रिंसिपल तोड़ दिया अपने f1 पुश करके, ऐसे कैसे? अब मैं आई डोंट नो
किंग
व्हाट टू
f2 पे आ रहा
बिलीव
है ना भाई?
एनीमोर. बट स्टिल साज भाई, आई मीन दिस इज लाइक चीटिंग. आई मीन हाउ कैन यू प्ले
तो
f1?
एक्टिवेट. भाई ड्रॉ है ये. यहाँ पे नहीं है चांस आपका कोई. यहाँ पे नो
Hmm.
चांस. रुक एंड ने डबल्ड है ना पॉन्स. Like you go rook e3, rook d1, and you
Okay,
surely should
let's
not
take.
keep this knight.
Yeah, let's take and rook d8.
ठीक है, ये तो
और
ड्रॉ हो
rook
गया
d.
ना फिर.
हाँ.
Rook
Yeah,
d5. I
you're
mean,
right.
you are winning b6, okay, but it's a draw.
Yeah, it's a draw. So don't see a way to complicate. And maybe this works in White's favor then, because simplifications के साथ time pressure में खेलना आसान हो गया.
Exactly. And I think maybe मतलब Gukesh, I wouldn't expect him to go queen b6 here. Because
Hmm.
21 minutes जब आप देखते हो तो आप okay, you get a bit ambitious. ठीक है, कोई गलती करने के chances तब रहेंगे ना जब आप queens रखोगे board पे. Maybe he goes bishop takes. What happens if I go bishop takes d5? Surely you cannot take this because d3 का knight मर जाएगा आपका at the end.
Hmm.
I'm guessing you want to get away from this spin. So rook e1 or rook d1 makes sense. So let's say rook d1, that just to defend the
Hmm.
knight. कुछ d5 f5 possible है क्या इधर? d5 में क्या हो रहा है?
d5 f5 interesting. But maybe just e5, yeah. अच्छा e5 तो
हाँ,
सही है,
d5
my
में
bad.
e5 है आपके पास.
जब आ रहा
e5
है,
में
एक्चुअली आ रहा है. ओके, ये इंसेप्शन लेवल स्टफ था. ये थोड़ा आ रहा है, तेरा थोड़ा नहीं आ रहा है, तेरा थोड़ा आ रहा है. वाओ.
crazy. d5 में तो लेकिन
Why
I
wait?
can just win a pawn ना.
But I'm winning d5, no?
नहीं नहीं भाई, bishop d3, queen d3 and rook e5 no.
अच्छा, rook e5 will take. Okay. कुछ बैक हैंड
Still I mean
c4
I'm
नहीं हो
seeing
रहा
the
क्या?
bar is saying point 2 only.
कुछ c4 नहीं हो रहा है, c4 टाइप कुछ समथिंग.
बैक रैंक नहीं है ना मेरा भाई.
rook a7 समथिंग लाइक.
But c4 में तो dc4 and queen is
rook a7
attacked. ओहो हो भाई, ये तो कुछ ज्यादा ही क्रेजी हो
काम
गया.
नहीं
बड़ी
कर रहा क्या? अरे
अच्छा
यार, आई
नहीं
वाज
है.
सो हैप्पी यार, इट्स वर्किंग. शिट.
टैक्टिक तो बढ़िया है भाई. है क्या टैक्टिक देख रहे हो? ब्लू बॉब का
भाई
गेम देख
रुको,
के
क्वीन
लगता है
सैक.
आपको मोटिवेशन आ गया.
उसका गेम देख के मोटिवेशन नहीं आया साज भाई.
क्रेजी.
बट क्या मेरे को क्या खेलना है यहाँ पे?
Russ rook e8, I'm
अच्छा
guessing,
ओके, यार
and you
अपना भी
just a
बैक हैंड
pawn
खुला
up.
हुआ है या. rook e1. ओके, फेयर.
So I like bishop b5 more. At least you keep the queens on the board.
हम्म.
But yeah, it's simple for Erdogmus to play this.
ऑल्दो,
उसका नाम Yagiz
ऑल्सो
है ना, by
लाइक
the
मैंने.
way?
हाँ, ऑल्सो
Yagiz
आई
is.
थिंक लाइक 20, अगर यहाँ 11 मिनट होते आई वुड अंडरस्टैंड. आई थिंक गुकेश विल ऑल्सो अंडरस्टैंड कि भाई इतना कुछ क्रेजी नहीं है. आई डू थिंक कि लाइक दिस इज गोना बी इक्वल. लाइक ही विल अंडरस्टैंड कि 21 मिनट्स इज इनफ फॉर समबडी लाइक यागिस who's 1.5 points ahead to comfortably draw this. तो yeah.
Correct. Until Erdogmus makes a blunder, Gukesh has very low chance. By even a slight mistake. Like so far, no player has made him. I mean, this is such high level chess. Yeah, Gukesh having 100% accuracy. Erdogmus is 99.5. Such high level chess is being played here.
You know, I somebody told me that there's 22K watching on the Chess 24 Turkey channel. I went and took a screenshot of the chat. I was trying to understand how they think about chess. Yeah, just curious. So एक बंदा लिखता है कि यागिस रिवाइव्ड चेस इन टर्की. भाई एक बंदे ने लिखा. लाइक
Yeah,
दैट टेल्स यू, या मतलब कितना इंपॉर्टेंट है एक आइडल होना, एक ऐसा प्लेयर जो बहुत बढ़िया खेल रहा है, चेस को आगे लेके जा रहा है. लाइक दैट्स सो मोटिवेशनल टू रीड. ऑल्दो
yeah,
वहाँ ये भी लिखा
agreed,
गुकेश
bhai.
इज स्लोली डिक्लाइनिंग, बट ओके, दैट आई डिसएग्री विद. तो देखते हैं.
So again, I think there is a very good culture, no? Because they have the leagues, they have hosted so many World Junior Championships, and I mean, जब भी मैं टर्की में like World Junior और वो youth events जब भी खेलता था, World Youth types, I mean, it was always the best organized events. So they have had that culture for chess for a very long time. But वो एक player जो top elite player था वो missing था,
हम्म.
and Erdogmus is that guy.
हम्म.
By the way, looks like Arjun is fighting back. I mean, he's still a bit worse. he has just played queen g3 in this position, and now you can see from the blue arrow d5. You would be surprised to know that d5 is the only move for Arjun here. If he doesn't play d5, he's
Wow.
basically lost.
Wow. Wow. यार अर्जुन हारना, if Arjun loses तो
भाई तो फिर रो देंगे भाई हम.
एक दिन रो ही देते हैं भाई, maybe that will change our luck, yeah.
But d5 तो खेलेगा, I think, because why else would he go rook? Because his last move was rook a d8 here. So why would he go rook a d8, putting the knight in the pin if he doesn't want to play d5?
Hmm.
बस टाइम मैनेज होना चाहिए अच्छे से. अभी आधा घंटा ये दोनों के पास. Oh, he doesn't
अरे
play it. Oh, blunder. That's a blunder.
Blunder. That's a blunder. Blunder.
ऐसी मूव थी कि साहिल अब गाना गाने लग गए भाई, वो भी इमेजिन ड्रैगन्स के.
मैं ड्रैगन्स तो इमेजिन नहीं कर रहा हूँ साहब भाई, अभी कुछ और ही इमेजिन कर रहा हूँ.
How about a win? Oh भाई, वो fan, he's back. He's wearing an Arvind t-shirt today.
भाई अरविंद,
भाई
but he
अरविंद
will
किधर है यार
change.
उसको. Let's hope he's fine भाई. Let's go check it out. Check
Arvind
out his
is,
game.
I mean, he's holding, but even if he draws, he's gonna change his shirt, right? So who'll be the next one?
हाँ. Gukesh, I think, would be the easiest bet because he's okay right now. Prag is gonna have to defend that endgame for a while. Arjun is worse, borderline lost actually. So Gukesh is the best bet by.
Wow. 3 and 2.5. This is the battle of the ninth and sorry, the 13th and the 14th place. So it's really an important one. It doesn't feel like it, but nobody wants to finish last. Joe Harega is likely gonna finish in last place, Saj bhai. And if Arvind loses, it's almost guaranteed.
Oh yes, but I think hard
Draw.
to win this as black.
Draw पे भी he
You
will
have knight
lose.
d6 and knight e4, and definitely white should not allow this. So you will put your bishop on c2 ताकि knight e4 आए तो you can capture it. King को d2 पे रख दो, pawn को g3 पे रख दो, and just wait. Bishop b1, bishop c2, bishop b1, bishop c2, and offer the draw.
Yeah. Arbiter behind reading our chats. Bilkul. If you had a message to write, okay, let's do this way. If you had the message to write, मान लो गुकेश आपकी chat पढ़ रहा था, what would you tell Gukesh chat in this moment? Not chess moves, like in general, like today, let's say, आज रात को कुछ बोलना होता, गुकेश पढ़ रहा होता, या stream आके देख रहा होता, what would you tell Gukesh? Let's go to his game, Saj bhai. So, Sade, what would you tell Gukesh?
I will just let him know that he has 100% accuracy right now. I think that would be such a confidence booster for Gukesh to know this.
Uh, True.
I will tell him, why 100%. That's it. That's all I will type. 100%.
Come back stronger champ. हिलाज क्यों
साइन
बोलोगे
की
उसको भाई?
एडवाइस कभी मत लेना.
That's great advice, bhai. That's great advice. Be calm, stay positive. मत कर लाला क्या होता है भाई? Don't think too much. To be honest, nothing is coming to my mind. पता ओके सामने लोग कुछ बोल नहीं रहे यार. Form is temporary, class is permanent.
By the way, Nodirbek now is much better against Fedoseev भाई. मैं बोल रहा था आपको कि वो सिंपल नहीं है. Nodirbek जीत जाएगा भाई ये मैच.
भाई 7 पॉइंट पे चला जाएगा यार. Like
Yeah,
it's
he's running away
crazy
with
like
it
how
भाई.
he.
I mean, Yagiz is drawing. Sindarov का draw हो गया already. तो 1 point का lead होगा भाई उसके पास. As we enter the last 4
Wow.
rounds.
भाई Nodirbek literally just, like exerting dominance in this event. Yeah, every game he's winning, Sahaj bhai. I can't believe like how well is he playing. And somehow he still like struggles to stay in the world top 5, like he loses rating, but then he has these events like this one where he just crushes everyone. Extremely tough opponent. chat update. Can we have all the boards on the screen for once? Would love to see आज कितने Indians का result आने वाले हैं and कैसे जाएंगे. So first of all, Arvind का time क्यों zero हो गया है? Okay, that's gonna be a draw. Keymer, Arjun, Sahaj bhai, what's your result?
I think Keymer takes this one.
Oof, painful. And then we go to Erdogmus Gukesh
Draw, I think, very likely.
and Niemann Prague.
It's a tough one, but I think it's gonna be a draw. It's a
So
very tough one. I think there's a good chance that Hans will push for a long time. Hans is very dangerous in these positions.
Optimistically, 3 draws and 1 loss then.
Yeah, essentially. Bishop b5 taken by the way in Gukesh's board.
Let's go to his board. साथ में हम जीत कब अगला सवाल.
भाई लास्ट विन कब हुआ था अपना? गुकेश ही था ना जो जीता था?
I've lost track.
भाई फेडोसिव के साथ जीता था. That was the last one. हाँ,
हाँ,
Pragg
कल
won
तो जीता.
yesterday against
But वो अरविंद
Arvind.
के अगेंस्ट जीता ना, so it doesn't feel like a
हाँ.
win actually.
बढ़िया गेम था लेकिन from Pragg. I mean he
हाँ.
consolidated pretty well in the rook end game. Nice technique there.
At the start of today's game, can we see Indian players in the left half? No, that's still our goal. I think specifically for Arvind, like he's in last place right now. I don't think he can finish in the first half. All he can do is win a couple of games, get some rating back, get some confidence back, and hope he does well in the Prague Masters. I think from his perspective, I think it's not going to go super well in this event at least. No, 99.9. No.
फिर से चेंज हो जाएगा भाई, चिंता मत करो आप. He's about to play. खेला नहीं अभी तक. He's going for his king, I think, or his rook. He's saying he's going to play rook f d1.
Rook f. Yeah, rook f d1, rook f e1 में से कुछ.
I think if I was Gukesh, I would take the knight like instantly.
Yeah.
अगर वो knight रह गया तो you are going to suffer for a bit.
Suffer a bit for sure, Sahaj bhai, because imagine bishop c6. Like imagine knight f and knight d5. The best you can do in that situation is just take that knight. Yeah, so might as well do it now.
Correct. From where are we reading the chat? We are actually also streaming on Chess24 India. And हम दोनों की chats पढ़ रहे हैं, vertical stream में भी और इस वाली में भी. So yeah, it's running on both channels basically.
Yep. We have 3 streams. One is Chess24 India horizontal, Chesscom India horizontal, and Chesscom India vertical. So you can choose where you want to follow. Meanwhile, Bishop b5 के बाद Erdogmus still not.
Yeah, 18 moves. 18 minutes and 21 moves.
Yes, we're reading the chat, Mr. Dongi ji. This kid is nice. Why? He is very nice indeed. Very strong player. Rather Rukia even played.
Yeah, but I think he's going for a draw also. And chat में someone was asking that 20 moves in 20 minutes is difficult. I think in this position it's not as difficult because बहुत सारे pieces trade हो गए position में and we are going into an end game for sure. Like black bishop d3 बहुत जल्दी मारने वाला है यहाँ पे. Perhaps he goes d5, e5 and then bishop d3 or maybe he can go f5 also, which seems actually kind of interesting. But one thing is for sure कि end game की तरफ बढ़ रहे हैं और end game में hand moves खेलना जहाँ पे आपको ज़्यादा सोचने की ज़रूरत नहीं है. It's very much possible. So I don't think this is a big worry for Yagiz. But yeah, of course, this is something he has to work on for sure.
भाई knight तो मार दो, या तो d5 खेलो या फिर knight मार दो. I think you d5
भाई फिर से 100 हो गई.
Hey, high five साज भाई, मतलब
Let's go.
बढ़िया. By the way, Vincent Keymer is completely winning. It's over, essentially. Knight b6 खेला, एक और error from Arjun in the last move, and f4, he's breaking through. It's over.
Oh, he missed this move for sure, yeah. f5 is the plan. And again, you cannot keep the queen on e7 क्योंकि ये हमेशा pinned रहेगा. So you have to take. And now queen takes f4. and you're just done. By knight f3, knight d4 is a plan. Knight f5 check आ सकता है उसके बाद. So many threats. I think Arjun is lost, dead lost now.
Yeah, and I think सब कुछ पिन में है. The black king looks weak. एक बार वो knight आएगा यहाँ पे f3 पे, another piece to join as you mentioned, Sahaj. It just, and bishop on g5. I mean, it doesn't have an opponent. And look at the black pieces, yeah, on b6, b7, d8. I mean, they kind of don't do anything, to be honest.
Correct, bhai. And
So, and if
also,
you,
like, I was looking at the opponents that Arjun is playing. After Vincent, he has Sindarov, who's on 6, Van Foreest, who was also on 6, and Nodirbek, who's going to be on 7 if he wins his match. So basically, he's playing against his last 3 rounds are against opponents who are either finishing at the top or who are just tied for the second place.
I have to agree, Arjun does struggle in Tata Steel. This is just not his event. Yeah, I'm sorry. I think there's some curse. Yeah, I think all 3 years he struggled here. I think it's just some psychological block for him personally. He started off so well. He was leading the event after 3, 4 rounds, but then he collapsed after that one blunder against Fedoseev. I think, and that's a common pattern actually, chat. Sahaj bhai, did you notice?
Mm.
Like Arjun completely winning, one move blunder loses to Fedoseev, and then Gukesh completely drawn, doing very well, leading the tournament. One move blunder loses to Nodirbek, and since then both of them kind of just collapsed in terms of getting wins, for example. So
Huh.
it just feels like psychologically it really affected them both, and it's a common reason, yeah.
Could be. Could be. It's an interesting analogy there. They're asking Sahaj, why do you think Erdogmus will become a consistent top 5 player in the coming years? I think very likely yes, very very likely. But ये नहीं पता कब होगा. But yeah, very likely. अगले 2 साल के अंदर he should be top 10. I think actually अगले 1 साल के अंदर he should be top 10.
The good news for, I think, Erdogmus is, regardless of how this event goes now, I think he's gonna get a lot of invites because
Hmm.
everybody wants to see him succeed and everybody wants to be part of his journey where he potentially becomes world champion or whatever, and they have kind of contributed to it. So I think he's gonna get a bunch of invites. So you're gonna constantly see him play against the top players of the world, chahe wo Gukesh ho, jo bhi ho. But Gukesh has played the best move in the position. Chat bata rahi hai. He's played d5, and now Chad, as we discussed, like e5 is one of the best moves. Even knight b4 is a potential option for white if he really wants to avoid the trade between the knight and the bishop.
E5 के बाद तो लेकिन pawn मर रहा है आपका. Like I'll take this and I'll take this and I don't see a clear way that you're winning this pawn. Think I'm right there. Even though the position is still equal for some reason. Maybe queen b5 and I take one of these pawns. Something like that. हाँ ठीक है, तो you'll win b7 basically. ठीक है, तो draw हो जाएगा यहाँ पे, मतलब forced ही है अब तो.
But rather queen b5 b6 पे कुछ
Queen
how do
b6
you
है ना
win?
भाई.
Maybe chat. अरे अरे यार भाई chat से पूछना था.
अच्छा.
But okay, fair.
वॉर्न करना चाहिए भाई पहले. मैं बड़ा एक्साइट हो गया आपने b6 बोला, वही वही ट्रैप था मेरा. But yeah. By the way, he has 16 minutes now, so 20 moves to make. That's not enough. I think Yagiz will be okay with a draw now. Just play e5, try to make some moves quickly. Pressure is rising.
Inflation is rising, Sahaj bhai. Inflation is rising.
Hmm.
What do you think?
Agreed, bhai. Yeah, great game, I think, from Gukesh overall, though. Gave him 0 chances, and okay, he's still, I think, keeping the pressure.
Uh, I think Ukesh will get ambitious now and get in trouble. No, I don't think so. I think he should be fine. Saj bhai, how do you
Oh,
differentiate between Rook D1 or
Queen
Rook E1?
C.
Oh,
Uh, Interesting, actually. Doesn't this mean he's
I
winning a pawn again? Hang on. Wait, queen takes, knight takes, b6 पे क्या हो रहा है?
knight A6
Isn't
actually is
this
the
just
only move. Only move.
d4 नहीं मर रहा, sorry, knight c7 है मेरे पास. Okay, I'll take, okay, maybe that's equal to takes and d4.
Rook E4 is important apparently because otherwise you will have Rook A1 ideas or something, I think.
Oh, okay, Gukesh can press here थोड़ा सा. That was a slight inaccuracy from him, for sure.
Actually, the only problem is there's no way of activating the rook on a8, Saj, I think.
हाँ तो किंग
Although,
को आप ये पुश करो, किंग को उधर लेके जाओ, समथिंग लाइक दिस.
actually, look at the sequence. And it feels almost forced. So queen c5 takes, b6, knight a6 takes, rook e4, d4. And when you first look at this, the bar just says 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, whatever. King f1, f5, king e2, king f7. And suddenly now you have to play c4. Like that's, if you don't play c4, it's getting minus zero point 0.4, minus zero point 0.5. Because the king is coming to d5, yeah? So white has to be a bit more careful than black. So there is some potential maybe.
Hmm. Nice. That's good. So queen c5 के बाद, is this my only move though? Because this knight is hanging. What if I played queen d7? Why? What happens then? Isn't that just a pawn also?
Queen d7.
Knight f4, I guess, or no? Knight f4, de4. That's also knight f4 was a mistake. What's the better move?
Pretty
Knight
knight
b4.
b4 is the only move.
ठीक है, तो
d4
pawn
and
takes.
rook d1.
Ah, oh, okay. I don't have the c6 square now. तो बिशप
Okay,
d3
even
वगैरह कुछ खेलना पड़ेगा.
that's also not easy. Yeah, so matlab, there is like Gukesh has a try left. I think
Hmm.
he can push.
15
Yagiz
minute में I
Khan
think it's an
Erdogmus
interesting try for
win.
sure.
I really doubted actually Yagiz can win this one. I think Gukesh. I mean, it depends on how much he wants to push also. Because if he wants to push, I think he has a chance in the rook end game, as
Hmm.
we saw. So I think it's a two. Would you agree, Chalt and Saj, like it's a two result position for Gukesh, or do you think like White could potentially win this?
No, white can win this. अगर black को over press करता है तो, और rook end game में नहीं probably.
Huh.
But इस position में, like if you play queen d7, then yes, it's a 3 result game.
Hmm. So
By the way,
Gukesh,
some
I think,
updates in
हाँ
Vincent versus Arjun as well.
भाई वो नहीं जानी अपडेट्स मुझे.
He plays rook d7 and yeah, knight f3. He had basically he took
और
on f4,
यार,
queen f4, rook d7.
this looks lost, I think. Yeah, I guess a very less time, Ayush. That's the point. I think without the time, I think it would be a dull draw. So the time is what makes it interesting.
Hmm.
So Arjun still losing, Arvind still worse. But by the way, can we go? Okay, I think we played a move first. Queen f2, knight h7.
So you take this and you take this and Arjun is back. But of course, वो
Hmm.
bishop e3 खेलेगा, bishop c1. Bishop c1 apparently it's very
Oh,
good.
bishop c1 is looks very strong. Yeah, bishop b2 के साथ. Oh,
भाई गई है position.
खत्म. Khalas, finish.
No, you'll say that okay, black is worse, but evaluating this as lost for black is crazy.
भाई लॉस से याद आया, कैन वी गो टू अरविंद्स गेम वंस? um are you feeling any pressure as white here, or are you still comfortable? Because h6
I'm
g5
comfortable.
apparently आ रहा है, I think something है
उससे
g5
क्या
knight
होगा?
also.
Takes and g3. They take, yeah,
hmm
takes and g3.
hmm
तो g5 आप बोल
g3.
रहे हो? मैं g3 डायरेक्टली नहीं खेल सकता क्या? उसमें क्या हो रहा है? Oh wow, that's a blunder. Wait, why? What? Apparently g4 है यहाँ पे, साहिल भाई. What? This is winning for black? I thought it would be winning for white.
भाई भाई चेस
I
थोड़ा.
mean, do you disagree कि यहाँ पे अगर मैं आपको
No, and
बोलूंगा
ऊपर
ये
से,
को दिखाऊं, I
and the
will
way
say
to win is to play
okay,
knight e4, by the way,
okay, but
in a
I
couple of
won't
moves.
allow this, yeah.
No, king e2 h5, king d2, let's say. And now I think, oh, f4 you have to break with.
ef4 and bishop f5. Ah, bishop f5. Bhai, then Arvind cannot allow g5, g4. Bhai, g3 looks very tempting. I'm telling you.
Why? Why डरा रहे हैं यार? I thought we had three draws in our pocket, Sahaj bhai. Suddenly I'm doubtful.
भाई वो पॉकेट काम नहीं कर रही है. वो उसको लग नहीं रहा कि उसकी विनिंग है तो.
Huh,
He
I
doesn't
mean,
look comfortable.
Chat, by the way, 1100 लोग देख रहे हैं. Do like the stream. Let's get to 500 likes. एक बंदे को चेस का मेंबरशिप देंगे हम लोग at
या भाई
500
वहां
likes.
पे
Meanwhile,
13,000
हाँ,
लाइक हो गए हैं भाई टर्की में.
अरे भाई हम टर्की नहीं है ना, हम इंडिया है भाई. हमारी पॉपुलेशन कम है साज भाई, so कम लोग देखेंगे. Meanwhile,
हाँ.
let's go to Gukesh game एक बार, because Queen C5 खेला गया है and Gukesh is still thinking, which makes me wonder, is he going to play something weird, yeah? Something to still maintain winning chances.
I think he senses something for sure, which is a great sign. And Yagiz is also just trying to calculate all of the moves in Gukesh's time because he won't have enough time on his own. He has to make 19 moves in 15 minutes. That's not enough time.
भाई साहब, can we jump to Hans versus Prague? वो 3 ड्रॉ की जो हम बात कर रहे थे उसमें कितने कंफर्म है भगवान ही जानता है. बिकॉज लुक एट दिस वेरिएशन, दिस इज द करंट पोजीशन. द बेस्ट मूव फॉर व्हाइट इज B4, Bishop E7 best move, C5, Knight E5 best move, and B6. And now black has to find A5 as the
Eh?
only move.
Oh.
भाई थोड़ा सा हिल गया हूं मैं वेरिएशन देख के.
A6 में कुछ प्रॉब्लम थी क्या?
A6 is a
Or it's
very
just a
not as
long-term
strong.
pressure?
Yeah, Bishop D2 and white is plus 0.7 के आसपास, plus 0.8 actually.
So Prag also in some pressure. Yeah, but okay, G5 के साथ he's also trying to expand on the king's side, which is good.
Yeah. Oh, Gukesh plays Queen D7.
Wow.
Gukesh played your move, bhai. Queen D7, and now it's, as you said, three-way result. Yeah.
Yeah. I think this is Gukesh not trying to simplify the position. उसके पास draw थी, equal position थी, but उसको करना नहीं है basically.
I think I've heard that before, Saj bhai. उसकी draw थी पर उसको करना नहीं था. Shit, bhai. Okay. We glass half full. Glass half full. Yes. So Queen D7 played. That does mean कि we maintain pieces on the board. Also DE4 का threat है. So Gukesh is threatening to capture a pawn. Time wise, Erdogmus has to play 19 moves in 14 minutes. So the pressure is on Erdogmus. इसमें कोई डाउट नहीं
भाई
है.
एक
But
Maggie on Gukesh winning.
भाई, I would, like, मैं सागर भाई की बोट में हूँ भाई. I would bet my house buy on him winning right now. Like, I want him to win at any cost. कुछ भी हो जाए भाई.
I think मेरे को लग रहा है कि he is going to take this one now.
Come on, Guki. Come on. Let's go. You know what? If he wins एक मेंबरशिप एक महीने की वैसी गिफ्ट कर देंगे भाई. Forget the 500 likes भाई. Come on भाई. आज अलग ही कुछ मोमेंटम आ रहा है भाई. We have to win this one.
Okay, now he has 13 minutes by the way. Not enough time. 19 moves खेलने हैं उसको. मतलब exactly seconds पे खेलेगा वो. In just about half an hour or so, you will see Yagiz playing on seconds, essentially.
Oh. This is it, chat. This is it. The moment you've been waiting for. Gukesh putting on the pressure. He's not agreeing to a draw. Yagiz with 13 minutes now on the clock. Wow, this is turning out to a, वैसे वो पॉपकॉर्न वाला मैच लग रहा है यार तो.
Correct, bhai. Queen D7, I think, was a great try by Gukesh. And now Knight B4 so देखा था ना हमने. Only move.
Yes, Knight
Why he
B4
won't play
is
it?
one
I
of
think
those
I
moves.
think maybe he didn't look at Queen D7 at all. Now, this could be a moment where he makes a mistake.
Then Sajbhai, Queen D7 is an amazing idea because at the end that was the point, right? Instead of playing the best move, let's play something which our opponent has not seen.
Hmm.
And look at him. He has 12 minutes to play what? 19 moves. I don't think it's possible.
भाई वो लोग भी थोड़ा अब वो रहे होंगे मतलब क्रेजी हो रहा होगा वहाँ पे चैट because 12 minutes is too much.
Come on, chat. Come on. Likes बढ़ते रहने चाहिए. This is such a crucial moment. Let's not. Bhai, let's keep in mind, chat. Erdogmus, he is the next Magnus. Magnus ने खुद कहा है, he is the best bet at becoming the next Magnus. तो गुकेश को अगर, you know, he has similar dreams. Erdogmus is the guy you have to beat. By the way, night before, best move played. Look at the accuracy battle: 99.7 versus 99.1. And now D takes C4. You can take the pawn. He takes it. Best move played by Gukesh, the world champ. I'm not sure
Back
how
by.
it's pronounced. I think it's Yagiz. I mean, I'm not exactly sure though. Welcome back, Saj bhai. Is he back though? या खुद ही बोल रहा हूँ मैं?
Yeah, I'm back.
अच्छा.
D4 he takes. Okay, knight b4. I wasn't expecting him to play, but now c4. Yeah, only move. Rook ed1 also
What?
works. But Gukesh is a pawn up right now, which is a great sign. Atra move on 11 minutes. Blunders incoming. No chance कि अब इतना सब कुछ खेल सकते हो without making any mistakes.
भाई मजा आ रहा है यार. I don't know. For the first time in this event, I feel hyped. I don't know why, Saj bhai. Like rivalries are so important. And oh, he picks up his hand again, puts it down, picks it up again. What's he gonna play?
Yeah, he's nervous for sure.
My C4 is the best move apparently. Logical, but also rook d1 feels so natural. He plays the best move again.
Okay, good move. Now bishop has to go either to a4 or to c6. I'm guessing c6 because a4 just looks super random. Knight d5 भी आ सकता है उधर.
So bishop c6, I think you have to go. You cannot allow knight
But then you
d5.
allow
That
knight
feels like the
c6.
worst case scenario.
Then you allow knight c6.
That's okay. bc6, no?
Yeah, but you lose this pawn. I don't
Why?
know.
ठीक है. I mean, but queen c6 also. I mean, okay. I mean, you have to play on. Yeah, that's
Queen
the best you
c6
have.
yeah, that's the best chance you have. That's for sure. Maybe
Come
Gukesh
on, come
thinks कि
on.
bishop c6 में knight c6 मर रहा है तो let me go bishop a4. Even though it's not the best move, but मतलब situation के हिसाब से 10 मिनट ही है उसके पास 17 चले खेलने के लिए. तो queens
So
रखो
you
और
want to
trades
wait
मत
for.
करो.
So knight d5 खेलने के बाद you will come back to c6 क्या?
No, I'll.
What's the plan?
You have knight c7 planned, so I don't know.
Exactly.
Like I see f5 as a possibility also, for example.
Because I thought b6 भी है. But b6 there is a beautiful move, queen c7. And white is suddenly
Okay.
much better. So you have to be
You
careful. By
can
the way,
take, you
bishop
can play
a4
knight.
played by Gukesh. Bhai, your move. Sahaj bhai, open the chat, finds this move. Hopefully backfire nahi karega Sahaj bhai. But practically a nice try. Now he has to
I
back it
mean,
up. And look at the
he's
stair.
playing
Look at the
for a
stair.
win. That's what matters. He's the one driving the game. It's clear. He could
I
have he
look at
could
the
have
stair.
gone into equality like twice already.
Chat, if you can go back and watch that stair, this game means a lot to Gukesh. Watch that stair. It's not something which you give casually out, yeah, as the world champion. This game means something to him.
And now what does he do? B3 तो नहीं आ रहा. Knight D5 is the only move. And the main sort of benefit here is कि यहाँ पे आगे सोचेगा. Because Bishop A4 is not something you play. Like naturally नहीं आएगी आपके दिमाग में. You are just playing it because you don't want to simplify. It's very clear.
Come on,
It's a
chat.
big
Let's
surprise, I
go.
think, for him. You can see him struggling. Bhai, he's super nervous now. Under 10 minutes, 17 moves to play. Let's go.
The world champ. Saj bhai, chat question to you. Can Gukesh win this one? Yes or no? Come on.
Yes.
Simple yes or no?
Yes, bhai, 100%.
Yes, yeah.
I think he's looking pretty solid to me.
एक बंदा कह रहा है कोई स्टेयर नहीं था भाई. मतलब क्या तुम मतलब हम सब गांधी जी के फैन है बट इतने भी नहीं भाई. देयर वाज अ क्लियर स्टेयर देयर. आई सॉ इट ट्वाइस. Yes, yes, no, simple yes. I love that. Yes, कोई कह रहा था 22,000 वाचिंग है भाई. विन हमारी होगी तो चलेगा भाई. ओ क्वीन
Queen
f5, that's a
A5.
slight error. Ooh.
And now Bishop C6 only move, yeah? No
But
other move is possible.
This feels a bit risky, no? Because you're kind of now you're not attacking a7 now. You can't play rook takes a7 anymore. So it really you don't have like knight d5 is not as strong. Objectively, this feels
I'm
like
guessing
a slight error.
he invited Bishop C6 because he wanted to go Rook A D1 next and then take on C6.
Okay.
Like he's happy to be pawn down here, and I think he thinks this is simple enough to draw, which makes sense because he doesn't have enough time.
Okay, but I mean, pawn up, I mean, against Gukesh with the black pieces, I wouldn't be so sure of it, Saj Bhai. And I think Erdogmus, he's almost, I mean, 9 minutes to play 17 moves. That's कोई मैथ्स करो भाई, मैथ जीनियस कोई चैट पे कितना होता है एग्जैक्ट, कितने सेकंड है वो पर मिनट, लाइक पर मूव कितने सेकंड है? इट्स क्लियरली लाइक 31-32 seconds, yeah, per move. You are essentially
Yeah.
playing on increments, Sahaj bhai. 30 seconds per move you have.
Wow. थोड़ा गुकेश को भी फास्ट खेलना चाहिए. I think he has to go bishop c6 like me. Maybe he's thinking bishop b3, but I think that's a bit of an overkill for me.
I have to agree. Knight d5. 34 seconds per move, 33 seconds. Okay, got it. Knight d5, bishop b3, knight d5 would be dangerous. I think you have to keep that knight under your eyesight. Yeah, मतलब बोलते हैं छोटे बच्चे होते हैं, कहीं उठ के चले जाते हैं, ऐसे होम अलोन मूवी बन जाती है उसके ऊपर. छोटे बच्चों को नजर में रखो. Like वैसे knight on d5 has always, you always have to keep that knight under your eye. You cannot let it go. Knight d5 suddenly white becomes very strong with knight c7 threats and so on.
Made a timestamp 5:41 p.m.
अरे भाई यार, अरे है ना भाई, you have to like same logic, no? Like knight d5, if you don't have a way of grabbing that knight instantly when you want, it's risky. Queen g5, knight f6 check, knight c7, like rook a d1, knight f6. So many tactics you have to take care of then.
Correct. Bishop c6 is good then.
Yes, bishop
b5 also I'm
c6.
seeing as a possible move, but I'm just looking at c5 and I just don't like it for me anymore.
Come on, let's go. Cookie, we have to play slightly. Oh, look at he's like, अच्छा, ये देखा नहीं मैंने. He's taking off his jacket, Sahaj भाई. यहाँ बुलेट होने वाला है भाई, मुझे लग रहा है.
हाँ भाई रेडी है वो.
भाई he is
He
ready
knows.
for the showdown in the final few moves.
भाई इसी मोमेंट पे फटाफट खेलना था. Take as
हाँ,
much
4
time as
सेकंड
you
मिल जाते.
can.
But
Like
have
take
you seen
every
him take off his
second
jacket
counts.
before? I don't think so. He has taken off his jacket before. So this game is quite interesting for both players. Very, very important. Things are getting heated now. Exactly. Sometimes I will do a chesscom call. कई बार होता है, किसी सीनियर के साथ कॉल होती है one on one, and I will start sweating. Yeah, मतलब just pure like the call होती है ऐसे, same चीज यार, pressure. साहब मेरे साथ प्रेशर तो पसीने तो आते ही नहीं है भाई, बस कुछ और ही आता है.
Yeah, bhai. Just making another note. 5:43 p.m. Correct.
भाई आपका टाइम जोन ही गलत है
साहिल भाई
साहब
की
भाई.
सारी एनालॉजीज की कंपाइलेशन बना के दूंगा मैं आपको. डोंट वरी चैट.
Oh, by the way, कोई कह रहा है why not b5 c5? That is the plan for white. Knight d5, b4, c5. He wants to push those pawns. पर इतना आसान नहीं है ना भाई. Black also has his own plans.
Yeah.
Intense moments. Gukesh taking his time. Chat, keep an eye on that clock. 23 minutes for Gukesh, 9 minutes for Erdogmus. If you're just joining in for the first time in this event, Erdogmus is a 14-year-old prodigy who has already, he's in second place in the tournament. It has a live rating of 26, like 90 or something around that number, 2688. If he wins this game, he is one step away from the youngest ever 2700 rated player in history of chess. Magnus Carlsen announced him as the next potential Magnus, like the best bet. If he had to bet on somebody, he would bet on this guy, this 14-year-old kid. Not Gukesh. So why Gukesh ke liye? This is an important game.
I also like, even, I mean, ये match अगर वो जीते ना जीते, I mean, he still has 3 rounds to gain 10 rating, which I think, I
Yeah.
mean, I very much believe he can actually become the youngest 2700 ever.
Unless Gukesh beats him, then it might be tough, and it's going to also throw him off a bit, right?
Yeah.
When you lose a game, it affects you emotionally, and we've already seen. And by the way, chat, anybody joining in right now, every single game Yagiz has played, we've seen him, move back and forth in the tense moments. He's very excited about the game. Has played fabulous chess, by the way, no mistakes.
Gukesh, by the way, taking his time. Bishop under attack. Bishop c6 is the move, but he might think that this is too simple to hold, but he has some chances.
And his intuition is telling him the right thing. This is the moment to think. Kai baar Queen f5 is a move you not consider. When your opponent plays it, you're like, wait, what? I didn't see this before. Why
Uh,
did my mind not suggest me this move? And there might be something wrong with it. And then you start thinking deeper, and that's exactly what he's doing, Saj. By I think Gukesh has a chance here.
yeah, agreed, bhai. I think like it's the best chance of the entire game so far. That is for sure. By the way, speaking of the best chance, let's take a very quick look at Vincent versus Arjun because that has not gone our way. And um, the knight is right now on your favorite squares, Sahil bhai, on f5.
साज भाई एक सवाल है, सो कई बार अगर आप इंटरस्टेलर देख रहे हो तो बीच में आप वो मूवी भी देखते हो क्या? भाई कोई सैड मूवी?
Devdas.
I don't know which is the worst movie ever, chat. Come on, let us know. Like, maybe we stick to Mukesh for now. थोड़ा मजा आ रहा है.
Sure, bhai. Just wanted to give an update because I see in the chat.
हाँ.
But yeah, that's not looking amazing.
But yeah, Arjun struggling, Erwin drawing, chat, and Prag also drawing for now. So we'll cover those games for sure. Titanic, how can that be the worst movie? But anyways, meanwhile, 20 minutes. So Gukesh also falling below the 20-minute mark now. Saj bhai, it's getting a bit intense on the clock for Gukesh as well. He also has to play 17 moves in 20 minutes now. That's not easy.
I mean, last जो कल का गेम था उसमें वैन वर्सेस एर्दोगमस का उसमें सिमिलर सिचुएशन थी because वैन had some 2 minutes to play like 10 moves and Erdogmus had like 5 minutes to play like 10 moves. दोनों players were kind of going back and forth and I think it's the same situation but at this time around Yagiz has less time on the clock and Gukesh has more. Blunders are possible from either side, but yeah, we'll see.
Chat, do like the stream. This is the moment. Hopefully, आज Gukesh कुछ crazy कर देंगे भाई. He's gonna defeat the potential future world championship challenger for him, like he could be the next one after this one. 2028 maybe. So let's like the stream. Let's get more people in. And Queen F5, trying to simplify the game. Okay, still thinking what is the best path for Bishop C6 is the move we think is best. So Ajay, if you can have an arrow there, Bishop C6, very logical. You control the D5 square, keep the E4 pawn defended as well. Very, very symmetrical, very, very harmonious with the rest of the pieces. Yeah, literally diagonal bal raha hai Saj bhai. A8 to C6, C6 to E8.
Exactly. If white goes rook d1 though, black can move his queen, जैसे e6 पे perhaps. And I was thinking यहाँ पे knight c6, queen c6 के बाद like black के पास एक extra pawn है पर लेकिन pieces थोड़े मतलब I think they are very well developed for
Yeah.
white. तो rook d4, rook d1 करके draw. But गुकेश यहाँ पे for sure press कर सकता है क्योंकि ये pawn अभी easily मर नहीं रहा है.
हाँ.
तो for sure you can
Yeah.
push b6, rook e7, rook slow खेल के I think you can put pressure. Yeah, of course game लंबा चलेगा. If Gukesh wins, this is a long game for sure. Like
Agreed.
ideally both players are getting into time pressure again जहाँ पे आधे मिनट का आपके पास इंक्रीमेंट रहेगा and all of that. But yeah, golden opportunity.
Uh, Gukesh will not play at 6. I think bishop on a4 is hanging by. So he's not going to let that bishop go for free. I mean, uh, with that's a resignation. Yeah, it's happened once in the event, won't happen twice. And I think Gukesh about to play his move in the next minute or so is my hunch.
So chat is asking what happens if b5. So we were looking at the move c5 here, and apparently that's not very good. So after c5, black after rook a8, black has like a really good position, and your bishop is actually okay. So c5 is not
But
the move here, Sailwai.
but it feels
Apparently
wrong,
it's
right? Intuitively, आप bishop को pawn के बाहर lock कर रहे हो. The path back is not
हाँ.
clear now for the bishop.
But अगर c5 गलत
But
है, तो maybe it's a good try.
हाँ, and also like maybe
क्योंकि
the
pawn
white queen
takes
is also
pawn भी गलत
trapped.
ही होगा यहाँ पे.
Ha, exactly. Maybe you're right because even though bishop on a4 is trapped, so is the white queen somehow.
Hmm. And white की best
But
move
okay.
h3 है यहाँ पे, वो तो नहीं होने वाली. But knight d5 is
But
another
okay.
one. Rook a c8 and okay. Knight e3, bishop b3. This is the possible follow-up, but looks too uncomfortable for my taste, I have to say.
Yeah. Meanwhile, chat, minor update. Nodirbek's game is now equal. Not so important for us, but just an update there. It's completely equal now. Arvind is still equal. Not many changes there. Arjun is still losing. Not many changes there. Prag is slightly more worse. Satvik, maybe we have just 30-second look at the Prag position and get your insights because it seems like he's made a major mistake right now, Rook D8.
Okay, he had to go rook c8 apparently, but rook d8 mein we can see the blue arrow rook c1. I think idea is to play c6, and I'm guessing इस position में और इस end game में आप रुक स्ट्रेट नहीं कर सकते. तो अगर आप c6 के थ्रेट की वजह से you play king d7 or something, I'm assuming that will be dangerous for you. Actually no, you can play h4. Ooh, h4 is very hard.
Oh, if that's the only move, I'm not worried, yeah?
gh4 पे c6 भाई ये क्या है? c6 b6
Wait,
bishop
what?
f4 and b7.
Oh, wow. Bhai,
1 billion
that is
IQ.
easy. That is easy to miss for both players. And that's easy कि, Prag could completely miss this if Hans finds it.
हाँ, ये इसीलिए रुक्सीवान अब अभी खेल रहा था कि किंग d7 के बाद h4 c6 and bishop f4. Such a nice intermezzo there. But the only move for Hans, and that should be close to winning, if not winning. But if he doesn't find it, he still can push.
Yeah, but okay, I'm happy Hans has 11 minutes. I think it's not going to be that easy. Let's rush back to the Gukesh game, Sahaj bhai, where Gukesh
15
now has
minutes.
15 minutes.
15
कुछ
minutes.
कहते हैं, Sahaj bhai? हाँ.
No, I'm just saying 15 minutes he has, and he has to go bishop c6, but he's taking. Bhai, I think Gukesh is also taking a lot of time. Like, let's not forget, bhai, Gukesh को 16 चालें खेलनी है 15 मिनट में अब.
भाई स्ट्रेस हो रहा है यार, चल क्यों नहीं
ज्यादा
रहा है अपना
स्ट्रेस
भाई?
किसको है भाई यहाँ पे, गुकेश को या फिर यागिस को?
Because Yagiz is already in that zone जहाँ पे
हाँ.
he's in the fast zone, so him blundering is less likely as of now
Also,
than
he's
Gukesh, because
14.
Gukesh
Like,
is
he's used to playing bullet. He's used to playing like faster chess in general.
हाँ. Gukesh doesn't play as much online chess, and so they are looking at chat. And one stare again at Yagiz as he still thinks about the position, still not convinced. I think he's not able to find that convincing winning line because it doesn't exist. He has to go for the best available option. It's okay to draw if it's a draw, yeah? I mean, time pe harna, you know what can happen when you go on the clock.
Correct. भाई ये तो बहुत रिस्की लग रहा है भाई. चैट किसके लिए ज्यादा रिस्की है ये, गुकेश के 14 मिनट या फिर यागिस के 9 मिनट? क्वेश्चन फॉर यू.
I'm not sure I want to read the answers, but meanwhile,
किसी ने
Gukesh,
गुकी गुकी ऑलरेडी स्पैम करना शुरू कर दिया.
भाई, go 1500 लोग देख रहे हैं chat. Do like the stream. Let's get to 1K likes. At the end of the stream, we'll give out memberships. Do remind us. Right now, it's too tense to do that in the middle, but do remind us, chat. Do like the stream. Let's get more people. This is the world champion on the right. And on the left side, we have the biggest talent in the chess world right now. It's a statement to be made either way.
बिशप b3.
Bishop b3 played. Wait, what? He goes for that move, and now 95 only move for white. Or he's busted. I think
A
Gukesh.
huge risk taken by the world champion, and he has thought about this. Knight d5 played instantly,
Wow.
15 सेकंड के अंदर.
Bye. Now the risk has shifted completely. Now black has to play an only move rook c8.
Okay, but knight c7 का threat है ना मेरा.
But like, to give up the a7 pawn, like just allow.
Oh
like
भाई,
you might play something.
bishop c4 में white to play. Chat, white to play.
Bhai, you have to be kidding me. There's no way he blundered this.
It's working, bhai. Chat, white
I
to
know
play.
it's working, but there is no way he blundered this, right?
You're not winning this as white though. Even though you get the material, you're still not winning.
No, but there is no way Gukesh missed this. That's the main. Like, there's no way he missed this, right?
I don't know.
अरे यार साज भाई डरा रहे हो यार, भाई डरा रहे हो.
But ये फिर भी
वैसे-
winning नहीं है white के लिए. Yes, exactly, chat. It is
No.
knight b6 because
Wow.
black का back rank weak है. तो ab6 के बाद queen a8 and you cannot capture back.
Okay, let's do the life
But he's
position.
not
Very
losing
important.
this. Like bishop यहाँ बिठा दो, b5 खेल दो, okay. You'll be
But okay,
safe.
we're fighting for a draw there, right? Like it's a two result position for white suddenly from black. So bishop
Yeah.
b3, a risky move, and white finds the best idea, which was a better try for sure, RG, and that's what he missed. And now Gukesh has to justify this move somehow.
सही में भाई. And now rook c8 only move, as we mentioned. Knight b6 का plan. The knight b6 is the threat, by the way, not knight c7. So he has to move his rook from 8. Rook c8 makes the most sense. You block knight c7, you stop knight b6, and you put pressure on the c4 pawn as well. But uska follow up jo hai, like white goes queen takes a7 here. The threat of knight b6 is super risky. So black has to come up with this move queen to d8, which is insanely difficult.
Oof.
I don't know if this follow up is possible realistically. By
Sahaj
15 moves and we have 11 minutes.
Sahaj bhai, the time has equalized almost now. Only a 2-minute difference. I mean, Gukesh needs to play quickly and he is the one defending now. I mean, we've seen this tension build up multiple times. इतनी बार ऐसी moments आए हैं जहां पे दोनों प्लेयर्स के चांसेस है, इंडियंस बेटर है, बट अंत में वो सैड स्टोरी बन जाती है जहां ब्लंडर हो जाए. इस बार तो एक अच्छी सी एंडिंग चाहिए भाई, जहां पे इंडियंस जीते साथ भाई. वी हैव बीन मिसिंग इट फॉर अ व्हाइल. गुकेश, लेट्स गिव अस दैट एंड गेम. कम ऑन मैन.
भाई वो एंड गेम, हाँ मे बी भाई रुक सी8 तो लेकिन नहीं हो रहा है इस गेम में और उसने अगर रुक डी8 खेल दिया तो 93 के बाद इट्स यागिज हु पुशेस. ओ
Oh
भाई
no! What? That is a big miss. The only question is, has he missed it or this is the plan? This can't be a plan. I think his expression will tell us. Wait, he's done this consciously? Wait, what just happened?
उसने जान के किया ये because he thinks he has chances. What?
Oh,
That's
he
a
blunders!
blunder.
There is no way he has completely blundered the game away. I just jumped in my freaking chair. I cannot believe this. The game is just over. Gukesh Dommaraju has blundered against the talent Yagiz Erdogmus. He has completely missed Rook D1. He thought the queen was trapped and he has no idea. He has no idea. Let's go full screen instantly. This is insane. Look at Erdogmus. He sees it, I think, Sahaj. He sees it. Sahaj, tell us, why is this losing for the people who don't understand this?
We can see from the blue arrow there is rook d1. It's the only move here. And if you move the queen from d7, आपको e8 का रुक बचाना बहुत जरूरी है. तो let's say if you play queen c6, then rook d8 and Gukesh can resign because सारे pawns मर गए, e4 का pawn मर गया, and that is a blunder by the way. So after rook d1, if black goes queen e7, then look at this bhai. Queen takes e8, queen takes e8, rook takes e4.
Oh.
Queen f8
Wait.
and rook ed4
But
and
wait,
rook
does he see
d8.
this? Does he see this though, Saj? Because White doesn't have that much time, 7 minutes to play 13 moves. Does he see this idea of,
I
sacrificing the
don't know.
queen
I will
temporarily?
see. But it is losing for Gukesh. That is for sure.
Because
It's
Erdogmus
an
is
easy
always
idea to miss
excited.
though for both players. But if he is
I agree.
tactically sharp, he sees it. He has the opportunity though.
The point is, he is tactically sharp. But the point also is that kahin na kahin pe he's always this excited. So it's hard to tell from his body language if he has seen this. I cannot believe this just happened, Sahaj. I cannot believe this just happened. He thought the queen was getting trapped.
Any trap nahi ho rahi hai queen, but
I mean, that's what
yeah.
he thought, right? But there's no way because queen a7, there is queen b5, and the queen is permanently
but
trapped.
I think if you consider that is position mein queen takes e8 move hai, like that's not easy to see for either player. उसके पास 6 ही मिनट पड़े हैं और उसको 13 मूव्स और खेलनी है, तो there is a very good chance he doesn't find the best move here. And if he doesn't, then Gukesh has I think a solid chance of winning this position.
No, we are hoping for it. We are definitely hoping for it. That's the hope we have. But honestly, if Erdogmus finds it, he deserves to win because he played the better chess and he found it active with Gukesh did not. Gukesh, the more experienced, the world champion, couldn't find it active. If Erdogmus finds it, he deserves that point against the world champion, and he will go into sole lead at Tata Steel Chess, and he would be just one win away from being the youngest 2700. And notice how Gukesh is moving back and
Blunder.
oh my god! Erdogmus has blundered back. This is insane. What is happening, chat, today? And Gukesh is
भाई उसको नहीं
completely
दिखा ये,
winning.
मैं बता रहा हूँ 5 मिनट में it's very hard to play all of this. Okay, so Gukesh there is no chance Gukesh will lose this. I think very logical that he played rook a6. If you remember correctly, Gukesh also did the same thing against Van, where he sacrificed an exchange and Van blundered right in that moment during crunch moment. So this is the same thing.
But Chad, okay, let's calm down now. Gukesh has to win this now. Apparently, Queen D2 was the best move. Okay, it leads to a rook endgame. I understand why he didn't go for this, but now he has to convert. This is the kind of position you win as the world champion. There is no way you can draw this, Sahaj. I think if Gukesh can win this game, it will completely change the trajectory of the year. He has to win this game now. Pawn up, no compensation whatsoever. B2 is hanging. You have the far advanced e pawn. Sahaj, out of 100 games, how many does Gukesh win from here?
I would say a pretty good amount. Because it's queen, rook. No theoretical draw here or anything along those lines. So he has good chances for sure. But अभी 11 moves और खेलने हैं और उसके पास 5 ही मिनट है. So that's the more critical part here.
And now queen b5 played. Chat, do like the stream. Let's get more people in. What a moment this is. भाई crazy moment. Like करो और बंदे आएंगे. Subscribe करो और बंदे आएंगे. भाई party करते हैं साथ में. Gukesh, what to win? By the queen b5, tricky move. Pawn defend तो कर रहे हैं. But e8 rook पे नजर and rook e5. Best move played by Gukesh. Nice move.
And now 10 more moves to go. Attacks on the queen. White has to go queen c6 to have some back rank ideas. Gukesh might play h5 to create some space there. And we're back. Queen b3. That's a mistake. Rook f5 is possible. Attacking
Rook
f2.
F5. By the way, I was checking the Turkish stream. दोनों commentator के हाथ अब तक सर से नहीं गिरे. Like, imagine how big this is for them. Honestly, it is equally big for me. Like, I want Gukesh to win. I want this year to go his way. I think he deserves it. He's brought so many smiles on our faces. Yeah, like, matlab, as an Indian fan, if you have watched chess in the last 2 years, he's brought a smile on your face at least once, at least twice, at least thrice. Candidates, Olympiad and World Championship, कोई और sport एक साल में दे नहीं पाया. He deserves this win and he deserves a great year. So hoping he can get over that one blunder and win this game for us.
Right, भाई ब्लंडर तो लेकिन बड़ा क्रेजी था यागिज का बट
Okay, Arjun has lost, so I think that was expected. Let's stick to this game for now. Hard luck for Arjun there. Saj bhai, rook f5. Although you can just play h6 as well, yeah? It's not like completely forced to go rook f5 now. Come on, come on.
I'm guessing h6. Why h6 though? I would play h5 rather. Why would I go h6? H6 just feels
That's a good point.
less passive. But
Yeah,
apparently rook
h5.
f5 is the deciding move here. Like rook f5 के बाद queen e3 आओगे तो queen b2 मर रहा है उसमें. That's good. And if you play rook e2, then कुछ tactic है मेरे पास. I don't know what tactic you have, but you have something here. Like I feel it.
Apparently, chat, White's idea of queen b3 is queen c3. So any h6, f5 or whatever, queen c3 is very uncomfortable because queen trade force हो रहा है and queen c8 mate का threat है, queen trade का threat है and rook is indirectly attacked. So in the
I'm
previous
talking
position,
about rook e2 भाई. Rook e2. अच्छा, tactic is rook b5 here, by the way.
oh, got it. But in the live position I was talking, I think queen c3 का concept है
Okay,
white
this
का, so that's
position.
why.
But अभी तो black की चाल है ना भाई. rook f5 पे आप
हाँ,
queen
हाँ.
c3 कैसे खेलोगे? Okay, he's taking it slow. He thinks he has a good chance, but
Yes.
another rook end game for 4 versus 3 loading, maybe.
Would you go into the rook end game though?
Bhai, of course I will go into it. 4 versus 3 for sure I will go for it. This is a ideal setup, by the way, for black.
Got it.
And
So
I will
now
try
queen
to
c3.
keep this pawn, okay, if I can. That increases my chances by a lot.
बाय द चैट लैग नहीं है, वो कैमरा थोड़ा सा हिल रहा था, अब ठीक हो गया है. क्वीन c3 इज द बेस्ट मूव फॉर वाइट. यूजुअली रुक एंड गेम जब खाली रुक बोर्ड के ऊपर होते हैं, ड्रॉ के चांसेस बढ़ते हैं, तो इट्स इन वाइट्स फेवर. ब्लैक का भी बेनिफिट ये है कि the game becomes simple. So there is no way Gukesh can lose that game anymore. So that's the trade-off we have. Draw के chances बढ़ते हैं, Gukesh के chances हारने के zero, and we are playing for 2 results. So that's the choice Gukesh has to make. I don't think there's an easy way to avoid the draw anyways.
Correct. And by the way, he offers the trade of queen. And if you capture, then we are one step closer into the 4 versus 3 rook end game. But of course, you have these extra pawns, जिससे गुकेश का ही जीतने का चांस बढ़ जाता है. So you can take and sorry, not queen d3, but takes and just play f5 or something. Play b5, bring the king out, and good chances I would say for him to win this game. Very good chances, I think. He might be winning this also.
Yeah.
Like,
Oh, by the way, takes has happened. Yeah.
4 minutes by the way for Yagiz.
Can you put this into the cloud engine and tell us the exact evaluation? Because my engine says minus 0.8, minus 0.9. That tells me it's still a draw, but black has to defend. Of course, pawn up a black.
I think.
Can you tell us the exact
f5
evaluation?
के बाद there is a critical moment. If white plays f3, it's equal. If you don't play f3, it's lost.
But of course, he'll play f3, no, Saj bhai?
Why would he play f3, bhai? What's your logic?
I mean, I want to kind of split your pawns, right? Because then your pawn on e4 is much easier to capture.
For me, f3 is not a logical move. Like I don't know. I'll play rook b1. I'll try to capture this pawn, or I'll play king f1 or king e2. Like f3, I have to calculate. Yeah, it's either draw or it's losing. 4 minute में आप decide नहीं कर सकते कि whether it's draw or loss. I mean, there if it's lost, then there is no coming back. But I
I think
can
he'll play it.
put it in cloud and I can let you know.
I think he'll play it Saj. So I would rather go for rook e6 here and not play f5 and allow f3. I think he will play find f3.
I trust Gukesh's decision. I think whatever he has done has worked wonders for him. अगर वो normal खेलता हर जगह तो position अभी भी dead draw नहीं होती. So props to
Actually,
him for playing on.
you know, I don't know if he saw rook a d1, but if he saw rook a d1 and still went for this, that would be crazy. Of course, he would not go for it in that situation, but yeah, kya hi tha bhai. Oh my god, we had our heart in his mouth here for a second.
Yeah, bhai, crazy. The best move, it's equal by the way. Everywhere it's equal. 0-0-0. The best move is rook e6 and rook c5, but that's also 0-0-0.
Yeah, not sure about rook c5. I like rook e6. At least maintains maximum number of pawns and does not allow f3. By the way, Pragg has drawn his game, chat. So all the Indian results in Pragg draws, Arjun loses. Okay, Arvind is still playing, but it's dead equal now. So that will also be a draw very, very soon. So this is the crucial game.
Arvind will finish very quickly, I think.
Yeah.
Also.
Crucial moment. By the way,
5 minutes for the world champion and 8 moves to be played.
Don't be the last one to blunder. Keh rahe hain Yash. That's great advice. 7 more moves for white, 8 more moves for black. Technically, the
Correct.
time is already roughly equal because Gukesh has one more move to play.
If I was playing from Gukesh's perspective, I'll go for f5 here because I will give him the option to play f3. And if he doesn't play it, then he's lost. Because if you play rook e6 is also good, but it's a long-term thinking, yeah? But usme white ki chale easier hai, like king f1, rook b1. Those are like hand moves. I don't know, like, but it's a tough call for Gukesh because he also has 4.5 minutes. He cannot take that much longer कि बाकी चालों के लिए आपके पास time ना रहे बिल्कुल भी.
Yeah. Are you reading
Do you
comments? Of
think
course
Guki
we are.
knows he's winning here? I think he knows it's a draw, bhai. I think even Yagiz knows it's a draw. Like with correct play, it should be a draw. But the problem is not the position. The problem is the clock.
Hans has drawn against Pragg, chat. I personally feel if this game ends in a comfortable draw for white, I think if anything, it's going to boost Erdogmus because he was the one who was completely winning. There was no moment, I think, where Gukesh was completely
Play
winning.
rook e6.
Oh, let's go, Gukesh. Why? Long-term thinking. Why? I'm very happy with that move. Why? At least there's no simplification quickly.
Yeah, at the very least, you will win. I think ये दोनों points straight होंगे बहुत जल्दी. At the very least. But some hand moves incoming now for both from both players. Something like rook b1. जो मतलब फटाफट खेलो आप. भाई 3 मिनट पड़े हैं उसके पास. 7 चालें खेलनी है.
Yeah. I think यहाँ पे fast खेलना easy है chat though. I wouldn't be worried about the clock about either player because I think यहाँ पे you can easily play moves. You know g4 is a good move. You know king f1 is a good move. You know rook b1 is a good move. So यहाँ पे I wouldn't worry about the clock for either player.
भाई क्या टैक्टिक थी लेकिन यार वो रुक d1 रुक e4 वाली जो दोनों अब when Gukesh goes back and checks it उसको एक शॉक सा लगेगा भाई that is so crazy.
I wish we had video
Yagiz
of
will
that,
be
yeah?
very sad actually. He'll be very sad.
By the way, king f1 played. Not the best move, but a good one nonetheless. And now king f8. Let's bring the king closer, chat. King is, as Saj bhai kehte hain na, king is a piece in the endgame, yeah?
Correct भाई, correct. King g7 also same thing. King f6, king e5. कोई एक बेटर है क्या दूसरे से?
King f8 is much better actually.
Ah, really? Ah, maybe because you want to put the king on c5 at the end.
Yes. Tiku can lose this from black. Bro.
f5.
Ooh, wait, f5.
भाई अब f3 नहीं आ रहा क्या? पहले क्यों आ रहा था?
f3, king f7 apparently is strong somehow because the black king is making it to the pawn, Sahaj bhai. Because I think maybe that's why, because king is on f7 now. And now rook b1 only move actually.
By 2 minutes.
Bhai, Gukesh found the perfect combination of both ideas. Rook b1 is the only move now.
Not king e2? King f1 खेला था आपने?
I mean, it's not like the only move, but I mean, it's like the bar goes further down. If you play king e2, for example, I think there's apparently like rook c6 or king g7, it's -1, slightly worse than what
King
it was earlier.
G7. No ways I'm playing King G7. I'll play King F7 because I want to go closer to the center.
भाई भगवान जानता है भाई.
Okay, he's going for it by 2 minutes to play 6 moves.
Oof. Gukesh needs to play fast for sure, but I think Erdogmus needs to play faster. He has 1.5 minutes less. Okay, sits up in his pulls up
Correct.
his
And
chair.
dream
Yeah.
pawn structure, by the way, we have it exactly in any rook pawn endgame. That's for sure. The 4 versus 3 for sure. It's very, very nice to play this.
I love how Gukesh pulled up his chair, as if the game is still on. By the way, we have 2,200 people watching on Chess 24 India. We have 1K watching on the vertical Chess.com India stream, and we have 1.1 on the horizontal stream. King of 7. Oh wait, what? It's winning
Is he
for
winning?
Oh, wait, is he winning?
I think so.
Wait,
I
rook
think
takes
he's winning,
e4?
bhai. I think this is winning. Rook e4?
No, rook b1, rook e6.
Then rook e6 wapas, na?
And king is cut off. The
Yeah,
white king is
exactly.
cut off, I think.
And then you just transfer the king like this, and then you go for the c4 square.
And
Oh,
look
he's
at him, he's
going and
calculating
checking
number
the
of moves.
clock.
I think he's very close to winning, chat. Saad, can you put this into the cloud again?
Again.
Oh, please, bhai.
Ek minute, ek second. Rook e6. He plays
Oh,
king f.
chat,
king
did you see
f1.
that? Usne c4 khela, it barely went to the c4 square. He had to play that move again. He's nervous. Erdogmus, the 14-year-old prodigy, is feeling the pressure. Can he manage the pressure is the main question.
Kyle, bhai, do you want to know?
I want to know, yes.
There is just one move that's winning for Gukesh right now.
Oh, okay, let me guess. King e7.
Just king e7. That's it.
Yay! Bhai, main nikal di
Everything
koshish
else
nikalne.
is a draw.
Come on.
लेकिन गुकेश के पास भी 2 ही मिनट पड़े हैं, no? So we don't know this.
Chat. King e7 spam karo, bhai. Come on. King e7. King e7. King e7. Rook c6 allow the white king to move in, chat. You have to keep the white king. Let's go, brother. Oh, rook c6 only move now.
Yeah, it's -4, bhai. Now, if rook c6 के बाद. Of course, rook c6, yeah, because you don't want to allow c5.
Come on. Rook c6. Rook c6.
I think Gukesh is taking this, bhai. It's winning. -4.
Come on, rook c6, Gukesh. It's very important. What after rook c6? King e2 aa raha hai, Sahaj bhai. What do we do then?
Then king d7.
And king d3?
King c7 also. Then rook d6 check deke king c6. Basically, you don't allow c5.
Let's go! Played rook c6 on the board by the world champion. The only winning move in the position. He is maintaining the pressure. 40th move for Erdogmus. King e2 played.
And if chat is confused about this, then the basic principle is that if these two pawns are traded off the board and you have the rooks on the board still, then this is a theoretical draw. So this is the only reason why Gukesh is winning right now. That's why in this position he played rook c6 ताकि white c5 खेल के इसको trade ना कर सके easily. Very, very important move. And now we've reached the 40th move. Gukesh is winning.
Wow. Amazing. And chat, look at this now. The best move for white is actually the weird king e3 and not king d3. Which to me makes no sense. And I think king d3
check
खेला
है
जाएगा
मेरे पास
board
rook
के ऊपर.
d6 and I'll play king c6. With king e3, I don't get rook d6 as a check.
But rook e6 है ना भाई?
हाँ, maybe I can go king d4. I don't know.
But it's the same, no? Like, मतलब rook e2 आ रहा है भाई.
Then b6.
So okay, maybe king c6 first and then rook e2.
Yeah, something along those lines.
By the way, chat, Gukesh is very close. He could win this one. Look at Erdogmus, yeah? He's not panicking anymore. I think time pressure phase has ended. They both get some time on the clock to contemplate the options. And बिल्कुल सही time पे time मिल गया गुकेश को. 40th move पे both players get some additional time. The goal is कि we've played a long game. I think we deserve some extra time. Gukesh writing down the moves, by the way, because he couldn't write. That's how much the pressure was.
भाई वो फैन भी
Both,
शर्ट चेंज करके आ गया लगता है. टी शर्ट चेंज वही है ना सामने.
Pressure on and off the board. क्या? हाँ वही है क्या? कहाँ पे है?
भाई वो फैन जो था वो सामने बोर्ड के पीछे है एकदम.
अच्छा.
I think he changed his t-shirt. धोखा.
Maybe the shirt is hidden. Maybe that's the secret, Sahaj bhai. And let's keep it
Hmm.
hidden. भाई अच्छा वो
वो
नहीं है.
नहीं है क्या वो? By the way, Arvind completely red-drawn. Prag has drawn, and Vincent has defeated Arjun. That's the update.
Yeah. Gukesh
So,
play like this the whole
master section में
tournament.
सिर्फ Abdusattorov and Gukesh and Arvind are the only players playing.
Let's go, Gukesh. This game means a lot actually. Because when Magnus defeated Gukesh, it was a statement, yeah? Like, you know what,
Hmm.
I'm the GOAT. Like, same way, this is a statement, yeah? मतलब मैं हूँ भाई world champ. And Erdogmus now, Saj bhai, okay, so what is the best try Erdogmus has? Let's go deeper into King D3. Like, what is wrong? So Rook D6 check. Let's say I go King C3. Now what do you do as black?
King C6 is what I was thinking. Apparently King E6. Ah, because Rook is cut off. King is cut off here. So if King is cut off like this, then King E6.
Oh, King F6,
And then
King
you go
G5,
on
King
the other
F4.
side, basically. You go for
Oh,
these
nice.
pawns.
And if I go King E3, then King
Then
C6,
I'll
yeah?
play King C6, I'm guessing. Yeah.
Oh, this is so cute. This is so cute.
और ये निकालना भी उतना मुश्किल नहीं है. Because he has time now. ये तो निकाल लोगे आप. ये तो easy है.
Oh, I'll read it. Come on, you can do this, chat. Motivate करो केश जीतने के लिए यार. Let's go, केश प्रणय भाई. Thanks for super chat यार. Really appreciate it. Let's go. आज सागर भाई का बर्थडे भी है साज भाई. I mean,
अरे crazy.
इससे बेटर गिफ्ट
Happy
क्या हो
birthday
सकता
to
है? Let's
Sagar
go,
bhai.
happy birthday सागर भाई. Let's go, गुकेश. And dog Gukesh not even at the seat. Sometimes Sarge, do you feel like when you get up from the seat, the pressure feels manageable? Like board पे बैठ के pressure बहुत ज़्यादा feel होता है. Like after the 40th move, you can get up and it makes you feel relaxed.
So I'll just go back to the live board before I comment on that. I think like here I wouldn't feel pressure as white. I would feel regret because I know that this position is either I think this position is losing and I know that I've messed up somewhere. तो एक वो regret रहेगा, वो pressure नहीं है उतना मेरे को.
From Gukesh's perspective, let's say Gukesh getting up from the seat, like not nervous. Of course, he's experienced, but he must be very nervous. Do you
भाई
feel
मेरे
like
हिसाब से membership अभी कर दो यार.
I mean, yeah, I mean, I think it will be a bit distracting. Let's do it at the end जब Gukesh जीतेगा because
सोच
like
रहा है ना वो आधा घंटा अभी वो भी सोचेगा तो
it's
टाइम है ना
okay,
अपने
भाई.
पास.
We'll do it. We'll do it. We'll do it. We'll do it at the end. जो से last तक wait करेंगे उनको देंगे भाई. I think that is the most I feel. So also अभी game में मजा आ रहा है भाई.
अभी तो वो सोचेगा ना भाई. I think probably the reality is settling, like setting in for him, like that he's actually lost. I don't think he's realized that he's lost yet.
No, I mean, imagine the king not being cut off. I think would have been much easier. Or imagine the B and the C pawns not being there, much easier. So it's very subtle details that make this lost for white. So black will always have some chances. Like matlab, one mistake from Gukesh, and as we saw, there was a only sequence of moves which he found. One slight mistake and it's draw.
Hmm.
So Gukesh को ध्यान देना पड़ेगा. It's not completely over. He comes back, takes a seat, looks much calmer. It's glad to see him in his winning ways.
By the way, interesting fact, but I think Gukesh has only won in this tournament with the black pieces. Like he defeated Van with black, then he defeated Fedoseev with black, and now almost winning against Erdogmus as well with black. And with white, he has lost 2 games, yeah, with Anish and with the blue one. Like, it's so strange actually to look at this stat because usually it's the other way around.
I agree. And I think Gukesh, in fact, with it all, some Indians have this record, even Prague, I think, to play very well with black. Yeah, like draw with white and win with white. Black, sorry. You also know a very close friend, Saj Bhai, who does this, right? I think, क्या नाम था उनका? भूल गया मैं.
A lot of players actually do this when they play for a win with black pieces. Chat बोल रहे साहिल भाई loses this with black.
अरे भाई, how is that even possible? What would I do like to lose this
But
as black?
that's what the chat is asking you, na? Show us how it's possible.
कमाल है यार chat.
बिना ब्लंडर करे हार के दिखाओ ये.
बताओ. नहीं ब्लंडर कर सकता हूँ मैं, but I will not
How
lose
to
this
get
game.
outplayed here as black is the question.
Come on, Erdogmus. What's your next move? I think black ka plan simple hai. King c7, rook takes c4. You want to save your pawn and then grab the opponent's pawn. So now it's all about not allowing black to do so.
Take quick nazar on Arvind's board
Sure.
because Van has 2 minutes on the clock and 60 moves हो गई हैं यहाँ पे, by the way. So, and very interesting point here is that Arvind only has 2 moves that are actually drawing here. One is knight takes g4, which doesn't feel easy actually to play, and the second one is e4, which is even harder.
I think
My
e4 is
knight takes
borderline impossible.
e4 तो नहीं हो रहा, हाँ. Knight takes g4, fg4 is draw basically. Okay, but this is not difficult. Yeah, king d2 or something. It should be a draw. Knight f5
Knight
खेला तो
f5.
bishop f5 नहीं मार सकते भाई आप.
हाँ वही तो, like then what do you do?
Bishop d1, knight g3,
Oh,
bishop g4, king d6, and you play this. Bishop f3 only. Bhai, this is not easy.
this is not easy, bhai. Not easy.
Okay, but he has
Arvind
1
still
hour
has to.
14 minutes on the clock though. I don't know why he has so much time. इतना टाइम कैसे है अरविंद के पास? एक घंटा 13 मिनट का फर्क है.
And the opponent के पास सिर्फ 2 मिनट है भाई.
हाँ वही तो.
I think he's been using that time to figure out a way to win. Hasn't been successful. But yeah, let's see what happens. Saltico, what is probability that Magnus will help Gukesh if Hikaru wins the candidates? Hikaru thinks that Magnus would have played the championship. He had finished second. I can't comment on if Magnus would have played if Hikaru finished second. That's very hard to know. Magnus has said he would not have though. I don't think Magnus Gukesh ki help karega. If Magnus is close to somebody in the chess world in India, it's Pragg, yeah? He's kind of had one coaching camp or something जहाँ पे they were both a part of. So I think it might be Pragg, but not Gukesh. ऐसा मुझे लगता है. What do you think, Saj bhai?
Yeah, I don't think Magnus किसी की भी help करेगा, to be honest. But because he's completely out of it. I mean, why would you stay in the? I mean, it's so stressful to be a part of anyone's team. Also, then you're emotionally invested, and yeah, you can't enjoy the game and so on. I'm not sure if he helps anyone, but we'll see.
So quite an interesting opening chat, quite an interesting game. Let's go back to Gukesh's game on camera.
We are there.
Let's see how he wins this one. Dogmas has already used up 9.5 minutes for this move. So you have to understand कि 30 मिनट है. So 1/3 time तो use कर लिया दोबारा उसने. तो he doesn't have much time. He has to play just about now.
Perhaps king d3 is what he's considering. But I think when you see this rook kind of cutting off the king, then you know this is losing. So that's the critical part here. I don't know, something like
Agreed.
g4. No, g4 not possible.
Now there's increment. For sure, I think increment helps a lot. But increment वही होगा ना भाई. If Dogmas was not under time pressure, he might have held this endgame, somehow. So, but time pressure is always going to play a part, regardless of how safe your position is. So I think he has to play just about now. जितना वो सोच रहे हैं आगे जाके issue आएगा 100%. By the way, chat saying Arjun with his lowest rating in 2 years. I have just checked. Arjun's rating is 2757 and he's world number 7. If he were to lose another game, he will be world number 10. So, I mean, this is getting a bit close, Saj bhai. Sare Indians out of the world top 10.
Right. It is amazing that 2757 is your lowest rating in 2 years. I mean, that's just amazing. I think that's such a flex for any player. अरे
Although,
यार
okay,
क्या यार 2750 पिछले 2 साल से 2750 नहीं हुई मेरी. Can you believe it? I don't know why. I think he should be pretty happy with his rating, why overall. Pragg versus
Saj,
Hans already has ended in a draw. Arvind and Gukesh are the only two players remaining amongst the Indian players.
Sahil, do you think Magnus would have seen that blunder by Gukesh? Because I think he would have. If Magnus was there, there's a much higher chance he finds that refutation. What do you think, Sajbhai?
Sorry, can you please repeat?
If Magnus was playing, would he have found Rook a d1 in that position in the same time situation?
I don't know why. It's tactical and he has less time on the clock. So Magnus could also miss that.
Hmm.
Think anyone could miss that. And someone's asking in the chat, why is the b6 pawn the decider in this match? क्योंकि white के पास भी pawn है c4 पे. Now you're right. But in end games or in general chess, there is a thing called principle of two weaknesses. So यहाँ पे एक c4 can be seen as a weakness नहीं है, just आपकी नजर है यहाँ पे, आपको king से बचाना है, रुक से बचाना, just आपकी नजर है उस जगह पे. And the second weakness is, of course, you have one pawn less in the game. And generally आपको दोनों साइड पे नजर रखनी है, आपको ये pawn भी बचाना है और उसके साथ साथ आपको इन pawns को stop भी करना है. तो इस वजह से आपका king अकेला ये सब नहीं कर सकता. इसकी वजह से ब्लैक इज विनिंग. तो अगर ये पॉन ना होते यहाँ पे तो इट वुड जस्ट बी अ ड्रॉ.
True. And I think यहाँ पे Erdogmus, he's shaking his head actually. Can we go full screen? The first signs that he knows this is not looking great.
Yeah, I think again the reality is setting in, yeah, because he probably when it was time pressure, he didn't realize how bad the position is, but the more he thinks, the more he realizes, okay, this is bad.
Wow, what a tense situation that was, Sahaj bhai. इतना serious हो गया था ना सब. And now I think
Hmm.
it's gotten a bit calmer, but it's not over just yet. Convert करना है बहुत जरूरी. एक ही pawn up है. We know rook end games have a drawish tendency always. एक गलती and it's a draw. So Gukesh will have to be on his guard. जैसा मैं देखा, किंग अगर व्हाइट का क्वीन साइड भागता है तो ब्लैक किंग को किंग साइड भागना है. अगर व्हाइट किंग साइड भागता है तो ब्लैक किंग को क्वीन साइड भागना है. तो मतलब ब्लैक किंग को वही करना है जो चढ़ आपको लड़की करेगी, रिजेक्शन. दैट्स इट. क्यों
So
साथ
it's like if you
भाई?
go here, then I go here, and if you go here, I go here. Oh, but yeah, it worked.
Nice.
Because this is the divider. And again, the principle of two weaknesses kind of applies here.
And Dogmas, again, we are seeing signs of him getting a bit nervy. He's a youngster, a long future ahead of him. Turkey Valley reaction. I mean, it's always going to be a rivalry. I think it's a healthy rivalry. Um, for example, India has been very lucky. Has been blessed to have strong players. Now, for example, multiple chesscom teams have strong players. Turkey has Yagiz. I think Germany has, Keymer and Bluebaum. It's nice to see, chess grow, because जब वो लोग grow होते हैं, Indian players also get tougher challenges and they also grow. So I think it's always nice. एंड ऐसे रिएक्शन इस टूर्नामेंट में कम से कम 100 बार तो मैंने साज भाई ने दे दिया. क्यों साज भाई?
Chat was someone
And
asking,
don't
how
even.
would you explain what is 2750 rating to someone who doesn't play chess? It's like, imagine you're playing a video game and there are levels in video games, right? And 99% of the players don't even get to see the final boss. 2750 is like being the final boss. That's pretty much how I can. It's like that boss is beating other final bosses. That's how I would explain. That's how good it is.
Yeah, chess is extremely harsh chat, extremely harsh. Why is Arjun not right for GCT? I think we discussed this yesterday, Sahaj bhai, also. Ki, it's very hard to know the exact reason. Uh, Maybe it's just somebody else they invited. Very hard to know for sure. Sahaj Saleh, what is Freestyle World Champions Magnus won it last year? That was not the World Championship, right, Sahaj bhai? That was just like a tour, for example, like multiple events spread across the year. At that point, FIDE didn't allow them to use the World Championship title. But I'm
Yeah.
guessing for some reason now this year they allowed them, and now officially this is the freestyle world championship, and of course it's a new world championship, so Magnus wants it. So if we have to win it, Arjun is the only one who is qualified. He will have to beat Magnus to do so.
Wow. That's amazing. 2750's final boss and what is 2882 in video game terms? By hacker. That same boss, but वो hacker है भाई. उसको आप हरा नहीं सकते कुछ भी करके. उसको सिर्फ आप मतलब खेल सकते हो उनके साथ बस बार बार and you can lose as many times as you want.
What are the chances of Gukesh losing this position? Zero. I mean, knowing Gukesh, like, unless it's a Nodirbek kind of blunder, yeah, which happens once in like 5 years, which has already happened this year, so not going to happen again. Zero, I'm going to say. By the way, he's about to play chat. Crucial move. He's been thinking for 17 and a half, almost 18 minutes now.
It's about
That's
to play.
more than half the time. Come on. Come on. Look at Erwin Lamy watching the game, yeah?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think he's losing this. I think he's also mistake actually. King F3 he plays. But now actually the problem is after King F3, Black can go King to C7, जो basically gets forced more or less because you capture the C4 pawn. And now after Rook B4, I don't have to block the king on the D file. I can even block it on
Yeah.
the E file, which is worse. क्योंकि
Yeah.
king एक step और ज़्यादा दूर चला गया, and now King C6, King C5, Rook E4 will just win the pawn for free. Huge mistake, I think, from Yagiz. Okay, but it was losing
Yeah.
anyways.
Yeah. And I think after, let's say, King C5, Rook A4, there is Rook E4 because the pawn on F4 also controls the E4
कहाँ
square.
पे?
So let's say you play Rook E6 at the right moment and वो King C5 तक आता है. Like when you play Rook A4, there is Rook E4. So E file पे एक और bonus है कि black pawn can support the rook also.
हाँ.
So
Exactly. The
it's
pawn
a
is supporting. Great point.
so essentially this is just resigns from a
And
Erdogmus
another
now.
nice move is not resigns. I think that's a bit premature. But and another nice idea is if you play Rook E5 here, for example, to in sort of expecting Black to take, and you can give a check. ठीक है, मैं H7 का pawn मारता हूँ. Okay, that's also winning by the way for Black. But Black can simply play King B7
Yeah, that's so
and then
nice.
take here, and then अभी अगर check दोगे तो Rook C7 से बच रहा है. He plays it by the way in within a minute.
Wow.
Dead winning for Gukesh
Gukesh
now.
is completely winning chat. And इसके साथ ही he will gain I think 4 points or something like that, and he will be world number 11 I think, just behind Anish. Okay, I mean very close. मजा आ गया चैट यार. आज का गेम साहब, आई टोल्ड यू दिस यस्टरडे ओनली ना, लाइक मेरे लिए गेम बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है भाई. आई डोंट नो व्हाई बट रुक बिफोर प्लेड. Let's continue. Rook E6. साज भाई, आर यू देयर? भाई साज भाई गायब हो गया लगता है. साज भाई इज गॉन टू सेलिब्रेट मे बी. ही इज गॉटन अप फ्रॉम हिज चेयर. साज भाई ये उठ के ही चले गए. साज भाई ऐसा क्या हो गया? पहली बार देखा मैंने उठ के ही चले गए भाई. कुछ गलत बोल दिया क्या भाई हमने? तो और गलत बोल देते हैं. ग्रीन टिक्कू इज देयर. कहाँ है ग्रीन टिक्कू भाई? वेट, दैट गाय इन द सूट इज नॉट मी भाई. दैट मेक्स नो सेंस. अच्छा, the guy on the right. Oh, okay. Maybe some similarities, haircut and specs, but come on, I don't wear green. क्या बोल दिया चैट तुमने सहज भाई से? चले गए उठ के यार. वो क्या करते हो चैट? बोलो सॉरी सहज. लेट्स गो. SS. Meanwhile, a Dogmas, I think he knows he's lost. Like, he is a strong player. He knows it's lost. He's going to try to set up traps now. That's the best option he has. Zero civic sense. Lols. SS soldier. Oh wow. SSSS चल रहा है भाई. भाई कहाँ उड़ के चला गया साहब? आई एम genuinely curious now. Did he like vanish? Like भाई थैनोस ने वो उंगली वो स्नैप कर दिया क्या? भाई थैनोस ने स्नैप कर दिया क्या भाई? कहाँ चले गए वो? कोई डोर पे आया होगा भाई. Hopefully not Thanos. Meanwhile, Gukesh trying to make sure.
We're back.
साल भाई कहाँ चले गए थे भाई?
I told you ना, क्या क्या, I'll be back in a
नहीं
minute. मेरे को बाहर वो
नहीं, we
कोई
didn't hear
किसी ने
that.
नॉक किया था.
ओके ओके, we didn't hear that. मुझे लगा थानोस ने स्नैप नैप कर दिया भाई. कहाँ चले? 50%
Someone
जनता
just
गई.
randomly knocked, so I was a bit surprised.
Even I was surprised. But okay. Meanwhile, chat, we are ready. Let's go. Gukesh still winning. About to win this game.
Yeah, he's just figuring out the final touches. Rook e6 would just be the cherry on top for me here. That's such pure
Yeah.
class right there. Just to completely block off the king and then king c6, king c5. I mean, you can resign here technically. But okay, I don't think he will. I think he will play still.
Oh, wait. Rook d6. Slight error. Why would he not play rook
नहीं
e6,
नहीं,
Sahaj?
सेम है भाई, सेम है भाई. आप किंग ई3 पे आ जाओगे तो सेम ही पोजीशन है ना वो.
हाँ बट यू नो लाइक वो रुकी फोर में प्रोटेक्टेड था ना भाई. रुक थोड़ा सा
भाई रुक d4 पे किंग से बचा लेंगे.
देयर इज
I
अ
think
प्रॉब्लम हियर साज.
it's like if you look at the follow up, right? So I'm just gonna go a couple of moves back. So अगर king d7 पे अगर white king d3 खेलता, right? आप ये चेक देते, that was the best move. हमने यहाँ पे arrows भी बढ़िया सा बनाए थे. king e3 खेलता, वो king c6 के बाद सेम पोजीशन है आपकी बोर्ड पे. अब गुकेश ने सोचा ठीक है, वो king f3 पे रखे, king e3 पे रखे, फर्क क्या पड़ता है? I'll just block on the same on the same file and कुछ फर्क नहीं पड़ रहा.
नो आई नो बट रुकी सिक्स वाज जस्ट लाइक क्लीनर नो
It was
लाइक इट
clean,
जस्ट
yeah. It
विंस.
was clean, very clean.
हाँ
True.
वही लाइक इट जस्ट विंस द पॉन इंस्टेंटली. सो
अभी भी मर ही रहा है pawn तो, लेकिन by force.
so let's look at the variation. How does it win the pawn? So for example, now let's say I play king e3. I stop rook d4
King
because I don't want
c6,
to give
same
you a
position
chance.
on the board.
King c6. Let's say I want to play rook b5.
Yeah, and now you must transfer the rook somehow. Let
Where?
me think. There is one idea: rook d7, rook a7, rook a5, which I really like. Then the other one is rook d1, and okay, you bother the pawns. King को यहाँ पे रखो, and then rook c1 you play. Not sure which one you go. Maybe rook d1 perhaps.
Rook d1. Let's say rook b2. King c5, rook b5 check again.
King c5 पे rook b5 check is clever. Um, थोड़ा tricky हो गया अब. Let's play rook.
Why? Exactly. Rook e6 would have been resigns basically in 2-3 moves. Now it's a
Rook
bit like okay,
h1
I'm
खेला
sure
तो.
he's winning. Rook h1 g3.
And g3 में तो pawn मर जाएगा ना h2 का. g3, king c5, rook b5 check, and I win the pawn on h2.
Okay.
This
But is that
should be
winning for
winning.
sure, right? Yeah, it's winning. There's no cutoff. Yeah. So maybe it's not easy. Then h3 maybe, yeah? Bhai, Arvind is
h3
losing.
क्या बात कर रहे हो?
Arvind is losing, bhai. This is just not
Oh,
his event.
भाई लेट्स
And
गो
it's a
टू अर्जुन गेम्स वेरी क्विकली कि रुक डिस के बाद वो थोड़ा और सोचेगा यहाँ पे. अरे
and
यार
he's playing
अरविंद
it.
इज. भाई दैट वाज द आइडिया दैट g4, बट क्वेश्चन इज ऐसी बिकॉज g4 के बाद यू हैव टू सी f4 आल्सो.
But he's playing it, Saj bhai. He's playing g4. I saw his hand over the g pawn. So he has seen that idea.
That's, I think, very very impressive. Also Arvind's knight on c5 is a boss.
Apparently, the idea is bishop c6. You defend that pawn. And then you move the knight. And it is lost for Arvind objectively. But
I don't think it's losing. I don't think Arvind loses this.
I hope so, bhai. I'm really praying for it at this point because while I want Ukesh to win a lot, I don't want Arvind to lose as
Played.
well. Okay,
Ah,
let's
no,
go
the
back to.
plan is bishop c6 and knight c8, and then you win knight b6.
Oh. Oh. Huh. Okay, let's. I would. Oh. Arvind ki t-shirt. Okay, let's go to Gukesh now, Saj bhai. Let's see how Erdogmus plays because he has less than 10 minutes now.
Yes, still thinking by the way there. So we were considering this whole king e3 business, but it's winning for him. We just looked at the lines.
And chat, Arvind, if he loses, will be on 2.5. out of 10.
I
That is
understood why Gukesh played rook d6.
why.
Because uh, Yagiz played king f3, right? So this was a weird move for us.
Hmm.
एंड दिस इज अ वियर्ड मूव अगर क्योंकि हमें लग रहा था किंग ई3 किंग डी4 ऐसे करके किंग ये पॉन बचाना चाहिए बट यागिस प्लेड
Hmm.
किंग एफ3 बिकॉज ही वांटेड टू प्ले जी4 and
Got
because he
it.
knows that if you exchange another set of pawns he's one step closer to equality, and after king c7 rook b4 white's biggest threat is to play g4, and
Hmm.
that's why he played rook d6 ताकि g4 पे I have rook d3 check. See, you wouldn't have
But
this
that's a
check
draw,
if the
bhai.
rook was on e6.
G4 rook d3 is a draw, actually.
Really?
Yeah, that's a blunder. And
But I
it would
think
be an
that's his
instant draw.
plan, no?
That's an
Why is
instant
it a
draw, bhai.
draw?
So I hope that's not his plan, Sahaj bhai, वरना मैं रो दूंगा stream पे.
भाई उसने वो जी4 खेलेगा तो थोड़ा रिस्की है फिर ये.
It's a dead draw, bhai.
यार यू आर
Because
बीइंग
rook
वेरी
f5.
हार्श.
भाई आई एम नॉट हार्श भाई, इंजन इज हार्श. मैं तो दोनों साइड से हार जाऊंगा गेम, बट आई पर्सनली फील कि आई होप ही इज नॉट थिंकिंग दैट, एंड देन g4 कुड बी अ वेरी नाइस ट्रैप फ्रॉम वाइट.
अगर उसने जी4 खेला तो थोड़ा स्ट्रेस है भाई कि एफ जी फोर इज विनिंग अपेरेंटली देयर.
चैट डिग्री सच भाई क्या बोल दिया, स्ट्रेस हो रहा है.
भाई मुझे भी थोड़ा सा स्ट्रेस हो रहा है यार. जी4, उसकी नजर जी4 जी4 मत खेलियो यार बस.
चैट करिए, देयर इज ग्रीन टिक्कू ऑन द राइट. आई मीन देयर आर सम सिमिलैरिटीज बट नॉट इनफ भाई, कम ऑन. बाय द वे डॉगमस 8 minutes नाउ. ओके, आई थिंक गुकेश जीतना बहुत जरूरी है. आई रियली वांट दिस विन. We cannot, I mean, he has time. That he has 30 minutes. I don't think he'll risk it. I don't think he'll make that mistake. If the time was reversed, I would be more worried, I think. वो
ओह
टी
या
शर्ट वाला
फॉर
बंदा
श्योर.
जहां पे भी है, उसने अरविंद की शर्ट पहनी थी, बाय द वे. दैट्स द इंफॉर्मेशन आई हैव.
भाई वो अगर कल गुकेश की टी शर्ट पहन के आ गया तो
तो राकेश भाई वहीं पे है क्या अभी?
राकेश भाई से रुकवा देंगे उनको.
राकेश वैसे चेसकॉम मर्च गिफ्ट कर देते उसको. लेट्स गिफ्ट सम
हाँ,
चेसकॉम मर्च टू दैट गाय,
डन
ताकि
भाई.
वो शर्ट ना पहने. Dogmas in pressure again. Exactly. I told you. It will not take long for him to get into time pressure again. That's exactly what I told you, chat.
नो एर्दोगस थोड़ा इमोशनल हो रहा है लग रहा है मुझे.
Yeah, he's turning a bit red. Chad bhi keh rahi thi, he was turning a bit emotional, and of course he will. Yeah, I mean he's a
Hmm.
youngster, um, and for him this game was very important. Like, I mean, imagine
रुके.
karo yaar, at least a 40.
ब्लंडर भाई नहीं हुआ नहीं हुआ. जी4.
Oh,
किंग सी6 किंग सी5 इज नाउ विनिंग. ओके दैट्स सिंपल.
yeah. I think he'll
Okay, I
grab
think he's going for
h7.
rook a7 and taking this pawn.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
can I just play rook d7? Like, what's the point? Ah, maybe rook a8 he wants. Rook
Bhai, rook
a7.
d7 is a draw.
भाई rook
Sahaj
d7
bhai,
पे rook
kya?
a8 he wants. Yeah. नहीं
Bhai,
draw नहीं है भाई. rook
I
c7 है
know,
मेरे
but
पास. Why is it a draw?
I know, but it's getting very close, Sahaj bhai.
भाई आप ऐसे मत बोला करो यार.
भाई भाई मेरा इंजन ने
हवा में
छलांग
draw
मार ली
बोल रहे
भाई.
हो.
भाई
He's
ओके
dead
ओके, लेट्स गो
winning.
बैक, लेट्स गो बैक, लेट्स गो बैक, लेट्स गो बैक. हाँ, सो रुक d7 खेलो.
मैं rook d7 नहीं खेल रहा भाई. मैं king c6 खेल रहा हूँ. rook a7 पे
अच्छा,
rook
अभी हमने रुक
d7
d7 कहा
बोला
ना हमने.
मैंने. I playing king c6 and rook a7 पे
हाँ
rook
हाँ.
d7 I'm saying.
अच्छा ओ, फिर ठीक है, फिर ठीक है, फिर ठीक है, फिर ठीक है. सो
चैट लिख रही है सहज भाई किसकी टीम में हो. भाई
टिक्कू का माइक बंद करो. नहीं भाई, फ्रीडम ऑफ स्पीच है इंडिया में. नहीं, आई थिंक ओवरऑल मुकेश इज स्टिल विनिंग. अरे चैट भी क्रेजी है. अगर अच्छा बोलो तो जिंक्स मत करो, बुरा बोलो तो भाई कुछ
टीम बदल दी
साइलेंट
आपने.
स्ट्रीम करते हैं भाई. साइलेंट स्ट्रीम करते हैं, कुछ बोलेंगे ही नहीं भाई अपन लोग. और साझा है, बताओ लाइफ में क्या चल रहा है
इट्स अ गुड मोमेंट मेरा इंटरनेट को जाने का.
यार. Oh, he's shaking his head. Dogma's shaking his head. Oh, he's not happy. He's not happy. I think he's bottling. Oh, feel for him, of course. I mean, this was a great game by Dogmas, but I think वो ब्लंडर उन्होंने मिस कर दिया. I mean, he's 14 years old. Yeah, he'll get multiple opportunities. King C6 is by the best move played, and that should kind of highlight the main problem. You cannot save the c4 pawn, and then because the white king is cut off, chat, like it cannot cross the rook's line, d file. The b pawn will just run, and whatever white can do on the king side will be very slow because white can pawns will be g2 h2 pair. There is no way you can create enough counterplay, and Ukesh gets up. He knows it's over.
या दोनों की बॉडी लैंग्वेज से इट्स क्लियर.
Of course, we feel sad for Dogmas. Yeah, I mean, imagine if it was the reverse. Like we had a 14-year-old, Indian youngster battling against Magnus or any strong player, and he had chances. He blundered. We would also feel the same. But on the other
Wait,
hand, Ukesh
but
did.
wait, why? Wait. That's a blunder. King c5, rook c8 check पे rook c6. That doesn't make any. Wait, what? King c5 is just winning a pawn, no? Wait, क्या?
I think he just gave up. He just gave up. He just gave up.
I mean, rook a7, rook d7 के बाद it made sense. So let me just clarify this. Start rook a7, rook d7 के बाद अगर rook 8 जाते, तो king c5 पे rook check दे सकता था मैं. rook c6 नहीं है मेरे पास अब. Actually, this is a draw now. तो
Yeah.
अब ये directly खेलने का कोई point ही नहीं है. King c5 is just winning.
Yeah.
You'll win.
I think he's
Even
tilted
if you
now.
play rook h8, I can just play h5, no? हाँ, h5 चल रहा है भाई. ये भी winning है.
Yeah. And rook c8 just king somewhere forward. Yeah. King d4.
नहीं भाई, rook c8 पे rook c6. Oh, sorry, rook c8 पे rook c6. क्या हो गया मुझे? That's the point, and you just win the pawn. दो pawn up में तो it's completely winning.
Let's see क्या होता है. I think Gukesh is gonna win this. That is the good news. But how long it takes, whether Dogmas resigns.
तो साहिल भाई, अरविंद की पोजीशन बेसिकली लॉस्ट है अब राइट. उसके पास 1 घंटा पड़ा है. तो व्हाट आर द चांसेस दैट ही यू नो
Things for Vanaria.
एक
I don't
प्लेयर की
know.
याद आ रही है मुझे यहाँ पे,
Oh, Dogmas
जो
is, I
इसी
think he's
टूर्नामेंट में
bundling,
खेल रहा है.
crying. I think yeah, he's really sad. I mean, it's understandable.
Yeah.
Chess is very harsh chat because I think just like tennis or anything, you don't take home anything. For example, you play Roger Federer, you're losing 6-5. अगर आप हारते हो उनसे, you've scored 5 points against Roger Federer, even if you lose the match. In chess, you take back home nothing. If you lose the game, there's nothing you take back. Once you take experience, but on paper, in your mind, at least in that moment, you don't get anything out of it. So it's a tough one for Dogmas to handle.
Very
5
likely
पॉइंट का
he
क्या
will
फायदा?
resign after king c5 even.
4 से तो ज्यादा फायदा है भाई, एटलीस्ट. एंड it's not about, I think, points. I think Gukesh का ये साल इतना important है. Just imagine the number of world championships he's playing. Yeah, I think first of all there'll be the real classical world championship. Then there'll be the total world championship. Then be the world rapid and blitz world championship. Then Olympiad. Then I mean it's an important year. King c5.
About to capture the pawn.
Does he know he was winning at one point? I don't think so. What do you think, Saj? Does he know? I don't think so. He figured that out. Yeah, wasn't easy.
No, I think he mistake. Yeah, he blundered this. You look at him. Look at his reaction. He cannot believe this. Visibly very, very upset here. I think he missed king c5 completely. Damn. Chess is so difficult, bhai. I mean, he's
He's actually
performed.
crying. He's actually crying.
Yeah, he's performed so well in this event, and very sad to see him this way. But
I don't know. Like this is maybe this is a weird story to share, but I was once playing. I went to US to play an event, and it was like a under 2200 or under 2300 event. Last round, I'm completely winning. Pawn up and rook knight endgame. My pawn is on e3 literally as black. If I win, I win a good amount of prize money. And my opponent started, like I say, like he was very sad. I could see, and I felt bad. And next move I blundered. So and then his friends came in and started celebrating, and I was like, sad, वहाँ पे कोई था नहीं मेरे पास. I was like, यार shit यार. And I didn't win anything. So Gukesh, concentration maintain करनी है. That's the lesson, भाई. Don't lose concentration always. Bullshit story. Bhai, you can go check. I think it was North American Open 2017 December. There'll be the pairings there 17 and 18 December.
Opponent का नाम बताओ ना, वो
भाई
important.
17-18 का मुझे कहाँ याद होगा नाम यार. By the way, Mukesh not at this board. He knows he's winning.
एक बार अरविंद का चेक कर लेते हैं भाई. He has
हाँ, I
55
think,
minutes now.
yeah.
So reaching some interesting territory.
I mean, we're the same position actually. We've not had a single move. So,
मुकेश यहीं पे ही है भाई, यहीं पे घूम रहा है वो.
हाँ.
By the way, Arvind's last move was the blunder, yeah? This position. He had to find some G4 idea, which is insane. But yeah, that's what he missed. And black के G4 के आने के बाद, it's basically winning now for Van.
He still has to find it. As Arvind, I'm not sure. Like, if he's thinking for so long, also gives his opponent to think for so long. Which might be enough to find the winning plan. So let's go back, I think, Sajbhai. I think Arvind can think for 50 minutes here and it would still be okay. So let's go back. Sahil winning, not believe. I lost. With the Karam, I lost. That's the point. But anyways, Erdogmus is still, I think, doing pretty well. In fact, even after the loss, he'll be half a point ahead of Gukesh in the standing. Whether Rook A7 played, attacking H7, and Sahaj, your move H5 feels very logical to me.
You know, actually we were happy to get this position जहाँ पे ये pawn मिल जाए and white H7 का pawn ले ले, but I think from his last move, you don't even have to give away the pawn. You can just play H5 also and just take this pawn in the next move. Free का pawn है भाई. H6 also works, and you can play G5 and defend the pawn with your rook.
True. Very logical. And usually you dream of these positions, yeah? कोई counterplay है ही नहीं. It's just a dream position for you when you play such positions. So, Chad, I think Gukesh is going to win. It's going to be an important win. As we know, this is the rivalry that's going to stand the test of time the next 5 years. You're going to see this happen multiple times.
You know, and if Erdogmus is that player, जो Magnus ने बोला है कि he is going to be top 10 or top 5 and he's going to be the next me, then Gukesh is on the right path because he's taking him down, you know, from a very young age. And I think ये Vishy sir ने, or I believe you mentioned another name last time we were speaking. It was Vishy, yeah, who used to who used to say that you should really pay attention to the youngsters because when they grow up, they are, you know, they can be very, very dangerous. So he's setting that psychological sort of advantage against him when they play the next time.
Yeah, we talk about this, right? Like, okay, हमने बात करी literally Gukesh और Erdogmus का previous record क्या है? It's 0.5 each. So it does, and he's still, his hands are, he's still shaking his head, yeah? I mean, he's a kid, a 40-year-old kid after all, yeah? It's understandable.
Yeah, correct. And now the c4 pawn is about to be taken. 3 minutes. I mean, Yagiz also gave like a spectacular fight throughout. Remember, I mean, kitne time ke liye we saw that 99% accuracy and 100% accuracy throughout. And I think he doesn't know this yet, Sahil bhai. He doesn't know this yet, but when he goes back and he checks that blunder, वो जो A6 के रुक A6 जो मारना था वहाँ पे, when he checks that, bhai, he's going to, I mean, he's going to be really, really upset with that. That's going to be a challenge to accept that it was winning and he didn't see it.
But let's say there are two scenarios. One is where you lose to Gukesh, but you never had a winning position. And one is where you did have a winning position, but you missed it and lost. Which one would you prefer, Sahaj?
To have the winning position and then lose.
Exactly. So if he really is what Magnus says, and I think we all see that potential in him, I think he's gonna be like overall. He would love to have that situation where he was winning for that one
Hmm.
move, and he will look back and say, "Ki bhai, I was winning. I'm already ahead of Gukesh in the points. I'm in second place. I've defeated some very strong players." Just to point out, chat, he did defeat Arjun in this tournament. He defeated Jan Forest. He defeated Thai Dai Van. He has 3 wins, which now the Indians do right now. So I think he's done very well. And there are positives to look at. Of course, right now it'll hurt. Yeah, I mean, that's understandable. But long term, I think it can be motivation to even fuel your journey further.
Correct. Because now you know where you went wrong, basically.
And now check. Rook c6 only move, by the way. Otherwise, it's a draw. So you have to interpose now. King d4, for example, is an instant draw after h4 because now the white king walks up to g5 potentially.
This is sad, actually.
Oh, played only move, but it is enough. And now Rook will move, Gukesh will grab the pawn. And Saj, do we see resignation or do you think white plays on? I think you can pretty much resign because there is no counterplay, right? You can never really
Yeah, there's
grab the
nothing.
g6 pawn
No, no,
because
I
when you
think he
take,
will. He
yeah,
might take the rook and go for these pawns, but he's too slow and he knows it.
no, I think he'll resign. I think he'll resign. By the way, Arvind has made another mistake. He has simply sacked his piece on c5, the knight on c5. He can, yeah, he's completely lost now. It's over. Arvind is going to lose. This tournament has been a nightmare for Arvind. Like, honestly.
So Van will most likely take down Arvind there.
Yeah. And with this, I think, I don't know if we can have a look at the standings for just like 10 seconds. I
Hi,
think,
he's gonna
yeah,
resign,
let's
no?
stick. Yeah, he's going to resign. Let's stick to the game for now. Rook d7, king c4. Taken. And now I think everything wins. Even b5, actually.
Now you
It's
can play
okay.
rook e6 maybe, just to block the king completely and then push the pawn.
Yeah, also possible, actually. I think everything should be winning now. Apart from, chat, find the worst move for black.
That's easy, no?
Yeah, there are multiple, but I think king c3 would be
Actually, there
something
are
you can.
two. There are
Huh.
two.
King
There's
c3
rook
would be
d6
something
and king e3.
you might accidentally do in a hurry, but chat, by the way, do like the stream. हम करेंगे membership giveaway at the end of the stream, but if you get to 1K likes, we can do 2 memberships. So do like the stream. Let's get to 1K likes. Let's get more people in. Gukesh is winning. This was a tense battle, and he came out on top. King d5, check. King c5.
And just hide the king on b6.
Yeah.
And there it is, I
e5
think.
he goes. Oh, there it
Yeah, I think
is.
he just resigned.
Handshakes. So what a game. What a game by both the players. And you can see Erdogmus signs the score sheet instantly. He doesn't want to stay in the playing hall. And Gukesh Dommaraju gets his win, a crucial win, I think, too, for his confidence and for this long term rivalry. And the world champion gets an important point, goes to 5 points. It's hard. This win was very important. Feel hard, really sad for Erdogmus, but Gukesh also needed that win.
Correct, by. And with that, he reaches 50% in the field. So like the 3 wins and 3 losses. So that's great for Gukesh. And yeah, but यहाँ पे, because of the personal thing, I think it's also very good that Gukesh took him down with the black pieces. And also it felt like it was just एक move के लिए there was that fear. एक वो डर लगा था कि कहीं पे position के ऐसे मतलब um
साज भाई उसको डर
imbal
नहीं है, उसको उसको कुछ और बोलते हैं भाई। वो तो एक सेकंड के लिए तो भाई लग गए थे ऑनेस्टली।
And this was the moment जहाँ पे rook a6 he took and he had to find rook d1, queen c6 and queen takes e8 and then rook takes e4 and what a tactic this is to play rook d4, rook d8 and eventually you're winning, which apparently both of the players missed in the game. But yeah, that was his
या
chance. He didn't take it.
या
And nice
इसका
win for
मतलब
Gukesh.
Gukesh wins, and that's a big win for the world champion because chat ये rivalry अभी कहीं नहीं जा रही. This is a potential 2028 World Championship match, and we are just playing a 14-year-old who's just the biggest talent that the game of chess has ever seen potentially. So, what a game! And chat, let's not forget Arvind is still playing. Let's go to his game, Sahaj bhai, and finish off matters. Any chances for Arvind to hold this now?
I think he's lost, but the only chance is that his opponent has 1 minute on the clock. So maybe some tactical mistakes possible.
Hmm. Wow, what a day, Saj bhai. What a day. And it shows you, chat, if Indians are winning and if there's a rivalry, like it just becomes so interesting. Like it was so much fun to watch this match. मजा आया साज भाई आज नहीं?
Right, right. It was fun. It was a good day. So overall, but okay, Arjun ke liye it's a bit sad because he lost to Vincent. But
Actually,
yeah, Gukesh had a good game though.
Prag survived though. Prag survived. And
Ooh,
ooh, wait, what
blunder.
just happened?
Bishop f5 he played, and that's a blunder basically. And उसके पास एक ही minute है लेकिन though.
And that's a critical choice. So Arvind ke liye, maybe this is practically not so bad. Oh,
Doesn't play.
he blunders, survives. बच गए भाई. The gamble
बाल बाल
paid
बच गए
off.
भाई.
The gamble paid off.
Yeah, that 1 minute is उसी वजह से बचा हुआ I think. The move was bishop f5, e5, king b6. This is supposedly winning for black. King f4, some study like win, yeah. King c6, king g4, knight d6 only move. King f4 पे knight e4 and you take away this pawn basically. And he couldn't calculate all of this, of course, in under a minute. And it's a very committal decision. So he makes a mistake and he's back now with e5.
But e5 again is the only move. Otherwise, black will have some chances. Chat, let's do the membership challenge now. So, pehla challenge, Sahaj bhai. Do you have a question in mind for the membership challenge?
Not really.
ठीक है तो मैं सोचता हूँ क्वेश्चन चैट व्हेन यू आर रेडी लेट मी नो फिर मैं पूछता हूँ सवाल
भाई वो अभी से अपना यूजर नेम डालने लग जाएंगे एंड बाय द वे ऑल द पीपल वाचिंग on Chesscom India on the vertical stream. The challenge is going to happen on the Chess 24 India broadcast. So Chess 24 India आपने YouTube पे लिखो आप. Then there's only one stream happening there, and if you type the answer correctly, it's going to be on that chart. So that's the chart we're looking at.
so let us know chat is ready okay so you have to write the answer and your username in front ठीक है ready हो दोनों साथ में आना चाहिए if it's one thing it will not work so very important
Why
next एक
can
मिनट
Arvind
पूछता
win this?
हूँ actually he's better now wow
वही बोल रहा हूँ आपको. Like I feel like this gamble of his opponent having 1 minute is working. उसके पास 50 मिनट पड़े हैं अभी वो जान के लेकिन फास्ट खेल रहा है वो.
wow
Remember Gotham Music and all the other people on the vertical stream on Chesscom India that the challenge is going to be on Chess 24 India. ठीक है तो उस स्ट्रीम पे आ जाओ आप and then whatever answer you type on that stream is the one that will apply for the membership question. Just putting it out there, guys, so there's no confusion.
Yeah, true, true. And meanwhile, chat, we are waiting for this move. Crucial move 9d8 is the only move for black. King c7 also, but with every move you play, it's getting a bit, closer and closer to a white win. And let's keep in mind ki the best scenario for black here, I think, is a bishop and knight checkmate. That's the
भाई वो
best case
जान के
scenario.
पास खेल रहा है. अब देखो ओनली मूव है इसके पास नाइट ए5, अदरवाइज ही इज लॉस्ट.
क्या कह रहे हो समय भाई कुछ कह रहे थे आप Nodirbek drew. Got it. So 6.5 पे 1 point. Yeah, only moves Saj bhai. Agreed. Knight f5. Yeah, bishop e8 also apparently, but okay, I mean both moves look very awkward.
I think Arvind is winning this by. That will be a great day, na? 2 wins. Oh, blunder.
Oh,
Let's go.
blunder.
Bishop g4 is winning.
Wow, let's go भाई भाई किस्मत साथ दे रही है भाई आज.
Finally, bhai.
Take the pawn, Arvind. अब जीतना है भाई. Let's win this. So the question is chat. आप मैग्नस का नाम तो सुना ही होगा भाई, मैग्नस कार्लसन का. So simple question. The first person to answer uh, with his username gets the membership for 1 month, diamond membership. मैग्नस ने एक फेमस टेबल बैंकिंग किया था लास्ट ईयर. उसके बाद उसने एक शुश किया था. वो शुश किस इवेंट में किया था उसने? The event name followed by your username is the answer we are looking for. Okay, we have the correct answer already. I'm checking. सार दिख रहा है फर्स्ट वाला कौन है?
Answer
What
bata
I
do.
see is it's EWC is the answer. That is the
Yeah, that I
correct
saw.
answer, chat. And first I think is Sumit Pants, जो मुझे दिख रहा है. Do you see the same?
I see classic tabla. I'm just checking to see if
क्लासिक
I
से ऊपर,
didn't.
क्लासिक से ऊपर. मैंने पता है और टेबल बैंकिंग जाम उसके दिया बीच में डिस्ट्रैक्ट
हाँ,
करने के लिए. कई
Sumit.
लोगों ने गुकेश लिख दिया, कई लोग गुकेश लिख दिया, कई लोगों ने सुमित. राइट, वही देख सुमित पैंट्स.
Sumit, yeah.
हाँ, कांग्रेट्स सुमित जी, आप जीतते हैं 1 महीने की मेंबरशिप. एंड चैट, अभी स्ट्रीम खत्म नहीं हुई है. अगर 1000 लाइक हो गए तो एक और करेंगे. सो यू कुड डू दिस. इतनी वॉचिंग है कि यू कुड गेट इट डन राइट नाउ इन 1 सेकंड. एंड एक और मेंबरशिप सबके सब अगर लाइक बटन साथ में दबा दो तो एक और चैलेंज जाएगा अभी के अभी. तो तुम्हारे ऊपर है भाई.
By the way, look at that. The advantage is completely, I mean, the position is completely turned around. Yeah, it was completely winning for black and now it's completely winning for Arvind. So maybe like there is some merit in this. Yeah, I mean, if you think about it, this was the position. Jahan pe it was very hard for Arvind to sort of make a comeback, and we were looking at some ways for him to make. He sacrificed the knight, and he took this pawn, and then he plays bishop h7, and then tries to play for a win. And if you notice, जब भी आप कुछ सैक्रिफाइस करते हो आपका ओपोनेंट का टाइम कम होता है, राइट? गुकेश ने भी यही किया यागिस के साथ, राइट? उसने एक्सचेंज सैक किया एंड उसमें भी उसकी लूजिंग थी. एक चाल के लिए उसको दिखा नहीं बिकॉज उसका टाइम कम था. देन अरविंद ने भी सेम चीज करी. तो मे बी देयर इज सम लाइक मेरिट टू दिस. When your
आई
opponent
थिंक
has less time on the clock, you sacrifice because they didn't look at it and then they panic.
या फॉर श्योर. एंड आई थिंक द टेंडेंसी इज कि भाई कुछ सैक्रिफाइस हो गया तो बंदा ऐसी गलती क्यों करेगा? दैट मींस इट्स वर्किंग, राइट? लाइक ही प्लेड दिस, दैट मींस इट्स वर्किंग. Also I think situation थोड़ी different है because Ukesh was not under desperate measure to do this. Like Arvind is pretty much forced. Yeah, he's like, okay, I'm lost, I have to do something. But yeah, the fact that they chose the same strategy in different circumstances maybe just adds more value to your point. Ki if you're struggling, time pressure hai, if you sacrifice something which is even dubious, it might just make your opponent panic and crumble in a second.
Yeah, exactly. So it has worked really well twice now. And I think Gukesh ने पहले भी किया था एक बार. Like in this event itself. So it's worked like quite a few times now. Maybe, yeah, it's interesting.
You know, chat, क्योंकि यूके जीता, I will do one more challenge. सिर्फ 750 likes पे बस. 682 likes है, 70 likes है. You get the 70 likes done, I will do one more because Ukesh one बनता है. 70 likes जल्दी से कर दो, मुझे बताना जैसे हो जाएंगे, ठीक है? As soon as done,
70
we'll do the
likes है
challenge.
तुम्हारे पास. 70.
हाँ, exactly. Bishop h3. Oh, g4, wait, g4 doesn't it kind of?
ट्रैप तो नहीं हो रहा भाई. किंग f6 एंड g4 भी खेल सकते हो.
हाँ.
किंग f6 is what I would play. भाई चेक भी नहीं दूंगा आपको. And then just push, 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 push. Nothing can stop this pawn.
Let's go.
But Arvind फटाफट खेल रहा है, which is I think working really well for him.
Yeah, Turkey had a huge viewership today, yeah, because it's and they have been getting a great viewership for the entire event because, of course, they have a youngster playing and he's doing really well. थैंक यू. देखा, मेंबरशिप मिल भी गई एक बंदे को. वही तो मैं कह रहा हूँ, इट्स सो फास्ट. मीनवाइल अरविंद with an
He's
epic
about to play
comeback.
again. I feel like he knows उसको जितना वो जितना सोचेगा उतना खराब है उसके लिए. तो he's just maybe there is one trap, yeah, some knight e6, knight d4, and then you push some bishop e4 पे रख के you can promote this. Okay, but that's way too far fetched.
Yeah. Where he revealed his record is safe now. I mean, I don't think his record is safe at all. Actually, I
भाई
think
वो
he has
15
enough
साल में
time.
बना था, 1 साल और है उसके पास.
Uh,
Yagiz, his rating now is 2684. So he's 16 points away. That's it.
hmm. I think it's quite interesting to see how he plays in the remaining 3 rounds now, because he lost his first game. That
Second.
too had a second. Okay, but this had a huge emotional impact for sure.
Hmm.
I'm quite curious how he handles in the next 3 rounds, because if he handles it well, that's a great sign for his future key in terms of, becoming the next big thing. By the way, G4 completely winning for Arvind now. Great sign.
He will push the knight away somewhere, knight f8 perhaps, and then just g5. Huh? E6 also works.
Yeah.
Also,
What a
this
turn
win
around.
is like very much needed for Arvind Bhai.
First win of the event.
Very
Knight
much
f4.
needed.
But e6 is apparently winning.
Played
Wow.
in a second, भाई. वो टाइम पे ही हरा रहा है उसको. समझ आ गया यहाँ पे.
Wow.
Even though
Khatam.
he has 48 minutes on the clock, भाई.
Chat, you have to give the knight his resigns. Can we go full screen? Because knight e6 nahi maroge to e7, king d7, there is bishop a4 and your queen. So you have to resign.
Hmm.
It's over.
King d8
He
पे
can't
king
believe it.
f7. Actually e7 check भी है, because king e8 रखोगे तो bishop a4 is checkmate.
Checkmate. Wow, I think Van was devastated yesterday. He's going to be even more angry tonight because he was completely winning. He was pushing the entire time, but he took a bit of time, extra time there to figure out the winning plan. And Arvind with a clever turnaround at the end. Wow, he can't believe it. 12 seconds. Oh, this
Yeah, I think he's
is
just given up.
heartbreaks all around today. Oh my God, he's hard. Yeah, he's completely, he's going to lose on time, I think. 4. Yeah, he resigns. Wow. Arvind, I mean, he himself is not happy, understandably, because he knows he was lost. But what luck definitely. That counterplay he created was amazing. He did not give up, but for once the luck was on his side, Sahaj Bhai, and hopefully that gives him a lot of confidence moving forward. He needs it, yeah.
For sure. I think for Arvind, I think you make your own luck, because he was, despite being worse for such basically the almost the entire duration of the game, he still kept that time advantage over his opponent. So he was, he knew कि अगर मैं अपने opponent को time pressure में लेके आऊँ तो there is a chance कि कुछ ना कुछ गलती हो सकती है, and suddenly he made that sacrifice and it worked. So great to see a win from Arvind Bhai. Long time incoming. He's on
He
three and a
needed it
half now. So
so
let's
bad.
go.
He needed it so bad. Why? He needed it so bad. I think I'm so happy for him कि उसको मिली है win. And let's hope so कि this can mean like a complete change in Arvind's trajectory now in terms of his victories, in terms of results, because Uzbekistan chess, he did not get any wins, I think. And this is where
Mm.
some things might change. Of course, feel sad for Van there. I mean, he played a very good game, but it took a lot of time. I mean, he was an hour behind. Yeah, that's at some point will show some consequences, and long term, this might be a lesson to be learned for him as well. But what
Correct.
an emotional roller coaster today has been, Sahaja. Insane day.
Correct, bhai. And tomorrow, Arvind actually plays against Gukesh, so that will be interesting to see
Oh,
how they both are actually, because they both coming off of a great win there. So their confidence will be like more or less high. And kal rest day bhi hai, so some nice preparation incoming as well. So it
yeah.
will be a very interesting match to see overall.
First of all, let's have the standings in front of us. एक बार देखते हैं आज के tumultuous, if that's a word, दिन के बाद
Tumultuous.
tumultuous. Oh my God, अंग्रेजी सीखनी पड़ेगी. And we are still on the right half, Sahaj bhai.
टाई
But
ब्रेक
at
बेटर होना
least,
चाहिए था यार, फिर फेडोसी की जगह ले
aha,
लेते.
but at least Gukesh did what he could do. He's on 5 points, and Arjun is on 4, which is just, I mean, my eyes can't believe it. Aravindh, of course, not in last place, and Prag also lucky to escape with that draw. They're not lucky, but there was some pressure there. So yeah, hopefully tomorrow we can see an Indian or two on the left side, Sahaj, and Nodirbek. For now, seems like he's running away with it. And if we can have the board back, I think for round number 11, 3 rounds to go. Chat. The pairings are Arjun versus Sindarov. Arjun,
Oh,
after that
wow.
loss, it's not getting easier at all. It's Prag versus Vincent. And finally, it's Gukesh versus Arvind. I think Gukesh's game is going to be the most important because he's the only one who has the best chance now. He's half a point ahead of everybody else. And of course, it's Anish Giri versus Erdogmus. How does a youngster fare in the next match? Will be very important. Sajbhai, tomorrow rest day, final rest day, 3 rounds to go. Final prediction: कौन जीतने वाला है Tata Steel 2026? Chat. What is your prediction?
So very, very difficult, but I think maybe Nodirbek still. I think Nodirbek or Sindarov may say player, but I think Nodirbek he's been very consistent throughout. I think today also he had a great game. So, and his
Yeah.
next three opponents are Jorden, Bluebaum, and then Arjun. So I don't know. He has good chances. He's already on 6.5, so on track to be 8.5. 2 out of 3
Yeah.
just has to win one game and 2 draws. So let's see how it happens. But yeah, for me it's Nodirbek. But let's
Yep,
see why.
I also think he one of those bigs likely to win, and chat also kind of agrees with it. So it's gonna be amazing to see. By the way, what happened in Vedant's game today?
He
He
lost.
he lost to
It was I
Maurizzi.
was watching.
He lost to Maurizzi. So we
Yes,
today was
Maurizzi.
insane. We never even got to the challengers. Yeah, insane day, chat. Chat, tomorrow's the rest day. Final rest day. 3 round pending hai. So 30th, 31st, and 1st, the final 3 rounds of Tata Steel. I think we are seeing some sort of a comeback from the Indian players. 2 wins today. Hasn't happened in Tata Steel so far in the entire event. Hopefully, we can see this shift in the final few rounds when we catch up some points. And Gukesh Kili, an epic victory, an emotional roller coaster for all of us. See you soon, day after tomorrow, chat. Thank you, Sajid, for the amazing commentary, Sami for the amazing broadcast, and chat for the amazing support you have shown for all of us. Do like and subscribe. We'll see you day after. Take care and good night.